The Zohar 6. Parashat Tetzaveh. You shall command. And you, bring near to you Aaron your brother and his sons with him from the midst of the children of Israel. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is different here and in all such places, as is written Ve'ata, and you, bring near to you and you shall speak to all who are wise of heart and you shall command the children of Israel and you, take you choice spices well, all is in supernal mystery, to include Shekinah with him. Rabbi Yitzchak said, upper light and lower light, included as one and called Ve'ata, and you, as is said Ve'ata, and you, enliven them all therefore it is not written Ve'ikravta, and you shall bring near, Aaron your brother Ve'isavita, and you shall command, the children of Israel Ve'idabata, and you shall speak, to all who are wise of heart because at that time the sun dwelt in the moon, and all joined as one to settle upon the artistry of construction. Rabbi Elazar said, from here in whom Yehovah has given wisdom and understanding. Rabbi Shimon said, from here and you shall speak to all who are wise of heart, Asher Militiv, him whom I have filled, with a spirit of wisdom. The verse should read Asher Militim, them whom I have filled. However, Asher Militiv, him whom I have filled that heart. Him whom I have filled with a spirit of wisdom, as is said, the spirit of Yehovah will alight upon him, a spirit of wisdom. Therefore, him whom I have filled with a spirit of wisdom, for the sun dwelt in the moon in utter fullness. Consequently, all is inscribed in all these places. Rabbi Elazar said, if so, this Ve'ata, and you, how does it settle in the verses? He replied, each one of them settles. And you, bring near to you to unite with him and bring near to him fittingly the mystery of the holy name. And you shall speak to all who are wise of heart because none of them came to perform the work until the Holy Spirit spoke within them, whispering to them, then they performed. And you shall command the children of Israel, the Holy Spirit commanded them, enlightening them to perform the work with perfect intention. And you, take you choice spices as we have established what is written, and you, bring near to you. All these appear here in the making of the dwelling, for all was performed by this mystery. He opened, saying, and you, Yehovah, be not far. My strength, to my aid hasten, and you, Yehovah, all one. Be not far ascending from us, removing upper light from the lower, for when upper light withdraws from the lower, all light darkens, vanishing completely from the world. Consequently, the temple was destroyed in the days of, and although it was later rebuilt, the light did not return fittingly to its place. Based upon this mystery, the name of that prophet is effective Yumyahu, ascension of upper light, ascending above, not returning afterward to shine fittingly. Yumyahu, ascending, not returning to its place. The temple was destroyed and lights darkened. But Yeshayahu, a name effecting redemption, restoring upper light to its place. Yeshayahu, illumining that upper light, bringing redemption, rebuilding the temple, and all goodness and all lights will return as before. Thus these two prophets stand opposite one another, because the name proves decisive, and the combination of letters with one another causes a phenomenon, either for good or for evil. Based upon this mystery is the permutation of letters of holy names, and letters themselves cause holy mysteries to appear like the holy name, whose letters themselves cause holy mysteries to appear within them. First mystery Yod, primordial point, standing upon 9 pedestals supporting it. These are stationed in 4 directions of the world, just as end of thought, final point, is stationed in 4 directions of the world, except that this is male and that is female. This one stands without a body, and when clothed in a garment, it stands upon 9 pedestals in mystery of the letter final mem, not circular. Although the letter Samak is circular, assuming a circle, in the mystery of letters engraved in dazzling points above they are square, while below circular. This square one assumes the measure of 9 points, 3 on each side, they amount to 8 points, and they are 9. These arise from mystery of the lamp in a square, in 9 pedestals for the letter Yod, single point. Those 9 are 8, in mystery of the letter final Mem, square, like this 3 on each side. This is mystery of the letter Yod, single point. And although it is a single point, its shape includes a head above and a tip below, and its measure is 3 points, like this. Therefore, expansion to 4 sides, 3 in each direction, it is 9 and it is 8. These are pedestals emerging from mystery of the lamp to serve as supports for the letter Yod, and they are called its chariot. They bear no name, only mystery of 9 points of the Torah. In the mystery of the Book of Adam, these 9 that are 8 were divided into permutations of letters of the holy name, to be combined and joined in all those aspects. When these 8 that are 9 move, they shine with the radiance of the letter final Mem, square, and it generates 8 lights. They are 8, appearing as 9, and they separate below to carry the whole dwelling. They are the permutation of the holy name in mystery of 72 engraved letters, issuing from mystery of 3 colors, right, left, and middle. All from mystery of 3 points, measure of the letter Yod, in 4 directions. They are 8 points, and they are 9 points, and they are 12 supernal points, 3 in each direction. From here they descend below as 12 in 6 aspects. When these 12 are engraved in 6 aspects, they become 72 names, mystery of the holy name of 72, a single holy name. All arises in the will of thought, by those pedestals of the letter Yod. Therefore letters in their permutations appear in groups of 3, in order to arouse the will of the letter Yod, of 3 points, as has been said. Thus, ascent of permutation ascends only from the essence and root of mystery of these pedestals supporting the letter Yod, mystery of the letter final Mem, square 9 points, 8 points, 12 points, 72 points. The entire mystery of the holy name inheres in the letter Yod. All is one mystery, existing in mystery of the lamp, as has been said, to provide support for every single letter. And those pedestals constitute a chariot for every single letter, as has been said. Second mystery letter He, standing upon 5 pedestals supporting it, which emerge from mystery of the lamp, when it is absorbed, ascending above, from mystery of the measure. This letter is called Holy Palace within, the point that we have mentioned, all in the mystery that we have mentioned the letter final Mem, square, but here not inscribed, rather the letter He and its chariot, 5 pedestals that we have mentioned. For when radiance of the lamp struck the letter Yod, it was illumined, and from that strike were formed those 9 pedestals that we have mentioned. From the radiance illumining the letter Yod, 3 points of Yod expanded, 2 above, which are the head, and 1 below, which is the tip of the Yod, like this, as we have mentioned. When they expanded, 2 became 3, 1 became 2, expanding, they became this palace. This palace, after becoming a palace for 1 primordial point, became, in hidden concealment, mystery of this letter, standing above 5 others. 4 are concealed, and 1 point standing within, in the middle they are 5, and it is He. Just as He below stands above 4, and it is a point above 4, standing in the middle, so here too. As for its standing upon 5 pedestals, certainly so, for this supernal point has 2 aspects, one of its own and one hidden. In the Book of Mysteries of Enoch He certainly stands upon 5 pedestals, emerging from the lamp, then it generates 5 other pillars, and this He attains the mystery of 10. When it separates, this He stands upon pedestals, which constitute 13 attributes of compassion together with 1 rung added to them. These are 12, existing 6 times. They are 42, 72 they were, but they descend below. Here paths branch in all directions, namely 32. 40 remain, and 2 ears, right and left, totaling 42 supernal letters, the large letters of Torah. For there are large letters and there are small letters, large letters above and small letters below, and everything below resembles the pattern above. For there are higher holy names, dependent upon spiritual and heartfelt intention, without any speech at all, and there are lower holy names, dependent upon the word and drawn by thoughtful intention. There are other names below from that other side of impurity, and these depend only upon the intention of an act below, raising the intention of that act toward him. For that other side prevails only by actions of this world, becoming defiled by them, such as Balaam and those children of the east and all those engrossed in that other side. These are not dependent on inscribed letters of the 22 of Torah except for two, namely Het and Kof, supported by the letters of Sheker, Li, although the former are better known to them. Therefore in a praise of David, a Vav is written in the middle of every single acrostic verse except for these two, which have no Vav name of the Blessed Holy One. Thus, they are 42 supernal letters, by which the world was created. It turns out that this supernal he amounts to 92. There were 90, besides 2 ears, right and left, and your mnemonic is will 90-year-old Sarah give birth, but the total comes to 92. And when the rung of mystery of covenant is added, which is the 8th firmament, prevailing on the 8th day, there are 100. These are surely the 100 blessings on each day, by which assembly of Israel needs to be adorned. All in the mystery of He. This He is shaped like two nuns, mystery of 100. They are 5 pedestals, chariots, emerging from the lamp, and they are 5 others emerging from it. Therefore its shape is like this, 2 nuns and a point standing in the middle, so Vav always stands between them, nun, because here is where it is crowned. Although other mysteries pertain to He, this appears in the mysteries of the Book of Enoch, and it is certainly so. When arrayed in these 50 alone, it is a point based on mystery of Nun, like this He Nun, with 1 point in the middle, ruling over them, and all is one mystery. Happy are those who know the ways of Torah, to walk in the ways of truth. Happy are they in this world, and happy are they in the world that is coming. Third mystery, Vav. This letter is the image of mystery of Adam, human, as has been said and established. This letter stands upon 12 chariots, and when they are separated they are 24 chariots, included in this letter expansion of the image of a human being, corresponding to arms, legs, and torso. Their members are 24 of the arms, legs, and torso, as has been said, but all are concealed in the torso, and the torso inheres in all 24. All those chariots are included in the torso, and because they all are, Vav stands one expanse. One body comprised of 24 chariots, as follows: the head, of 6, the torso, of 18. Although all the chariots number 12 in all directions, the body inheres in all but they are 24 6 of the head, namely limbs to conduct the head, 18 vertebrae, upon which stands the head, mystery of 6. Thus, measure of the letter Vav, the head has a measure of 6 points, really the torso, of 18. Similarly, all these mysteries are explained to be included in the torso, because the arms and legs are in concealment. Therefore all is included in mystery of the image of Vav. When the perfection of this letter is manifested, all evil aspects are shut, withdrawing from the moon, not covering, because it cleaves all windows of heaven and illumines her, and the accuser is unable to harm at all. But when it departs, he ascends, misleads, and seduces, and can denounce all inhabitants of the world, for he is an old and foolish king, as we have established. Vav is the light illumining the moon. Although many lights are included in it, the light illumining the moon is one expanse, filling her. It is mystery of Aleph, inscribed with all those mysteries. When it illumines the moon, with mystery of Vav it illumines her. In the book of Adam, concerning the shapes of the letters Vav, 1 point above and 5 points below, and its measure is like this too. Every point is based on the mystery of 10, for you cannot find a point that does not complete 10, for every point contains 9 pedestals, chariots, and that point completes 10. The point on the right has 9 pedestals, chariots, and it is 10, and so on the left, and so on all sides. Therefore every single one of those points is totality of 10, together with its chariots, and all of them are included in that expansion of the letter Vov. When the sun enters the moon, from this Vov issues one expanse, mystery of covenant, like this Gimel, and this is to enter the female. When all is included in this expanse of the letter Vov, then it is poised to join with the female. This is the mystery written, and you bring near to you Aaron your brother, including the arm with the torso, and his sons with him, all his chariots and pedestals. The left arm is with him, as is written, take the Levites, so that the Vov includes all in one expanse, becoming one. Thus unity appears here, right, left, and middle all is one. Thus one expanse is formed, called one, and you find one expanse alone, this is one. Final he becomes one body with that point in the middle. Vov enters her, and Vov is located between 2 points, one above and one below. Then upper world unites with lower, and it is one, as we have established. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba came and kissed his hands. Rabbi Abba wept, and said, woe when the sun is gathered and the world darkens. Rabbi Elazar said, legs below, in mystery of the letter Vov, how do we know they are included in this letter? He replied, as is written, remember the Torah of Moses my servant Malachi, it is not written my prophet, to indicate that all is included in mystery of Vov, and the letter Vov is one alone, one expanse, as has been said. And you bring near to you Aaron your brother. Rabbi Shimon said, Moses did not join conjugally with the moon until he comprised all aspects, in mystery of Vov, as we have established. What is written from the midst of the children of Israel to be priests to me? It is not written lekahen, to be priests, to me, but rather, lekahano for his conjugal union, for the union of this letter, for his union shuli to me the letter he, so that Vov would enter and join he, so that all would be one. Happy are Israel, who have entered and emerged, and know the mysterious ways of Torah, so as to walk the path of truth. From the midst of the children of Israel. Why from the midst of the children of Israel? Well, nothing is drawn near to be fittingly one except from the midst of the children of Israel. For the children of Israel exist below to open ways, to illumine paths, to kindle lamps, and to draw everything from below above, so that all will be one. Therefore it is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. And you, bring near to you Aaron your brother. Rabbi Elazar said, all is bringing near for one who knows how to unify and to serve his Lord, for when an offering is found to be fitting, all is drawn near as one and radiance of the face appears. But when an offering is not found to be fitting or unification is unfit, then the face is sad, radiance absent, the moon is covered, and the other side reigns. Rabbi Shimon said, the Blessed Holy One did not test Job nor bring him to a test as he did with other righteous people, for it is not written of him God tested Job, as is written of Abraham God tested Abraham. The latter, with his own hands, offered his only son to him, whereas Job did not give or deliver him anything, nor was he told to. Rather, he was delivered into the hand of the accuser through the judgment of the Blessed Holy One, for he aroused that accuser against him, which the accuser himself did not request. Constantly that accuser comes to arouse judgment against human beings, but here the Blessed Holy One aroused the accuser against him, as is written, have you noticed my servant Job? But this is a deep mystery. He opened, saying, it happened at the end of days that Cain brought from the fruit of the soil an offering to Jehovah. It happened Miketz Yamim, at the end of days. It is a mystery Miketz Yamim and not Miketz Yaman, at the end of the right. He rejected end of the right and drew near end of days. And we have established what is written as for you, go on till the end. The blessed Holy One said to, as for you, go on till the end. He asked, to which end? Ketz ha-yamim, end of days, or Ketz ha-yaman, end of the right? Finally he told him, leketz ha-yaman, at the end of the right. This is what David feared, as is written, let me know, Jehovah, my end, whether end of days or end of the right. And here, what is written, it happened at the end of days, not at the end of the right. Therefore, his offering was not accepted, being from the other side entirely. What is written, and Abel, he too brought. Why? He too to amplify everything, one with the other. The entire offering and its essence was for the blessed Holy One, while he gave a portion to the other side, as is said, and from their fat. Cain, however, provided the essence to the end of days, and gave a portion to the blessed Holy One. Therefore he and his offering were rejected. Of Job, what is written, his sons used to hold a feast. When the days of feasting had run their course, they would send and invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. Job, this is the essence for the other side. Afterward he offered ascent offerings, and an ascent offering is male, not female. Rising above, he did not bring an offering inclusively. Had he given a portion to all, the accuser could not have prevailed against him later. Now, you might ask, why did the blessed Holy One harm him? Well, because he caused the light to be covered and concealed, and did not bring another offering, sustaining others, only an ascent offering, rising above. Therefore it is written, this Job did continually Job. For if the other side had been nourished with a portion, he would have been removed from the temple and withdrawn, and the side of holiness would have ascended higher and higher. But he did not want another to be nourished by his offering, so he removed himself from him. How do we know? As is written, and shunning evil Job. Therefore he always brought an ascent offering, from which the other side never derives pleasure, so everything that he later took was his to take. Thus Job caused foreskin to cover the sealed covenant, from which it did not depart, and consequently the blessed Holy One aroused that accuser, as is written, have you noticed my servant Job? When the blessed Holy One wished to unite with Israel, the time was not ripe, because foreskin covered the light until that accuser took what was his from Job. Therefore the blessed Holy One commanded that it be eaten in haste, for that other side was engaged with Job, and he commanded them to remove foreskin. Then the blessed Holy One united with Israel, and that other side separated from holiness, engaging with Job and taking what was his. Then, it is a Passover offering to Jehovah. For until now, it was not a Passover offering to Jehovah. Happy are they who unify their Lord fittingly. It is written, no molten gods shall you make for yourself, and it is written, the festival of Matzot you shall keep. What does this have to do with that? Well, they have established as follows: whoever eats hametz, leavened stuff, on Passover, it is as if he fashions an idol to worship. For so is the mystery. Hametz on Passover is tantamount to idolatry. It is idolatry. When Israel went out of Egypt, they left their domain, alien domain, the domain called hametz, evil bread. That is why idolatry is called so, and this is mystery of the evil impulse, alien worship, also called esi or leaven. This is the evil impulse, for so it functions in a person, like leaven in dough, entering one's innards little by little and then increasing, until the whole body is permeated by it. This is idolatry, of which is written, there shall be no alien god in you. Literally. The festival of Matzot you shall keep. Rabbi Yehuda opened, desist from a human, whose breath is in his nostrils, for of what account is he? This verse has been established, but what is the meaning of desist from a human? Is scripture warning a person to avoid other people? Then they would act the same toward him, and consequently people would never approach one another. Rather, they have established this as referring to one who immediately upon rising in the morning goes to the door of his friend to greet him. We, however, have based this upon another verse, as is written, one who blesses his fellow loudly, rising early in the morning, shall have it reckoned to him as a curse. Although all is fine, still, what is the meaning of desist from a human, Ashanishama Biapo, whose breath is in his nostrils? Here the Blessed Holy One commands a person and warns him to be wary of those who pervert their ways from good to evil, and defile their souls with that alien defilement. But when the Blessed Holy One created the human being, he fashioned him in a supernal image, and breathed into him a Holy Spirit comprised of three, as they have established Nefesh, Ruah, Neshama. Highest of all is Neshama, for she is a supernal power, by which to know and observe the commandments of the Blessed Holy One. If one conducts that holy Neshama into alien worship, he defiles her and abandons the worship of his Lord, for these three powers are all one: Nefesh, Ruah, and Neshama, participating as one, becoming one, patterned entirely on supernal mystery. If we see a person who possesses all these rungs, though his status and identity are still uncertain, how can we determine whether to approach him or avoid him? By his anger he is really known, and recognized for who he is. If, in a moment of anger, he maintains that holy Neshama, not uprooting her from her place so as to supplant her with that alien god, then this is a fitting human being, this is a servant of his Lord, this is a consummate man. And if that person does not maintain her, uprooting this supernal holiness from its place, to supplant it with the other side, then this is surely a person who rebels against his Lord, and it is forbidden to approach him or associate with him. This one is called he who tears his soul in his anger, job tearing and uprooting his soul on account of his anger, and enabling an alien god to dwell within him. Thus it is written, desist from a human Ashanishama Biapo, who tears and defiles that holy Neshama on account of Apo, his anger, who exchanges Neshama for his anger. For Vame, of what account is he? This person is accounted an idol. Whoever associates with him or speaks with him is like one who associates with a real idol. Why? Because real idolatry dwells within him. Moreover, he has uprooted supernal holiness from its place and supplanted it with idolatry, an alien god. As, regarding an alien god, it is written, do not turn to the idols, it is similarly forbidden to look at his face. Now, you might say, but what about anger of the sages? Well, anger of the sages is good in all aspects, for we have learned that Torah is fire, and Torah inflames him. As is written, is not my word like fire, declares Jehovah. Anger of the sages, over words of Torah, anger of the sages, to honor Torah, all in the service of the Blessed Holy One. But if over other matters, this is not service of the Blessed Holy One, for no other sin committed by a person is real idolatry, and it is forbidden to approach him. Now, you might say, this was only for a moment, for it passed and then he returned. Not so, for once he has uprooted the holiness of his soul from himself and from its place, and that alien god usurps that place, it entrenches itself and will not leave him. Except when a person purifies himself completely and eradicates it permanently, and then strives to sanctify himself and to draw holiness, then, oh that he could become holy. Rabbi Yos said to him, he really does become holy. He replied, when he uproots the holiness of his soul and supplants it with that alien god, that person is defiled and called impure, and he defiles whoever approaches him, and that holiness flees from him. If it has fled once, how much must a person do until it returns to its place? He said, if so, what about all the defiled who are purified? He replied, any other defilement is different, not being so effective, but this one is unique, defiling the whole body, inside and out, and the soul and everything. Other defilements of the world affect only the outer body. Therefore it is written, desist from a human Ashanishama Biapo, who has exchanged the holiness of his Lord for Apo, his anger, for this is defilement, defiling all. For Vame, of what account is he? Bama, occult sight, idolatry, surely he is accounted. This is anger which is idolatry, the other side, as we have said, of which a person should beware, from which one should separate. Therefore it is written, no molten gods shall you make for yourself to harm yourself. And immediately afterward is written, the festival of Matzot you shall keep side of holiness, which a person should keep and not exchange for the other side. If he does exchange it, he becomes defiled, and defiles whoever comes near him. The festival of Matzot Tishmor, you shall keep. This is a place called Shema, keep, and therefore it is written Tishmor, you shall keep. 7 days you shall eat Matzot as I commanded you. 7 days, these are not the 7 days of Sukkot, for those are higher and these are lower. Consequently on those, complete Halil, whereas on these, incomplete Halil. Since they are below, it is written 7 days you shall eat Matzot, spelled Matzot, deficiently, without a Vov, for those higher days had not yet settled, mystery of Vov. Now, you might say, once this festival of Matzot has been sanctified, why does it descend? For we have learned one increases in holiness, and does not decrease. Why does it descend on those lower days? It is written, he shall atone for himself and for his household. One who atones must do so for himself, and afterward for his household. Similarly, this rung begins to be sanctified and to emerge in holiness, to atone for itself, and having been sanctified, it must atone for its household and sanctify them. Therefore it descends to sanctify its household. And how does it sanctify them? Through Israel below. Once these are sanctified, we must ascend, for when the house of Matronita is sanctified, she ascends to be joined with those higher days above. Therefore we perform the count standing upright, for those days are high days. So too, whenever one enters those higher days, whether in prayer or in praise, he must stand on his feet, thighs and torso as one, for their thighs and torso standing like a male powerfully, not like a female who normally sits. Furthermore, out of praise for the upper world. Since it is mystery of the male, women are exempt from this counting and only males are obligated, so as to link each one fittingly. Similarly, all your males shall appear males and not women, because mystery of the covenant is in the male, not in the female, and because the mystery exists above, women are not obligated. We have learned a mystery here, that from every 7 of these high days, one of these lower days receives holiness, and this lower one is called Shavua, a week, being sanctified by Sheva, 7 higher days. So it is with every single 7 of those 50 days until, but not including, the consummation. And when 49 higher days appear, 7 days appear below, sanctified by them, each one called Shavua, a week, having entered those 7. Therefore it is written 7 whole weeks Tyoyana, shall they be, because they are female. Scripture employs a feminine expression. When they have been sanctified by them and the house is arranged, so that the wife may unite with her husband, then it is called Festival of Shavuot, weeks, named after those females who have been sanctified by those higher days settling upon them. Therefore it is written Bishavuotakem, in your festival of weeks they are yours, and it is not written Bishavuot, in the festival of weeks, because Israel below is also sanctified with them. Consequently, when 49 days have been reached, that supernal day above them is called the 50th day, reigning over 49 days, mystery of totality of Torah in 49 facets. Then that supernal day, 50th day, through arousal from below, generates Torah, entirety of 49 facets. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, even the bird has found a house, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may set her fledglings. Even the bird has found a house, birds of heaven, some of whom make their dwelling outside, and some of whom make their dwelling in a house, like the swallow, which is a bird that places its dwelling in any person's house and has no fear. Why? Because everyone calls it Dura, swallow. What is Dura? Freedom, as is said, proclaim Dura freedom. This is the bird Dura, for once it has made its nest in a house and produced young, it dwells in the house with them for 50 days, and afterward they separate from each other, and this is the bird called Dura, freedom. What is written, you shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim Dura, freedom, in the land. From here issues freedom for all, and since freedom issues from it, Torah, issuing from it, is freedom. Therefore it is written Harat, engraved, upon the tablets Torah, called a you, freedom, for what this supernal day generates is called freedom, total freedom. This day is upper freedom, for there is lower freedom upper he upper freedom, lower freedom sabbatical and jubilee, as one. Israel ate 2 types of bread, one when they came out of Egypt, and one in the desert, one on Passah and one on Shavuot, as is written, look, I am about to rain down bread for you from heaven. Therefore, the offering on this day is bread, and all other offerings were brought with the bread, since bread is the essence, as is written, you shall offer with the bread 7 unblemished lambs. From your dwelling places you shall bring 2 loaves of elevation bread, for this is the bread by which Israel gained supernal wisdom of Torah, entering her ways. Now one should contemplate on Passah Israel left the bread called hametz, leavened stuff, as is written, no hametz, leavened stuff, shall be seen with you, and similarly whoever eats hametz, why in honor of that bread called matzah. Now that Israel had attained higher bread, shouldn't hametz have been abolished and not been seen at all further? This offering was hametz, as is written, semolina they shall be, leavened they shall be baked, and further. Now on this day the evil impulse was nullified, and Torah, called freedom, appeared. This may be compared to a king who had an only son who became ill. One day he craved food. The royal advisers said, let the king's son eat this healing food, and until he eats it, no other food or nourishment should be found in the house. So it was done. Once he had eaten that remedy, they said, from now on, he may eat whatever he desires and it cannot harm him. Similarly, when Israel went out of Egypt, they did not know the essence and mystery of faith. The Blessed Holy One said, let Israel taste a remedy, and until they eat this remedy, no other food should be visible to them. Once they had eaten matzah, which is a remedy for entering and knowing the mystery of faith, the Blessed Holy One said, from now on, hametz is suitable for them and they may eat it, because it cannot harm them, especially since on the day of Shavuot supernal bread is available, a cure for all. Therefore hametz is offered to be burnt on the altar, and 2 other loaves are offered as one, with hametz burnt between them in fire on the altar, so that it cannot dominate or harm Israel. Consequently, holy Israel cleaves to the Blessed Holy One on this day through the remedy of Torah. If the people of Israel preserved these 2 aspects of bread, they would never be subjected to judgment on the day of Rosh Hashanah, which is the day of judgment, and every day of judgment is intended only for those who have not taken that healing food, neglecting the remedy in favor of another food, namely hametz. For on this day of Rosh Hashanah, that hametz ascends and accuses the person and vilifies him. It stands this day accusing the world, and the Blessed Holy One sits in judgment over all, judging the world. Therefore when the Blessed Holy One gave Torah to Israel, he let them taste the supernal bread of that place, and from that bread they knew and perceived mysteries of Torah, so as to walk in the straight path. Those companions have already established the matter, regarding these mysteries that we have mentioned. Rabbi Shimon and his son, Rabbi Elazar, were traveling on the road along with Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yos. As they were going, they came upon an old man who was holding a little boy. Rabbi Shimon raised his eyes and saw him. He said to Rabbi Abba, surely, by this old man new words are about to be ours. When they reached him, Rabbi Shimon said, you have come with a load strapped to your back. Who are you? He replied, a Jew. He said, surely, new words are to be ours today. He said to him, where are you heading? He replied, my abode was among those hermits of the desert, for we have engaged in Torah and now I have come to civilization, to sit in the shade of the Blessed Holy One on the days of this month, the 7th. Rabbi Shimon was delighted, and said, let us sit, for surely the Blessed Holy One has sent him to us. He said to him, by your life, we shall hear a word from your mouth, of those ancient words that you planted there in the desert, concerning this 7th month. Why did you depart now from the desert to come to civilization? The old man replied, by this question I know that you possess wisdom and your words reach the firmament of wisdom. The old man opened, saying, and in the desert that you have seen, where Jehovah your God carried you as a man carries his son. This verse should read, and in the desert where Jehovah your God carried you. Why, that you have seen well, the Blessed Holy One led Israel into the desert, a harsh desert, as is written, fiery serpents and scorpions, a desert harsher than all other deserts of the world. Why? Because at the time when Israel came out of Egypt and attained the total of 600,000, Holy Kingdom was strengthened, rising over all, and then the wicked kingdom was overthrown and the moon illumined. And the Blessed Holy One brought them out to traverse the harsh desert, the place and domain of the serpent, wicked kingdom, his very own, in order to break his strength and power, to crush him and twist his head, so that he would not rule. If Israel had not sinned, the Blessed Holy One would have eliminated him from the world. Therefore he made them pass through his very own inheritance and allotted portion. Since they did sin many times, the serpent bit them, and then was fulfilled, he will bruise you on the head, and you will bruise him in the heel. Israel struck his head first, but they did not know to be wary of him. Then he finally struck them, and they all fell in the desert, and so was fulfilled, you will bruise him in the heel. For 40 years they were smitten by him, corresponding to 40 lashes of the court of the law. Therefore it is written that you have seen with their own eyes, they saw that master of the desert walking bound before them, and they took his inheritance and portion. How do we know from what is written? Then the chiefs of Edom were terrified, namely fiery serpents and scorpions. As for us, we have withdrawn from civilization to the harsh desert, where we study Torah in order to subdue that side. Furthermore, only there does Torah become settled, since there is no light except that which issues from darkness. For when this side is overpowered, the Blessed Holy One ascends in glory. There is no worship of the Blessed Holy One except from darkness, and there is no good except from evil. When a person enters on knowing an evil way and then abandons it, the Blessed Holy One is exalted in his glory. Therefore the perfection of all is good and evil together, ascending subsequently as good. There is no good except that which issues from evil, and by that good the glory of the Blessed Holy One is exalted. This is perfect worship. As for us, until now we have dwelled there throughout the year in order to subdue that side in the desert. Now that the time has come for worship of the side of holiness, we have returned to civilization, for that is the site of his worship. Further, now on Rosh Hashanah the time has come for that serpent to demand justice before the Blessed Holy One, and now he rules, so we have left that place and come to civilization. He opened, saying, blast the shofar on the new moon, on the covering for our festival day. Now is the time for supernal harsh judgment to be aroused, and when it is aroused the other side is empowered along with it. Once empowered, it rises and covers the moon, which shines no light and is filled from the side of judgment. Then the world is under judgment, those above and those below, and a herald proclaims through all the firmaments, prepare the throne of judgment for the Master of all, for he is about to judge. Here is a mystery, illuminated for us in the desert. Why is supernal judgment aroused on this day? Well, all mysteries and all precious holiness depend entirely on the 7th, and from that supernal 7th supernal world, called the world that is coming, shine all lamps, all holiness, and all blessings. When the time comes for blessings to be renewed and holiness to shine, It seeks to examine the mending of all worlds and all those mendings, maintaining all, ascend from those below, if they are fitting. If not, it remains unshining until the wicked are separated from the righteous. Then judgment is aroused, and from that judgment the other side is empowered, becoming the accuser, so that those wicked ones may be given to him, for of him is written every termination he searches out Job and he covers the moon. Why? Because the blessed Holy One does not desire to destroy his handiwork. That other side exists as a hard shell that cannot be broken, except by the advice given by the blessed Holy One to Israel, as is written, blast the shofar on the new moon, on the covering for our festival day, in order to break that covering, by which the moon is covered and cannot shine. When Israel below arouses the shofar, the sound issuing from it strikes the air, splitting firmaments until it rises to that mighty rock covering the moon. He perceives and discovers an arousal of compassion ascending, then poised above he is confounded. Then that sound persists and removes judgment. Once compassion has been aroused below, so too above another, supernal shofar is aroused, emitting a sound that is compassion, and sound meets sound, compassion meets compassion. By arousal below, there is similarly arousal above. Now, you might say, how can a sound below or an arousal below arouse similarly? The lower world is always poised to receive and is called precious stone, and the upper world gives to her only according to her state of being. If she displays a radiant face from below, so she is illumined from above, but if she displays sadness, judgment confronts her. Similarly it is written, serve Jehovah in joy. Person's joy draws another, supernal joy. Thus, just as this lower world is aroused, so she draws from above. Therefore Israel hastens to arouse a sound through the shofar mystery of compassion, comprised of fire, water, and air, becoming one. Ascending, it strikes this precious stone, which is imbued with the colors of that sound. Then, according to her appearance, so she draws from above. Once she is arrayed by this sound, compassion issues from above and settles upon her, and she is encompassed from below and above. Then the other side is confounded. He looks and sees the radiant face, and his power weakens and he cannot accuse. And this precious stone displays radiance in every direction, radiance below and radiance above. When does she display radiance above? You must say, on Yom Kippur. When Yom Kippur arrives and this precious stone is illumined by radiance above, drawn by radiance below, and that denouncer is confounded, then Israel prepares one goat below for that harsh desert over which he rules. That other side is the central point of the desolate world, for he rules over all desolation and ruin. And the central point of all habitation is the side of holiness. Thus Jerusalem stands in the center of the whole inhabited world. The kingdom of heaven, side of holiness, extends between 2 points, one her own and one of the world that is coming, a supernal, hidden point. Thus she is based on 2 points. Under her own point stands Jerusalem, center of the whole inhabited world. The point that she takes from Mother Supernal, hidden, is the earthly Garden of Eden, situated in the center of the whole world, from all directions of desolation and habitation, from all directions of the world. Thus, in the middle of the Garden of Eden lies one point hidden, concealed, unknown. One column is inserted within that point, from below to above, and from there gushes water, diverging in 4 directions of the world. So there exist 3 points in the world, standing one upon the other, like the 3 points of Torah. The goat that Israel sends to the desert is in order to give a portion to that other side, with which to be occupied. Now, you might say, why 2 goats here, one for Jehovah and one for that other side? Granted, that goat of the other side, but why for Jehovah? Well, this may be compared to a king who sat in judgment over his son. He summoned the bailiff, who regularly administers punishment, so that he would prepare to punish his son. That bailiff was glad, and entered the king's palace to eat there. When his son saw, he said to himself, "Surely, this bailiff has come into my father's palace only because the king is angry with me." What did he do? He went and reconciled with him. Once he had done so, the king ordered a magnificent feast to be prepared for him and his son, and he ordered that the bailiff should not know of it. Afterward, the bailiff entered. The king said to himself, "Now if this one knows about the meal that I have prepared for myself and my son, the table will be disrupted." What did he do? He summoned the butler and told him, "Prepare something and place it in front of me and in front of that bailiff, so that he thinks he is dining from my food in my presence, and he won't know about that precious joyous feast for me and my son. He will take that portion and leave, and withdraw from the joy of our feast." If the king had not done so, that bailiff would not have departed from the king's palace. Therefore the blessed Holy One said, "Prepare 2 goats, one for me and one for that denouncer, so that he will think that he is eating from my meal and be unaware of our other joyous feast, and he will take that portion and go on his way and depart from my house." When supernal Mother, the world that is coming, comes to dwell in the palace of the lower world, she finds a radiant face and no denouncer or opponents in her presence. Then she emanates all blessings and illumines all, and total joy prevails, and Israel partakes of those blessings. For when the world that is coming enters the palace of the lower world and finds that lower world rejoicing with its children in that magnificent feast, she blesses the table, and all worlds are blessed, and every joy and every radiant face appear there, as is written, "Before Jehovah you will become pure." It is written, "Aaron shall place lots upon the 2 goats, one lot for Jehovah and one lot for Azazel." This is the joy of that denouncer, for the blessed Holy One casts lots with him and invites him, but he does not know that blazing fire is cast upon his head and upon his people, as is said, "For you are heaping burning coals on his head." Your mnemonic is, moreover, Queen Esther, "Let no one but me come with the king to the banquet that she prepared." Esther, and it is written, Haman went out that day, happy and merry-hearted, with that portion that he obtained, and he went his way. Afterward, when the supernal king comes to the palace of Matronita, she pleads before the king for herself and for her children. And even when the people of Israel are in exile and they offer prayers every day, she ascends on this day before the supernal king and pleads for her children. Then all those acts of vengeance that the blessed Holy One intends to inflict upon Adam are decreed, as well as how this denouncer will be eliminated from the world, as is said, "He will swallow up death forever." Your mnemonic is, "In the time of exile, for we have been sold, I and my people, to be destroyed, for the enemy cannot compensate for the damage to the king." Esther, what is the damage to the king? As is said, "They will wipe out our name from the earth." And what will you do for your great name, Joshua? For the supernal name will no longer endure. This is the damage to the king. And then, Haman cringed in terror before the king and the Queen Esther. When a radiant face and complete joy appear, and the people of Israel emerges free on that day, then from that day on, joy is openly revealed. For even that other side delights in their joy and is transformed into being joyous together with them, because once he sees that he cannot prevail against them, dominating them, he wants to rejoice with them from now on. Just as they gave him a portion so that he would separate from them, so too they give to the other nations, in order that they separate from them below. From that mystery of sacrificing Sire, a goat, and not something else. And why the goat of the new moon, and here a goat now? If you say because that is his aspect, fine. But why not as an adult goat? However, this particular one is essential, and is common among sorcerers, who perform only with what has not mated with a female. Therefore, Sire, which has not mated with a female, matches his aspects entirely, whereas Es is a male that has mated with a female. Since he is a king, on account of his honor he is given this one, which has not mated with a female nor given its potency to another. This is well known to those sorcerers who perform these acts. Therefore all those sins of theirs are cast upon that sire. Although it is a portion for that side, there is a secret here: all these other sides below are all more impure, and the further that lower rungs descend, the greater their impurity. Consequently, as is more their portion, since its hanging hair exceeds that of any other animal, just as their judgment hangs down in impurity. But as for this wicked kingdom, king of all on that side, its impurity is more refined, not as completely defiled as these lower ones. Therefore, sire, whose hair does not hang and is not smooth, on account of its impurity not hanging, because its impurity is not as intense as these lower ones. Thus surely, sire, and nothing else. Kippur, purging. Why is it called Kippur? Well, because it cleanses all impurity and removes it from before him on that day. Therefore, Yom Kippur, day of cleansing, and so we call it. It is written, for on this day he will effect purging for you, to purify you. The verse should read, for this day will effect purging for you. Why on this day? Well, since the sanctuary above is purified and cleansed, it is written, for on this day he will effect purging for you. He will purge and cleanse first this day, so that it may be purified, and afterward for you. Further, he will effect purging on this day and cleanse it first. And all this, for you, for your sake it must be cleansed and purified first. He will effect purging. Who will effect purging? Well, this is the upper world, who illumines and cleanses all. Therefore, all those evil aspects, called depths of the sea, will be eliminated. Just as they are depths of the sea, so the hair of their whole side hangs down, and the hair of that side is not smooth. Similarly, he shall purge the shrine of the impurities of the children of Israel and of their transgressions, whatever their sins he shall purge the shrine, the sanctuary above, for once this is cleansed, all is cleansed. Of the impurities of the children of Israel and of their transgressions, fine. What is whatever their sins? The verse should read, and all their sins. However, to benefit them from now on, whatever their sins, since the accuser has no power over them. Therefore, on Yom Kippur, which is the wiping away of all sins and their cleansing, Israel must cleanse themselves and walk cold-footed, like supernal angels. 5 afflictions, in order to be assisted by 5 supernal aspects emanated by Yom Kippur, its gates. And if drinking is reckoned, deriving from the side of Isaac, that makes 6. Although it is included in eating, still there are 6. The last affliction is sexual relations, located on the 6th rung, corresponding to which we accept this affliction. It is written Uve Azar, and on the 10th of this 7th month yet be Azar, on the 10th of this 7th month be Azar, on the decuple the verse should read Ba Asrai, on the 10th Y be Azar, on the decuple. Well, because now, on this day, all supernal rungs come these upon those to settle upon the moon and illumine her, all in mystery of 10, amounting to 100. When she attains the mystery of 100, then all is one, and she is called Yeh. Therefore, Azar, decuple as is said Shema, keep, and Zakhor, remember, all coming to multiply tenfold and illumine in mystery of 10. The old man turned his head toward Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon said to him, I knew that you would pose a question about this Be'azar, on the 10th of this 7th month surely, Be'azar, on the decuple. That is fine, and so it is. But why amounting to 100 from the verse? It seems to amount only to 70, as implied by what is written Be'azar, on the decuple, of this 7th month. When you multiply the 7th by 10, it surely amounts to 70. He replied, that is why I turned my head toward you, for I know that you are wise. There are 2 mysteries here. One is that the moon is called the 7th month, and therefore the 7th month is called Azar, 10, for she is illumined 10 times, totaling 100. Further, this word that you spoke surely amounting to 70 on this day on the rung of 70 and on the rung of 100. On the rung of 100, to be consummated and to shine on the rung of 70, for on this day she takes the entire people of Israel to be judged, and they all exist in soul more than in body, for on this day that affliction is of the soul, not of the body, as is said, you shall afflict your souls. For every soul that is not afflicted, this day takes all those souls, and they are under its authority. If it did not abide in mystery of 70, it would have no authority over souls, since souls exist in mystery of 70, as is said, the days of our lives are 70 years. Now, you might say, as for the souls of children, who have not completed 70 years, she has no sway over them. Yes, she does, but not as completely as over one who for many days has been privileged to observe the commandments of Torah. Thus she traverses all those 70 years. Concerning this we have learned it is all one and the same whether a person does much or little. What is one, referring to the unification of 70 years, whether a person does much or little. Therefore on Yom Kippur she traverses all of them, and this rung is completed by all of them, and all souls ascend before her and she judges them, and the Blessed Holy One has compassion for Israel on this day. But whoever does not remove mud from his spirit, purging it on this day, when his prayer ascends on this day it sinks into the place called mire and mud, which is the depths of the sea, and it does not ascend to crown the head of the king. On this day one should not openly recount his sins before another, for there are many who snatch that word and ascend, and there are witnesses to that word. Now, if it is written, from her who lies in your bosom guard the doors of your mouth, Micah, then all the more so those who roam and scrutinize to accuse and testify against him. And all the more so, since it is impudence before all and desecration of the name of the Blessed Holy One. Of this is written, do not let your mouth incriminate your flesh from here on, a secret among us. He opened, saying, this month is for you head of months, it is the first for you of the months of the year. Now, don't months and seasons belong to the Blessed Holy One? Well, it is not written your months, but rather this month is for you, it is mine, but I have given it to you, it is yours, openly revealed. However, the seventh is mine, so it is Be'achas, in the covering, not revealed. Your month follows the sequence of letters of Eve, ears of corn. Yod, Vet is mystery of Gimel, so it is Aleph, Vet, Gimel, according to the sequence of letters. However, the seventh month is mine, beginning from the end of letters. Why you are from below to above, while I am from above to below. This one is mine. At the head of the month I am concealed, on the 10th of the month I am he, for I abide in the first 5 and in 5 others and in the third 5. At the beginning of the month I am he, on account of 5 days. On the 10th of the month I am he, on account of 5 other days. On the 15th of the month I am he. Why all this? Because this whole month derives from the upper world, and the upper world abides in mystery of 5 at all times. Consequently this month is Be'achas, in the covering, and not revealed, for the upper world is Be'achas, in the covering, all its elements concealed. This month is the Blessed Holy One's alone. Once the 15th day arrives, then all arrives with renewal of the moon, and the moon is completed and illumined by supernal Mother, poised to illuminate those below by the light above. Therefore it is called first, as is said, you shall take for yourselves on the first day. Until now all those days abide in upper mystery, from here they descend to lower mystery. If these first days derive from the supernal day, mystery of the upper world, then who judges the world? For judgment appears in this world only from lower judgment, mystery of he is called God of all the earth. For if you say, judgment of the world is rendered above, then it would not be called world of freedom, world of radiance, world of all joy. And if you say, from the judgment of Isaac, if it did arouse judgment against this world, then the whole world could not bear it. No one can bear that fierce supernal fire except the fire below, for there is fire that endures fire. Rather, just as this world is the lowest of all worlds, so all its judgments derive from the lower world of God is judged. This is called supernal judgment over this world, and because it is the seventh rung, it only issues a decree against a person who is 20 years or older. The old man looked at Rabbi Shimon and saw that his eyes were shedding tears. Rabbi Shimon said, "If it is the seventh, then why 20 years and older?" He replied, "Happy is one who speaks to ears that listen." A court below on earth does not decree judgment against a person until the age of 13. Why? Because 7 years are left for the seventh. He is called God of all the earth. No human has control over those 7, and those 7 only settle upon 13 below on earth, which are its throne. Therefore all decrees and all judgments below derive from those 7 years, totaling 20 years. Judgment of the world on Rosh Hashanah is rendered by this rung, which actually stands in judgment over its children in the world in order to be purified for the upper world, for its only assistance in ascending and being purified is from those below. When the people of Israel abide in 15 days, he takes his children, spreading his wings over them to rejoice with them. Of this is written, "You shall take for yourselves on the first day fruit, the tree called fruit tree, in which fruit appears. A majestic tree, as is said, Hod, splendor, and majesty before him." Why is it called majestic, and who is majestic? Righteous One. Why is he called majestic, when it is a concealed place, which is not to be revealed and must always be covered, whereas majestic applies only to one who is revealed and seen well? Although it is a concealed rung, it is the majesty of the whole body, and there is no majesty to the body except for this. Why? One who lacks this rung lacks the majesty to associate with people. He lacks a masculine voice, and the majesty of voice has been seized from him. He lacks a beard and the majesty of a beard. So although that rung is covered, all majesty of the body depends upon it is covered and revealed. Thus, it is a majestic tree, a tree upon which all majesty of the body depends. This is a tree yielding fruit. Fronds of palms. Here, wife is intertwined with her husband inseparably. Kapot, fronds of palms, as one. And branches of leafy trees 3. And its leaves 2, one on this side and one on that side, and another ruling over them. And willows of the brook 2, which have neither scent nor taste, like human thighs. Thus the Luluf conveys them all, like the spinal cord, column of the body. As for its protruding by a hand breadth, so it should be, in order to complete and generate all, performing fittingly. Therefore with these species should a person appear before the Blessed Holy One. The various leaves of these palms are all the other powers attached to the appellations by which the Blessed Holy One is known. For we must appear below corresponding to the pattern above, since there is nothing in the world that lacks a paradigm above. As above, so below, and Israel must unite with mystery of faith before the Blessed Holy One. It is written in booths, "You shall dwell 7 days." Mystery of faith. This verse was uttered by the upper world. We have learned it as follows: when the world was created, this verse was spoken. When supernal wisdom began to issue from a place unknown and unseen, one measure emerged and struck, and that supernal wisdom sparkled and expanded in all directions in mystery of supernal dwelling. That supernal dwelling generated 6 aspects, and then that sparkling of the measure illumined all and said, "Be a Sukkot, in booths, you shall dwell 7 days. Who is Sukkot, lacking Vov? This is lower dwelling, which is like a lantern, displaying all lights. Then it said, in Sukkot you shall dwell, O 7 days. Who are 7 days from the upper world to below, all of whom endure vitally to illumine this Sukkot. And who is she? Sukkat, booth of, David Sukkat, booth of, peace. The holy seed should sit beneath the shade of this mystery of faith, and whoever sits in this shade sits among those supernal days. Therefore all of them are B'ei Sukkot, while one is complete, demonstrating that whoever sits in this shade sits among those supernal days above, who cover and protect him whenever necessary. Further, all of them are read as Sukkot, complete, and when it is lacking, it is spelled Sukkat lower world, who on these 7 holy days feeds the various appointed princes of other nations while she is taking joy in her husband, so they do not contest the joy. In order for them to linger with that food, their offerings are more numerous than on other days, so that they will occupy themselves with them and not interfere afterward in Israel's joy. What is Israel's joy? The day of convocation. While those appointed princes are rejoicing and eating that food prepared for them by the people of Israel, they prepare a throne for the blessed Holy One from below, to elevate her by those species, by joy, by Hallel, and by circling the altar. Then she ascends, receiving blessings, taking delight in her husband. The other living creatures appointed princes of other nations devour, crush, and trample, and are nourished. She holds souls in delight above, as has been said. As she descends, grasping all blessings, holiness, and delight, and all these 7 days the people of Israel have been drawing her by those actions they perform and have been drawing close to her, then she descends to draw near her children and to delight them for 1 day. That day is 8, for all the other 7 are with her, so it is the 8th, 8 days as one. Therefore it is called Atzeret, convocation, gathered. They are all gathered on this day, and it is called Shmini, 8th, and 8th emerges only out of 7. It is written, may the name of Jehovah be Mevarak, blessed Job. What is Mevarak everyone knows, but one of our companions in the desert knows one mystery, shown to him in a dream, and Rabbi Yitzchak of Crete is his name. What is Mevarak? Blessed beginning, hard its end, soft. Mem, bet is hard, judgment surely afterward rak, soft. Similarly, the day of Rosh Hashanah is Mem, bet, for by Mem, bet by mystery of Mem bet, 42 letters the world was created, and thus created by judgment afterward, rak, soft. Concerning this we have learned all beginnings are hard, and their endings are soft. On the day of Rosh Hashanah, hard; on the day of Atzeret, convocation, soft and joy. What is the difference between upper judgment and this judgment? With upper judgment, beginning and end are hard, and no one can withstand it. The longer it proceeds, the stronger it becomes, and wherever it begins, it does not depart until consuming and destroying everything and nothing is left. But with the other judgment below, beginning is hard, and the longer it proceeds, the weaker it becomes until the face shines like a female whose strength weakens. When was upper judgment aroused to prevail over the world? On the day of the flood. Therefore nothing remained in the world except for that ark, corresponding to the pattern above, which endured that harshness. And if the blessed Holy One had not manifested compassion over the world, the whole world would have been destroyed, as is written, Jehovah sat enthroned at the flood. Therefore upper judgment does not settle upon the world, and the world could not bear it for even 1 moment. Meanwhile, Rabbi Shimon was weeping and rejoicing. They raised their eyes and saw 5 of those hermits who had followed him, seeking him. They rose. Rabbi Shimon said, "From here on, what is your name?" He replied, "Nahori Sava, since there is another Nahori among us." Rabbi Shimon and those companions accompanied him for 3 miles. Rabbi Shimon said to those others, "Why did you journey on this way?" They replied, "To seek this old man, whose waters we imbibe in the desert." Rabbi Shimon came and kissed him, and said to him, "You are Nahori, and Nahora, light, dwells with you." Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, "He reveals the deep and the hidden, he knows what is in darkness, and light dwells with him, he reveals the deep and the hidden, the blessed Holy One reveals the deep and the hidden, for all supernal, concealed depths are revealed by him." Why does he reveal them? Because he knows what is in darkness. Were it not for darkness, light would remain unknown, but he knows what is in darkness. Therefore he reveals the deep and the hidden, for if there were no darkness, the depths and the hidden would not be revealed. And light dwells with him. What is this light? The light that is revealed from within darkness. As for us, from within the darkness of the desert, this light has been revealed to us. May the compassionate one let light dwell with you in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Shimon and these companions accompanied him for 3 miles. He said to him, "Why didn't they come with you at first?" He replied, "I didn't want to bother anyone to join me. Now that they have come, we will travel as one." They went on, and Rabbi Shimon went his way. Rabbi Abba said, "Look, we know his name, whereas he doesn't know the name of my master." He replied, "From him I learned not to reveal." Parashat Ki Tisa. When you count. Yehovah spoke to Moses, saying, "When you count the heads of the Israelites according to their, they have established that no blessing from above settles upon anything that has been counted." Now, you might say, how were the Israelites counted? Well, a ransom was taken from them, as they have established, and there was no census until that whole ransom was collected and counted up. First, Israel was blessed, and then the ransom was counted, and then Israel was blessed again. Thus the Israelites were blessed at the beginning and at the end, and no plague arose among them. Why does a plague arise by counting? Well, because blessing does not dwell in counting. As soon as blessing departs, the other side settles there and can harm. Therefore a ransom and redemption are taken, to apply the counting to them, as has been established and said. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Hiya were traveling on the road. As they were going along, night dusked, they sat down. While they were sitting, the day lightened. They said, "Let us rise and go on." They rose and went on. Morning began to glow. Rabbi Hiya said, "Look at the face of the east, how it shines now. All those children of the east, of the mountains of light, are bowing to this light and worshipping it before the sun comes out. For once the sun comes out, how many there are who worship the sun, but these are those who worship this light, calling this light which shines in the zone of the sun before it emerges God of the shining pearl, and their oath is by God of the shining pearl." Now, you might say, this worship is in vain, but since ancient, primeval days they have thereby known wisdom. When the sun lightens, before emerging, the prince appointed over the sun emerges, with holy letters of the supernal holy name inscribed above the head of the sun. By the power of those letters, he opens all the windows of heaven, striking them and passing. That prince enters the radiance shining around the sun, and there he remains until the sun comes forth, spreading through the world. That prince is in charge of gold and all rubies, and they worship that image there. With points and signs inherited from the ancients, from primeval days, they come to know the points of the sun, enabling them to find the location of gold and gems. Rabbi Yos said, "How long will all these rites persist in the world? Surely falsehood has no pillars on which to stand." The other one opened, saying, "The lip of truth will be established forever, but the tongue of falsehood lasts only a moment. If all inhabitants of the world worshipped falsehood, it would be so. But the light and shining radiance are surely true. Stars aloft in the sky are true. If out of their stupidity and deficiency, they call them God, the blessed Holy One does not wish to destroy his own creation. Even in the time to come, the stars and luminaries of the world will not be destroyed. But who will be destroyed? Those who worship them." This verse means the following: the lip of truth will be established forever. Israel, who are the lip of truth? Yehovah our God. Yehovah is one, all is truth, mystery of truth, and they conclude Yehovah your God is truth. This is the lip of truth will be established forever. Ve'ad Arjaya, only a moment. The verse should read Ve'ad Raga. However, how long will they endure in the world until the time comes when I have rest from my harsh servitude? When I can relax, the tongue of falsehood will be destroyed, the tongue of those who call God anyone who is not God. But of Israel, who are the lip of truth, is written, the people whom I formed for myself, that they may declare my praise. I remember one time when I was walking with Rabbi Elazar. He encountered a certain Hegmona, who said to him, "Are you familiar with the Torah of the Jews?" He replied, "I am." He said to him, "Don't you say that your faith is true and your Torah true, and that our faith is a lie, and our Torah a lie? Yet it is written, the lip of truth will be established forever, but the tongue of falsehood lasts only a moment. We have reigned since ancient days, and dominion has never departed from us. Generation after generation will be established forever. Surely as for you, for a little while you had a kingdom, and right away it was removed," thereby fulfilling the verse. But the tongue of falsehood lasts only a moment. He said, "I see that you are wise in Torah. May that man's breath expire if the verse read, the lip of truth you have established forever. It would be as you said, but it is written will be established. The lip of truth is destined to be established, which now it is not. For now the lip of falsehood stands, and the lip of truth lies in the dust. But in the time when truth stands erect and sprouts from the midst of the earth, then the lip of truth will be established forever." The Hegman said, "You are right. Happy are the people who possess the Torah of truth." Some time later I heard that he converted. They went on and reached a field and offered their prayers. Having prayed, they said, "From here on, let us join with Shekinah, engaging in Torah as we go." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "Behold, shamed and humiliated shall be all who rage against you. One day the blessed Holy One will enact for Israel all those good things that he uttered through the true prophets. On account of these, Israel endured much evil in their exile, and were it not for all those good things that they await, which they see written in Torah, they could not stand or bear exile. But they go to houses of study, open books, and see all those good things that they await written in Torah and promised by the blessed Holy One, and they are comforted in their exile. Other nations revile and curse them, saying, 'Where is your God? Where are those good things that you say are destined for you? Should all nations of the world be ashamed before you, as is written, hear the word of Jehovah, you who tremble at his word. Your brothers who hate you, who ban you because of my name, have said, let Jehovah be glorified, so that we may see your joy. But they will be put to shame. Who are those who tremble at his word? Those who have suffered much evil, hearing many bad reports, one after another, and trembling over them, as is said, for we have heard a cry of trembling, terror and no peace. They tremble constantly at his word, when judgment is executed. Your brothers who hate you have said, your brothers, the children of Esau, who ban you, as is said, go away impure. They shouted at them, for no nation despises Israel and spits in their faces like the children of Edom, who say, all of them are impure. Kaanida, like a menstruating woman. This is Menadikhem, who ban you. For my name's sake, let Jehovah be glorified. We are children of the living God. Through us his name is glorified. We rule over the world because of the one called Gadol, great Esau, being Zohar Gadol, his elder son. By this name the blessed Holy One is called Great Gadol. Great is Jehovah and highly praised. We are the children of the Great One, and he is great. Surely, for my name's sake, let Jehovah be glorified. But you are the smallest of Allahs, is written, Jacob, being a Harkatan, her small son. Where is your God? Where are those good things, making all nations ashamed on account of your joy? Oh, that we may see your joy, of which you speak. But they will be put to shame. The Holy Spirit said, but they will be put to shame like shifting a curse onto another, for you say that they will then be shamed and humiliated. Therefore the Holy Spirit uttered the words in this way. Thus, they shall be shamed and humiliated all who rage against you. What is Haneherim, who rage against you? Neiayan, their nostrils, are agitated by rage against you during this exile. At that time, they shall be shamed and humiliated by all the good things they see in Israel. Rabbi Yehuda said, Certainly so, but we see, as the mighty of the world have seen, that exile persists and still the Son of David has not come. Rabbi Yehuda said, All this is so. But what enables Israel to endure this exile? All those promises given them by the blessed Holy One. As has been said, they enter synagogues and houses of study and see all those consolations and all that the blessed Holy One has sworn to them, and they are comforted and rejoice in their hearts to endure whatever comes upon them. Were it not for this, they could not endure. Rabbi Yehuda said, Certainly so, and all depends on Teshuvah. Yet if you say, we can arouse Teshuvah now, all as one they cannot. Why not? Because it is written, it shall be, when all these things come upon you and you return to Jehovah your God and heed his voice, then, if your dispersed be at the ends of heaven, from there Jehovah your God will gather you, and from there he will take you, and you take them to heart among all the nations to which Jehovah your God has driven you away, until all these words are fulfilled. They cannot be aroused to Teshuvah. Rabbi Yehuda said, How you have blocked all the ways and paths for all those in exile, leaving them with no courage to speak. If so, they will become as they were in every single generation, unable to bear exile or await the reward, and abandoning the law of Torah. He opened, saying, Like a pregnant woman about to give birth, writhing, screaming in her pangs, so are we because of you, O Jehovah. Why like a pregnant woman? Normally, a pregnant woman undergoes 9 full months, yet there are many in the world who undergo only 1 or 2 days of the 9th. All pangs and pains of pregnancy occur in the 9th, and although they undergo only 1 day, it is considered as if they underwent the entire 9th. Similarly with Israel, once they have experienced the actual taste of exile, if they engage in Teshuvah, it is considered as if they underwent all those things written in Torah, especially given that so much has befallen them since the day that exile began. But what is written when you are in distress and all these things find you at the end of days? How much love is expressed by the blessed Holy One to Israel in this word. This may be compared to a king who had an only son whom he loved with his whole soul. In his love he gave him to his mother, the matronita, to raise him and teach him proper ways. One time he sinned against his father. His father came and punished him with lashes, and afterward forgave his sin. He relapsed and sinned against his father, and his father expelled him from the palace in anger. The son departed. But instead of following the path of truth and being virtuous, fittingly, so that his father, the king, would hear and long for him, what did he do? He said to himself, Since I have left my father's palace, from now on I will do whatever I want. What did he do? He went and associated with whores, besmirching himself filthily with them, and he was always to be found in their company. His mother, the matronita, inquired after her son every day, and she knew that he was associating with whores and only with them. She started to cry and grieve for her son. One day the king entered her chamber and saw her crying. He asked her why. She replied, Shouldn't I cry? Our son is outside the royal palace, and not only does he no longer live in the palace, he is with whores. What will everyone in the world say? The king's son is living in a brothel. She started to cry and plead to the king. The king said, For your sake I will bring him back and you will be responsible for him. She replied, I surely will. The king said, Since it is so, he must not be returned in the daytime, openly, for it would be embarrassing for us to go find him in a brothel. Had it not been like this that he soiled himself so and defiled my honor, I and all my soldiers would have gone for him with great glory, with many spiral trumpets before him, with many weapons on his right and on his left, until all inhabitants of the world would tremble and all would know that he is the king's son. Now, since he soiled himself and defiled my honor, he must return secretly, so that he will not be recognized. He returned to the king, and he gave him over to his mother. After some time, he sinned as before. What did the king do? He expelled him along with his mother from the palace, saying, "Both of you, go and both of you, suffer blows there, since both of you will suffer together. I know that my son will repent properly." Similarly, the people of Israel are sons of the Holy King, and he brought them out of Egypt. Now, you might say, at that time they had not sinned. However, the decree enacted by the Blessed Holy One between the halves had to be fulfilled. And the Blessed Holy One considered two things. 1. Because of what Abraham said, "How shall I know that I will inherit it?" This is the reason and cause. However, until they went out of Egypt they were not a nation and did not seem worthy. He opened, saying, "Like a rose among thorns, so is my beloved among the maidens." The Blessed Holy One wished to fashion Israel according to the supernal pattern, to be one rose on earth corresponding to what is above. A rose emitting fragrance, choicest of all roses in the world, is solely one rising among thorns. This one wafts fittingly. Therefore he sewed 70 couples, who were 70 souls, and inserted them among thorns. As soon as those couples were there, the thorns sprouted branches and leaves, ruling over the world, and then the rose bloomed among them. Once the Blessed Holy One sought to pluck the rose, picking it from among them, the thorns withered and were thrown away, destroyed, and considered worthless. When he went to pick this rose, to bring out his firstborn son, the king proceeded among many hosts, princes, and chieftains with banners flying. He delivered his firstborn son with many mighty deeds, and brought him to his palace, where he dwelled for long. When he sinned, as before, and rebelled against his father, he expelled him from his house. What did Israel do? Seeing that they had been scattered to Babylon, they mingled among the nations, married foreign women, and engendered children with them. Even so, Holy Mother was their guardian. Because they had acted so, the Blessed Holy One said, "Since it is a disgrace, let my son come by himself, because he has defiled my honor. It is unseemly for me to go there and bring him out," performing miracles and mighty deeds as before. So they returned without the assistance befitting them, without wonders and miracles, rather, all dispersed, all weary in poverty, returning to the king's palace in shame, with Holy Mother responsible for them. They sinned as before. What did the Blessed Holy One do? He expelled this son from his palace and his mother with him, saying, "From here on, mother and son, you will suffer much evil together, as is written, for your crimes, your mother was sent away. Of this is written, when you are in distress and all these things find you, B'aharit Hayamim, with the end of days." What is with the end of days? Well, this is Holy Mother, who is the end of days, and with her they suffered all that they suffered in exile. And if they engage in Teshuvah, even one evil or one affliction will be considered equivalent to their having suffered everything, and as if the evil extremity had been terminated with all its generations, as the Holy Lamb said, "For it is written irreversibly to its buyer throughout his generations." All this depends on Teshuvah. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Certainly so, and therefore exile persists. But whatever the Blessed Holy One has foreseen for Israel, he will enact for them through this end of days miracles and vengeance, as is written in the end of days. The mount of Jehovah's house will be established at the head of the mountains. Who is the head of the mountains? Abraham the elder, high priest, head of all. Since he is head, the cup of blessing will be established at the head of the mountains, Abraham the elder, preceding the other mountains. The cup of blessing must be set on the right, and elevated above the hills. It must be raised by the measure called a span, raised from the table to bless the Blessed Holy One. This is and elevated. What is above the hills? Well, between her and virgins behind her, her companions, is the measure of a span. The cup of blessing is surely elevated above the hills. Therefore the good that will befall this firstborn son is by the end of days. He said to him, You have explained this verse well, for surely this is the right, Abraham the elder, who is indeed the head of the mountains, and elevated above the hills by the measure of the hills, namely her companions. Well spoken, but what is, and all the nations will stream to it. He replied, even women and children, for the waiter serving at the table, although he has not eaten, he must listen and respond, Amen, for a person should not say, I haven't eaten, and since I'm not included in the invitation to say grace, I won't listen or respond, Amen. Everyone is obligated. Alternatively, and all the nations will stream to it, although women and children are exempt from the commandments, everyone is obligated to the cup of blessing, as long as they know whom they bless. This is, and all the nations will stream to it. Rabbi Yos came and kissed him. He said, how beautiful is this word, how sweet to the palate. Now we should examine precisely if this is really the end of days. What is the mount of Jehovah's house? It should have been written as follows: the end of days will be established at the head of the mountains. Why in the end of days, the mount of Jehovah's house? He replied, the end of days is the entire tree from top to end, which is the tree of good and evil. The verse comes to refine the end of days and extracts the mount of Jehovah's house, good without evil. The mount of Jehovah's house, surely with no portion there for the other side, since the mount of Jehovah's house has been selected from the tree, the end of the days. This is the cup of blessing, which is established at the head of the mountains. Rabbi Yos, happy is this way, that I was privileged to hear this. He asked him, from whom did you hear it? He replied, one day I was traveling on the road and I saw Rav Hamnun Asava, who was expounding this verse for Rabbi Aha. As soon as I heard, I rejoiced over it, and I kept it bound in the fold of my garment so that it would never leave me. He said, surely, this holy word shone from the radiance of the holy lamp. Happy is the generation inhabited by pillars and pedestals of the world. If you bound this word with one knot so that it would not leave you, I will bind it with 30 or 40 knots in my pouch so that it never leaves me. Concerning the matter that the blessed Holy One indicated to Moses, for even though the people of Israel sin before him in every single generation, he does not want anyone to defame them. How do we know from Hosea, as is written, when Jehovah first spoke through Hosea they have established the matter. Consequently, the number of the children of Israel will be like the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured or counted. Thus he blessed them with many blessings to bring them back in Teshuvah, to restore them to their Father in heaven, and he did not depart from there until the blessed Holy One forgave all their sins and they were purified before him. Of Elijah, what is written, he came and sat under Rotam, a broom bush. Kings, he said, Master of the universe, you sent a woman to Israel whose name was Deborah, as is written, she used to sit under Toma, the palm of Deborah. Judges, this is Rotam, a broom bush, and she restored them to the good path, as is written, until you arose, O Deborah. Yet I have come among them and proclaimed before them with no success. While he was sitting, the blessed Holy One revealed himself to him and said, what are you doing here, Elijah? Kings, at first, you were accusing zealously on behalf of the covenant, and when I saw that you were zealous for me regarding that covenant, I took it with the consent of Moses and gave it to you. So Moses said, I hereby grant him my covenant of peace. Now that it is yours, it is not proper for you to accuse on its behalf. You should leave your zeal to me as before. When it was mine, I left it in another's hand and did not accuse on its behalf. Now, what you are doing, Po, hear what is Po. The enduring covenant is Po, the mouth of Jehovah. Since you did not want to leave your mouth to me, let it be reborn in the place of that mouth. We have learned at that moment the present given to him by Moses was taken from him. For we have learned, why is it written, with the strength from that eating he walked as far as the mountain of God at Horeb. Kings, to seek it from there. Now, did he really seek it from there? Rather, to seek it as before from the one who had inherited this covenant on the mountain of God. Phinehas is Elijah, surely on a single rung. Moses said to him, You cannot receive it from me. Rather, go to the babies of Israel, and from them you will attain it, they will give it you, and so he did. How much goodness the blessed Holy One has bestowed upon Israel in every single generation. What is written, I sent before you Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Micah. Now, there were so many prophets after Moses. The verse should read, I sent before you Moses, Aaron, Eleazar, and Phinehas, Joshua, Elijah, and Elisha, and many other righteous and pious ones. Why these three? Well, the blessed Holy One said, My people, my children, why do you not remember all the goodness that I bestowed upon you in sending you Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, a king of flesh and blood who has a province and sends to it august governors to lead the people, oversee them, and inspect their laws, who is obligated to provide their food and necessities? Do not the people of the province, even against their will, have to look after them and honor them? I sent Moses, and he brought you manna to eat, and he led you, your children, and your animals, and exerted himself in administering your laws and in everything you needed. I sent Aaron, and he brought palaces to shelter you, clouds of glory to cover you like kings, washing you in glorious dew, so that your clothes and shoes did not decay, but were renewed daily. I sent Miriam, and she brought a well to provide you with water, and you and your animals drank. They gave to you, and of their own you ate and drank, sitting under their canopy of glory, but of your own, you gave them nothing. Moreover, they exerted themselves for you and took your burdens on their necks, yet you reviled and cursed them. Rabbi Yos said, There has never been a father as compassionate to his children as the blessed Holy One. This is indicated by a verse. Not a single word has failed of all his good words. Kings, his compassion. If it said not a single word has failed of all his words, and nothing more, it would be better for the world to have never been created. But since it says of all his good words, it leaves the bad behind, for he does not want to enact a bad word. And even though he threatens and raises the lash, Mother comes and grasps his right arm, so the lash remains suspended, does not descend, and is not implemented, because both of them share one plan, he by threatening, and she by holding back his right arm. Now, you might ask, how do we know this? From a word that is revealed, as is written, Go, get down, for your people has acted corruptly. He began to raise the lash, and Moses, not knowing the way of the mother, was silent. As soon as the blessed Holy One saw this, he prodded him and struck him by saying, Now, leave me be. Immediately, Moses perceived, and he seized his arm, as is written, Remember Abraham, his right arm. Therefore the lash did not descend. Now, you might ask, where was Mother, who usually holds back the lash of the king? Why did she leave the matter to Moses? I ask this myself, for we will not know the clarity of the matter until we are in the presence of the Holy Lamb. When they came before Rabbi Shimon, he saw a sign in their faces. He said, Enter, holy children, enter, beloved of the King, enter, my beloved ones, enter, beloved of one another. For Rabbi Abba has said, All those companions who do not love one another depart from the world before their time. All the companions in the days of Rabbi Shimon loved one another in soul and spirit. Therefore the generation of Rabbi Shimon was unconcealed. For Rabbi Shimon used to say, All companions who do not love one another divert themselves from the straight path. Moreover, they produce a defect in her, for Torah entails love, brotherhood, and truth. Abraham loves Isaac, Abraham they embrace one another. Both are linked with Jacob in love and brotherhood, offering him their spirit, each of them. Companions must follow that paradigm and not produce a defect. Once he saw a sign in their faces and said that, they said to him, Surely a spirit of prophecy settles upon the Holy Lamb, and so we must know. Rabbi Shimon wept, and said one of those words whispered to him from the head of the Academy of the Garden of Eden, not spoken openly. This is a secret, yet I will tell you, my beloved children, my children, beloved of my soul. What shall I do? They told me in a whisper, but I will tell it openly. And when the time comes that we see face to face, all faces will consent with one another. My children, the sin committed by the outsiders, in which the holy people participated, was a sin against Mother, as is written, rise up, make us Elohim Elohim, precisely, the glory of Israel, the one who hovers over them like a mother over her children. This is the mystery of what is written, they exchanged their glory, the glory of Israel, their mother. This is what is written, glory is exiled, for they caused Shekinah to be exiled along with them. Thus, they exchanged their glory. For what? For the image of a bull. Here is mystery of the matter. Below, within the dregs of wine, evil dregs, emerges one agitator, the accuser, primordial demon. He is in mystery of the image of Adam when he approaches holiness. As soon as he is removed from there and seeks to descend, he must clothe himself in a garment to damage the world, then he descends with his chariots. And the first garment that he seizes is Tavnit Shia, the image of a bull, the form of a bull. The first of those four damages is Shia, an ox, and those four are the primary ones to damage the world. All three primary causes of damage aside from Shia belong to it, and therefore it is written they exchanged their glory for the image of Shia, a bull. What is eating grass? We have already interpreted it, but the essence of the matter is that it has no share in the residue of bread or of the 7 species of grain. Therefore Mother was not there, and it would not have been fitting for her to be there. But since Father knew the compassion of Mother and her ways, he said to Moses, O my beloved children, the plan of them both is always for this. This is what they whispered to me secretly, for it is improper to reveal, so that the son will not know but will imagine that the lash is readied and be always afraid. But both of them share this plan, one plan. It is written the people saw that Moses Voshish lagged. Who are the people? The mixed multitude. Who are the mixed multitude? Were they Lydians, Ethiopians, Cretans, and Togarmans? That they are called mixed multitude. Were they not Egyptians, journeying from Egypt? If they were a mixture of many nations, it should have been written a mixed multitude Alu went up with them, corresponding to their mixture. Rather, a mixed multitude Allah went up with them. They were one nation, with one language, but consisting of all the sorcerers of Egypt and all its soothsayers, of whom is written, and they too, the soothsayers of Egypt, did thus with their spells, wanting to confront the wonders of the blessed Holy One. Once they saw the miracles and wonders that Moses performed in Egypt, they returned to Moses. The blessed Holy One said to Moses, do not accept them. Moses said, Master of the universe, now that they have seen your power, they want to convert. Let them see your power every day and they will know that there is no God but you. And Moses accepted them. Why were they called Erev Rav, mixed multitude? Well, they consisted of all the sorcerers of Egypt, headed by Yants and Yambras, and they always performed their sorcery during the daytime. All these eminent sorcerers would gaze from when the sun inclined, from the beginning of the 7th hour to the beginning of the 9th, namely Erev Ravava, great evening. All those minor sorcerers, from the beginning of the 9th until midnight. The eminent among them would gaze from when the sun inclined, for then rungs begin to roam over the mountains of darkness, and their spirit would sweep over those sorcerers during their sorcery, and they could do whatever they wished, so that all the Egyptians placed their trust in them and called them Erev Rav. For there is Erev Zediara, small evening, from 9½ hours and onward. This is Erev Zediara. There are 2 Avia, evenings, and thus Erev Rav went up with them. Their wisdom was great, and they observed the hour and examined the rungs of Moses and saw that in all aspects Bishish Mosh, Moses was in 6 in the first 6 hours of the day, over which they had no power in 6 supernal rungs, linked with him. In all aspects he was in 6, and in the crowns of these 6 he was destined to descend from the mountain, as is written that Moses Voshish, lagged was Bishish, in 6 in coming down from the mountain. Immediately, the people assembled against Aaron. We have learned as follows: when Moses descended, having received the Torah, he alone was the totality of Israel, and he received the Torah in the world and even the scroll of Esther, as is written V'echibel ha-Yehudim. The Jews received Esther. The verse should read V'echibel ha-Yehudim. The Jews received V'echibel well. This is Moses, who is the Jews, totality of the Jews. The people assembled against Aaron. Why against Aaron? In order to be included in the right side, for they sought the left from him, and in order for it to be included in the right, they gathered against him. They said, "Rise up, make us Elohim Elohim." Precisely, they sought the left side. That Yelik who will go before us. The verse should read that Yelik will go. Why that Yelik who? Well, Elohim consists of 6 rungs, all those on the left of Elohim number 6. And if you say that there are 7, that supernal Elohim is not included in the total. The entire time that Moses was in Egypt, he never mentioned the name Elohim, making it difficult for Pharaoh, and from there on, the name Yehovah, so that the other side would have no potency or be empowered in the world. Now they sought that element, and thus rise up, make us Elohim us, precisely, for we need this element in order to strengthen our side, which has been thrust away until now. That will go before us. What were they saying? Well, they were saying as follows: we see that you, Israel, have all the goodness and all the glory of the world, while we are thrust outside. For you, Yehovah was going before them by day, so too, that will go before us, just as Yehovah goes before you. For our side has the power to walk similarly before us, if we prepare an action for him. All the clouds of glory moving through the wilderness covered only the children of Israel, and that cloud of glory of which is written Yehovah was going before them by day went before them. But this mixed multitude and all those cattle, sheep, and oxen walked outside the camp, behind. And all those 40 years that Israel journeyed in the wilderness, no stain or filth appeared within the area of the clouds. Therefore the sheep and oxen, eating grass, were outside along with all those who tended them. Rabbi Elazar said, "Father, if so, that mixed multitude did not eat the manna." He replied, "Certainly so, only what Israel gave them, like giving to a slave." And what did they eat? The residue, what was left behind the millstones, the refuse. Scripture proclaims the children of Israel ate the manna 40 years, the children of Israel and no one else. The children of Israel saw, and they said to each other, "Man who, what is it, and not the mixed multitude or the sheep and oxen among them?" That mixed multitude was not subdued, and now they rose and sought an action to empower the other side. They said, "Either we all become one people so that we are included with you, or let us have someone to go before us, as your God goes before you." Aaron said, "Heaven forbid that these should cause the holy people to stumble. By all becoming one whole, the holy people must not mingle with this people as one totality. Rather, it is better to separate them from the holy people until Moses comes." Aaron's intention was good, but there were many from Israel who in their hearts participated with them. Therefore when Moses came, he had to purify and cleanse the holy people from that sin, and he made them drink a potion until they were all purified and no refuse remained in them at all. Aaron said, "Tear off the golden rings now." Didn't they have any other gold? However, Aaron thought, while they are quarreling with their children and their wives, they will be delayed. And in the meantime, Moses will arrive. We have learned converts are as hard for Israel as a scab on raw flesh, especially these who were not proper converts. What did they do? It is written, all the people tore off the golden rings that were on their ears. How many thousands and myriads of their earrings were there? What is written? He took from their hand and he fashioned it with a graving tool and made it into a molten calf. Aaron did not protect himself from those two wise men who were at the head of that mixed multitude, one of them in front of him and the other performing his sorcery. Once the two of them plotted as one, they grabbed that gold one, two, in the hand of one, and a third in the hand of the other, for so it must be in that type of sorcery. Rabbi Shimon wept, and said, O pious, holy one Aaron, anointed of the great God, through your piety, so many of the holy people fell and you did not know. What did they do when 6 hours arrived and the day was in balance? They took that gold which they had torn off their ears. Why? Because one who has to perform sorcery must not spare money. They said, the hour is auspicious for us if we do not delay. This is no time to care about money. Immediately, all the people tore off what is vipericu, tore off as is said mepheric, tearing out mountains and smashing rocks. Kings, they tore their ears. He wept as before, O holy people of the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Shimon started weeping, and said, his master shall make him approach the gods and make him approach the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him perpetually. The companions have established this one whose ear heard on Sinai, for mine are the children of Israel as servants, they are my servants, and yet broke off the yoke of the kingdom of heaven and sold himself to another, shall be uprooted. These sinners and wicked evildoers, in craving to revert to their repulsiveness, did not ask their wives and children but injured themselves, and they were ripped from the yoke of heaven that Moses had enjoined upon them, and they tore their ears, for they had no share in the great people. What did they do? The two of them divided that gold, one took 2 and the other took 1/3. They rose facing the sun at the 6th hour. They performed their sorcery and cast their spells with verbal magic. As the beginning of the 7th arrived, they both raised their hands to the hands of Aaron. How do we know that he took it from the hands of the two of them and not from more? As is written, he took from their hand the two of them and no more. As soon as he received from their hand 2, and not their hands, a voice issued, saying, hand to hand, the evil one will not go unpunished, as is written that it is bent on evil they brought evil into the world. Mystery of the matter, those evil, wicked ones, sorcerers, sons of Balaam the wicked, grandsons of Laban the wicked, saw that the cup of blessing is on the right, and from the right is always strengthened. They said, if that head of the right will be on this side, then our power will be fine. As soon as the 7th hour of the day arrived, they immediately gave it to Aaron. If he had said to them, first put it on the ground and I will take it, they would not have accomplished anything with their sorcery. But he took from their hand, and Scripture complains, saying he took from their hand. See what Aaron did, prophetic man, wise man, who did not know to protect himself. If he had taken it from the ground, all the sorcerers of the world could not have succeeded. But how did they succeed in this act? Because he took from their hand, and not from the ground. V'yetzar oto b'ahere, he fashioned it with a here, not as people think, that he made figures with a chisel or something else. Rather, Scripture comes to demonstrate that Aaron did not know to protect himself. If, when he had taken it from their hands, he had thrown it to the ground, even if he had picked it up afterward, this evil act would not have succeeded. But throughout there was evil assistance, for he took the gold and concealed it from the eye. Evil upon evil. What is v'yetzar oto b'ahere? That he placed all the gold in a bag, where it was kept. Then everything was actualized. In the book of Enoch I have found that he said as follows: an only son was born to that white head. And when those of donkey's flesh come, they will deceive him by the one who carries pearls with bells of gold without his knowledge, and he will fashion an image b'here Enosh, with the stylus of a human, the reed of the wicked Enosh, who led humans astray. Surely, this is clarity of the word, for when Enosh led the world astray, with that reed he designed all images of alien worship, with that reed he designed, and so it is Here, with the stylus, the one known to do so. This is clarity of the word. It was all for surely he threw the gold in a bag, hiding it from view, as those sorcerers say. So it must be with these types of sorcery, and this is the practice of these sorcerers. Whatever must be eventually revealed requires hiding and concealment first, so that it be hidden from view, and afterward the craftsman generates his artistry. And whatever must eventually be concealed must first be revealed. Now, my beloved children, beloved of my soul, what shall I do? Surely I must reveal. Listen and conceal my words. On the side of holiness, that Elohim of truth, king over the world, is empowered by three elements: by Beriah, creation; by Yetzirah, formation; and by Ace, actualization. The mystery of each and every one is mentioned here. Corresponding to creation, he took from their hand something that until now contained nothing at all. Corresponding to Yetzirah, formation, Vayetza, and he fashioned it. Corresponding to Ace, actualization, Vayishu, and made it into a molten calf. Who has ever seen such sorcerers in the whole world? Now it should be said, is it not written, I threw it into the fire and nothing more, and then out came this calf? Yet now you say he made it into a molten calf. However, heaven forbid that Aaron made it, and scripture proves this, as is written, he took the calf that they had made, but based on what is written, he took from their hand and he wrapped it. By the power of these two, all was made. As if it were possible, he made it, because were it not for these two, it would never have been made nor have emerged in artistry. But what caused it to be made? These two. As if it were possible, he made tithe. Surely made it while he was taking it from their hand. They were performing their sorcery, mouthing their incantations, and gradually drawing down a spirit from the other side. They drew two spirits as one from the male and one from the female. The male was clothed in the image of an ox, the female in the image of a donkey, both combined as one. Why these two? Well, as for the ox, this has already been discussed. Why a donkey? Because of these Egyptian sorcerers is written, whose flesh is the flesh of donkeys, Ezekiel. Thus, all those of Israel who died had joined with them in their hearts. And because there were two images, it is written, these are your gods, O Israel. It is not written this, but rather these two who were as one. Who he Elaka, brought you up from the land of Egypt, and not he Elakha. It is written, he made it into a molten calf. And they said, these are your gods. It is not written, and he said, but rather, and they said, for Aaron said nothing. We have learned there were 100 weights in it. How, then, can it be written he took from their hand? Were all these 100 weights in their hand? Rather, from the total of those 100 weights they each took a handful, and that small amount was esteemed as all, as if it all were in their hands. What is written? Aaron saw, and he built an altar before it. O pious, holy one, how good was your intention, yet you did not know how to protect yourself. As soon as he cast it into the fire, the power of the other side was strengthened there in the fire, and the image of an ox emerged, as has been said, with two drawn from the other side. Immediately, Aaron saw. What did he see? He saw that the other side was empowered, and if he had not hastened and built this altar, the world would have reverted to desolation. This may be compared to a robber who would go out to rob and kill people. The king's legionnaire saw that this robber was setting out forcefully, brazenly. He persuaded the king to go out on the road, and the legionnaire conducted him onto that particular road. While the robber was traveling on that road, he saw the image of the king standing before him. As soon as he saw the king before him on the road, he recoiled and retreated. Similarly, Aaron saw that the other side was empowered. He seized a remedy and grasped the holy side and placed it in front of it. As soon as the evil side saw the image of the king standing before it, it retreated, and its strength and power, which had increased, weakened. Immediately, he built an altar before it. This altar was empowered, and the other side weakened. What is written? Aaron called out and said, "A festival to Jehovah tomorrow, festival to Jehovah, and not to the calf. For the side of holiness he made it, and for the side of holiness he called out." This remedy he hastened to apply, because were it not for this, the world would not have maintained its existence. Despite all this, his wrath against Aaron did not subside, even though he had intended no evil. The blessed Holy One said to Aaron, "These two sorcerers drew you to what they desired. By your life, your two sons will fall, and for this sin they will be seized, as is written with Aaron. Jehovah was greatly enough incensed to destroy him." What does this mean, to destroy him? This refers to his sons, as is said, "I will destroy his fruit." Amos: person's fruit is his children. Aaron placed that altar before it, and the calf retreated. Aaron's sons placed the other side before him, as is written, "They offered alien fire before Jehovah, placing it before Jehovah." They were seized for this sin. Aaron thought that in the meantime Moses would come, so Moses did not destroy that altar. For if it were as people think, the first thing that Moses should have done would be to smash that altar, as Iddo prophesied regarding the altar of Bethel, and his prophecy was against that altar. But here it was a different matter, as has been said. And it is written, "He took the calf that they had made," and it is not written, "And he smashed the altar." Aaron called out, he proclaimed. Here is written, "He called out and said," and of Jonah is written, "He called out and said, 40 days more, and Nineveh shall be overthrown." Jonah: just as there, he proclaims judgment, so here he proclaims judgment. A festival to Jehovah tomorrow. He prophesied by that spirit of the altar that judgment was destined to befall them. A festival to Jehovah, to execute judgment upon you. There were 3 judgments. 1. Jehovah plagued the people. 1. By the sons of Levi, and 1. That he made the Israelites drink. Thus, a festival of the sons of Levi to Jehovah, of Jehovah plagued tomorrow, that Moses made them drink. They slept that night, and tomorrow they were found bloated and dead. That water churned in their intestines all night, and in the morning they were found dead. Thus, a festival to Jehovah tomorrow. And the entire remedy that Aaron applied was by means of what is written, he built an altar before it. Regarding that altar, for it is written, he saw the calf and the dancing, whereas the altar is not mentioned. For Aaron knew well what is written, "Whoever sacrifices to gods shall be utterly destroyed, only to Jehovah alone." Surely Aaron was saved by the good advice that he offered himself, and all was by perfectly good intention, for he had no evil aim. Rabbi Elazar said, "Father, certainly so, and they were not Israelites. But as for Jeroboam, who made calves, they were Israelites, and they made a calf." He replied, "Certainly, and they have established it. But Jeroboam sinned and caused others to sin, and not as they have said, for surely he committed a grave sin, sinning against the kingdom." Jeroboam said, "I surely know that the side of holiness dwells only in the heart of the whole world, namely Jerusalem. I cannot draw that side here. What shall I do?" Immediately, the king took counsel, and he made 2 golden calves. Kings, he took evil counsel. He said, "The other side is immediately drawn to any place, especially to this land, where it craves to dwell. But it can clothe itself only in the image of a bull." Why 2 calves? Well, Jeroboam said, "In Egypt there were those sorcerers, of whom is written, whose flesh is the flesh of donkeys." Ezekiel: here, not so. Those 2 evil spirits should be clothed fittingly. They are male and female. The female was in Dan, and since it is written, "The lips of an alien woman drip honey," the Israelites were drawn to her intensely, as is written, "The people went as far as Dan to worship before the one their kings." Therefore there were 2 calves, drawn by Jeroboam into the Holy Land. The sin was upon him and upon Israel, and he deprived the world of blessings. Of him is written, he who robs his father and mother and says, it is no crime, is partner to a destroyer. Therefore they were calves, for the first garment donned by the other side is a bull, as has been said. Now, you might say, why not a bull, for it is a calf? Well, surely this is fitting, and so in all aspects the beginning of the garment is small, as we have established. So, my beloved children, since they desired Elohim and the work was constructed with an aspect of Elohim, therefore Holy Elohim Mother, who always grasps the arm of King, so the lash is suspended, was not there, and Moses had to take her place. As soon as the blessed Holy One prodded him, he perceived. 3 times he prodded him, O Moses, faithful shepherd, how mighty is your strength, how great is your power. 3 times he prodded him, as is written, now, leave me be one, that my wrath may blaze against them and I may consume them too. And I will make you a great nation. 3. The wisdom of Moses was in these 3 points. He grasped his right arm, corresponding to leave me be. He grasped the left arm, corresponding to that my wrath may blaze against them and I may consume them. He embraced the body of the king, corresponding to and I will make you a great nation. Once he had embraced the body, both arms, from this side and from that, he could not move in any direction at all. This was the wisdom of Moses. By the pointed words of the king, he knew, in each one of them, where to hold firm. He acted in wisdom. Rabbi Elazar and the companions came and kissed his hands. Rabbi Abba was there, and he said, if we have come into the world just to hear this, it is enough for us. He wept, and said, woe, Rabbi, when you depart from the world, who will illumine and reveal lights of Torah? This word was hidden in darkness until now, when it emerged from there, and, look, it shines to the loft of the sky and is engraved upon the throne of the king. The blessed Holy One rejoices now in this word. How much joy upon joy is added in the presence of the Holy King, who will arouse words of wisdom in the world as you do. Until Adam sinned, he ascended and abode in supernal, radiant wisdom, never parting from the tree of life. Once he indulged in desire to descend and know below, he was drawn after them until he parted from the tree of life, knowing evil, abandoning good. Therefore it is written, you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. Whoever is drawn toward evil cannot abide with the tree of life. Until they sinned, they used to hear a voice from above, perceive supernal wisdom fearlessly. Once they sinned, even a voice from below they could not endure. Similarly, when Israel stood at Mount Sinai, before sinning, the slime of this serpent was eliminated from them, for the evil impulse was repulsed by them, universally abolished. Then they were grafted to the tree of life, ascending, not descending, knowing, seeing supernal specular eyes glistening, delighting in discovery, in listening. Then the blessed Holy One girded them with belts of letters of the holy name, so the serpent could not dominate or defile them as before. Once they sinned with the calf, all those supernal rungs and lights were removed from them, along with the belts bristling with crowns of his supreme name. Attracting the evil serpent as before, they inflicted death upon the whole world. What is written next? The children of Israel saw the face of Moses, and behold, the skin of his face glowed, and they were afraid to come near him. What is written previously? Israel saw the great hand. All of them were seeing supernal radiances, being illumined by the resplendent speculum, as is written. All the people were seeing the voices by the sea. They were gazing fearlessly, as is written, this is my God and I will glorify him. After they sinned, what is written? They were afraid to come near him. What is written of them? The children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on, for they were divested of those weapons girded on them at Mount Sinai, preventing the evil serpent from dominating them. Once they were deprived of these, what is written? Moses took the tent and pitched it for himself outside the camp, far from the camp. Rabbi Elazar said, what is this verse doing next to that? Well, since Moses knew that those supernal weapons had been removed, he thought, surely from here on, the evil serpent will come dwell among them. If the sanctuary remains standing here among them, it will be defiled immediately. Moses took the tent and pitched it outside the camp, far from the camp, for he saw that, unlike before, the evil serpent would prevail. He called it tent of Mode, meeting was it not so previously? Well, at first it was simply tent, now tent of Mode. What is Mode? Rabbi Elazar explained it positively, Rabbi Abba, negatively. Rabbi Elazar explained positively, just as Mode, festival, is a day of joy for the moon, when her holiness waxes and she is free of defect, so now he called her by this name, showing that she had been removed far from them and not been tainted. Therefore it is written he called it tent of Mode, festival. Rabbi Abba explained negatively, at first, it was simply tent, as is said, a tent not to be packed up, whose pegs will never be pulled out. Now, tent of Mode, slated time. At first, extending long life eternally, so that death would not prevail. From here on, tent of Mode, as is said, the house mode, slated, for all living job. Now time is allotted, life rationed to the world. At first, untainted, now tainted. At first, joining and coupling of the moon with the sun unceasingly. Now, tent of Mode, slated time, their coupling from time to time. So he called it tent of Mode, unlike before. One night Rabbi Shimon was sitting, engaged in Torah. Sitting in front of him were Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yitzchak, and Rabbi Yos. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Look at what is written, the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on. We have said that from that moment on they inflicted death upon themselves, and the evil serpent they had just removed now dominated them. This may be true of the Israelites, but what of Joshua, who did not sin? Was he, too, divested of that supernal weapon he received with them at Mount Sinai, or not? If you say not, then why did he die like all other human beings? And if you say he was, why, seeing that he had not sinned, for he was with Moses when Israel was sinning? And if you say he did not receive the same crown received by Israel at Mount Sinai, why not? He opened, saying, For Jehovah is righteous, loving righteousness, the upright shall behold his face. Concerning this verse, the companions have said what they have said, but for Jehovah is righteous, he is righteous, and his name is righteous, so loving righteousness. Upright, he is upright, as is said, righteous and upright is he, so all inhabitants of the world shall behold his face, mending their ways to follow the straight path fittingly. When the blessed Holy One judges the world, he does so according to the majority of human beings. When Adam sinned by eating from the tree, he turned that tree into a dwelling of death for the whole world. He caused a defect, separating the woman from her husband. The fault of this defect stood out in the moon, until Israel stood at Mount Sinai, when that defect of the moon disappeared, enabling her to shine constantly. Once Israel sinned with the calf, she relapsed into defectiveness. The evil serpent prevailed and seized her, dragging her to him. When Moses discovered that Israel had sinned and been divested of their sacred weapons, he knew for sure that the serpent had seized the moon to drag her to him, that she had been tainted. So he brought her outside. Although Joshua maintained his armored crown, she was susceptible to defect, and defect abode in her, and she slipped back into the defectiveness caused by Adam's sin. Consequently, no human being can endure except for Moses, who controlled her and whose death ensued from another aspect. So she was not empowered to sustain Joshua forever, nor anyone else. Therefore he called it tent of Mode, slated time, a tent holding allotted time for the entire world. So mystery of the word, there is right above, and there is right below. There is left above, and there is left below. Right above in supernal holiness, right below on the other side. Left above in supernal holiness, arousing love, linking the moon with a sacred sight to shine. left below, separating love above, preventing her from reflecting the sun and drawing near. This is the side of the evil serpent, for when this lower left arouses, it attracts the moon, separating her from above, so her light darkens and she cleaves to the serpent. Then she draws death below for all, distancing herself from the tree of life, inflicting death upon the whole world. Consequently the sanctuary is defiled for a fixed time till the moon is restored and resumes shining, thus, tentative mode, slated time. Therefore Joshua died only through the incitement of the serpent, who approached and tainted the dwelling as at first. This is the mystery written: Joshua son of Nun, a youth, although he was a youth below, absorbing light, he would not depart from within the tent. As one was impaired, so was the other. Even though he possessed the sacred weapon, since he was tainted, he was surely not singularly spared from that very aspect, as has been said. Happy are the righteous, who know mysteries of Torah and cleave to Torah, fulfilling the verse, you shall meditate on it day and night. Joshua, for her sake they will attain life of the world that is coming, as is written, for she is your life and the length of your days. Parashat Vayakal. He assembled. Moses assembled the whole community of the children of Israel and said to them. Rabbi, his ear opened. Saul said to the Kenites, Go, turn away, come down from amidst the Amalekites, lest I sweep you away together with them, for you did kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up from Egypt. What is written of Amalek? I have made reckoning of what Amalek did to Israel, that he set against him on the way. Now, the blessed Holy One was present in all the battles waged by other nations against Israel. Why were those not as troubling to him as this battle waged by Amalek? Well, surely the battle of Amalek was on all fronts, above and below, for at that time the evil serpent was empowered above and empowered below. Just as a serpent lurks on the crossroads, so here too Amalek was an evil serpent for Israel, lurking for them on the crossroads, as is written that he set against him on the way when he was coming up from Egypt. He was lurking above to defile the sanctuary, and lurking below to defile Israel. How do we know? As is written, how he encountered you on the way. Here is written how Kerikha, he encountered you, and there is written who becomes impure through a nocturnal mimicry, mishap. Therefore, of Balaam is written Vayikka Elohim, God encountered, Balaam Vayikka, he encountered. Scripture employs a term of defilement. Now, you might say, look, it is written Elohim. Well, the blessed Holy One arranged for him that place of defilement, in which to be defiled by the rung to which he clung. What did Balaam do? He planned, by those sacrifices, to ascend. Immediately the blessed Holy One arranged that place for him, saying to him, here is defilement for you, as befits you. Thus, Vayikka Elohim, God encountered, Balaam. Similarly, how Kerikha, he encountered you, on the way he summoned against you that evil serpent above to defile on all sides. If Moses had not attacked above, and Joshua below, Israel would not have prevailed against him. Therefore the blessed Holy One retained that enmity for generations. Why? Because he intended to uproot the sign of covenant from its place. Consequently, I have made reckoning by reckoning, because mystery of the sign of holy covenant is implied there. What is written? Saul said to the Kenite, who is the Kenite? Jethro. Now, who placed the children of Jethro here, to have their abode among Amalek? Look, they dwelled in Jericho. However, it is written the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, journeyed from the city of palms into the desert of Judah. Judges, and from there they dwelled in the territory of Amalek until the time when King Saul came, as is written, and the Kenite turned away from the midst of Amalek. For when the wicked are present, those virtuous ones found among them will be seized for their sins, as has been established. Similarly, if not for that mixed multitude who joined Israel, Israel would not have been punished for the incident of the golden calf. What is written at first? From every man whose heart impels him, you shall take my offering, including all, for the Blessed Holy One wished to construct the dwelling from all sides, kernel and shell. Since that mixed multitude was in their midst, it was said from every man whose heart impels him, to include them among Israel, who are the kernel. So all of them were commanded. Afterward, kind turned to its kind. That mixed multitude came and built the calf, and those who were to die straight after them, inflicting upon Israel death and slaughter. Then the Blessed Holy One said, from here on, the dwelling will be constructed from the side of Israel alone. Immediately, Moses assembled the whole community of the children of Israel and said to them, take from yourselves an offering, surely, not as before, from every man whose heart impels him. Moses assembled the whole community. From where did he gather them? Well, because that mixed multitude was among them, Moses had to gather them and isolate them. Moses assembled. Rabbi Abba opened, assemble the people, the men and the women, just as they're the totality of Israel, so here the totality of Israel. And who are they? 600,000. Rabbi Elazar explained the verse as referring to Israel when Moses descended from the mountain, as is written, Joshua heard the sound of the people as it shouted, and he said to Moses, a sound of war in the camp Joshua heard. Now, did Joshua hear and Moses not hear? Rather, until now Joshua did not know, whereas Moses did. If so, what is Berio, as it shouted? Well, it is spelled Berio, with a he, for that sound was on the other side. And Joshua, who was the face of the moon, perceived that the sound was on the side of Ra, evil. Immediately, he said to Moses, a sound of war in the camp. At that moment, the 2 tablets of stone that existed originally broke. As we have established, they became too heavy for his hands and fell. In the 4 directions of the worlds, at the turn of the 4 seasons, a voice arises, and by that voice is aroused an arousal of the other side. That arousal of the other side interposes between one voice and another, and light of the voice below darkens, because light of the voice above does not reach the voice below. Then that arousal interposing between one and the other is called serpent, who seduces the woman, and it seizes the light. And that voice is a sound of war, Kol Ra, an evil sound, and this is Berio. Therefore Joshua heard, and not Moses, because that evil had seized the light of the moon, to which Joshua was linked, whereas Moses, who was linked to the sun, did not hear. The light of all Israel darkened because of that evil clinging to them. As soon as the Blessed Holy One forgave their sin, Moses assembled the whole community of the children of Israel and said to them, for that mixed multitude had been removed from them. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yos were sitting one night, engaged in Torah. They awoke before the night split. Meanwhile, the rooster crowed, and they recited a blessing. Rabbi Elazar said, now is the time when the Blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous. Rabbi Yos asked him, why does the Blessed Holy One delight? Rabbi Elazar wept, and said, until now the Blessed Holy One has shaken firmaments and kicked them, and wept over the destruction of the temple, and shed 2 tears into the great sea, and remembered his children through weeping. For night is divided into 3 aspects, through its 12 recorded hours, and if hours are added to the night, those additional hours are from the day, since only 12 hours of the night are considered hers. Those 12 are divided into 3 aspects, among which are distributed 3 camps of holy angels. The first camp is appointed for the first 4 hours in the beginning of night to praise their Lord. What do they say? The earth and her fullness are Jehovah's, the world and those who dwell in her. For upon seas he founded her, and upon rivers set her firm. Who shall ascend the mount of Jehovah, and who shall rise in his holy place? The clean of hands and the pure of heart. Why this? Because when night spreads its wings over the world, all its inhabitants experience a taste of death, and their souls depart to ascend, and these angels stand and say, who shall ascend the mount of Jehovah? The mount of Jehovah, the temple mount, his holy place, the court of Israel. As above, so below. For in every single firmament numerous princes and officers are stationed. When souls depart they seek to ascend, and if they are unworthy, these thrust them aside and they go wandering through the world, and many ravaging bands of dazzling demons grab them and convey to them false information and sometimes true information about what is soon to come, as they have established. Those souls of the righteous go roaming above, and doors are opened for them and they are raised into the place called the Mount of Jehovah, corresponding to the mystery of the Temple Mount below. From there they enter the place called His holy place, where all souls appear before their Lord, corresponding to the place where Israel appeared before the Blessed Holy One, the place called the Court of Israel. When souls are standing there, their Lord rejoices in arraying with them the place called Holy of Holies, where their deeds and merits are inscribed. The second camp is appointed for the following 4 hours, and they chant song only for 2 hours, until the night is split and the Blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden. These are the mourners of Zion, those who weep over the destruction of the temple. At the beginning of the middle 4 hours they open, saying, "By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat and we also wept, when we remembered Zion." Those who wept by the rivers of Babylon along with Israel, as implied by what is written, "We also wept." How do we know that they cried there? As is written, "Behold, the Elohim cried outside." What does outside mean? Babylon, for they all accompanied them to Babylon, and there they wept with them. So they open with this, and conclude, "Remember, O Jehovah, the Edomites, on the day of Jerusalem, saying, raise it to its foundation." Then the Blessed Holy One is aroused with his rungs, and kicks the firmaments, and 12,000 worlds tremble, and he roars and weeps, as is written, "He roars from on high, he remembers Israel and sheds 2 tears into the great sea." Then a flame is aroused on the north side, and a wind of the north side strikes that flame, which sweeps through the world. At that moment, the night is split, and the flame strikes the wings of the rooster, and it crows. The Blessed Holy One finds no comfort until he enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the souls of the righteous. Your mnemonic is, "For we have been sold, I and my people." And the king said, "Who is this?" The king rose in his fury and went into the palace garden. Esther. When the Blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden, all those trees of the garden and all those souls of the righteous open, saying, "Lift up your heads, O gates, who is the King of glory." When the souls of the righteous on earth return to their bodies, all those angels hold them and say, "Here, bless Jehovah, all you servants of Jehovah, who stand in the house of Jehovah by night." And we have learned that the third camp chants this during the last 4 hours until the morning light rises, and then all those stars and planets and all those supernal angels who rule by day praise their Lord. They all praise their Lord and utter song, as is written, "When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy." Job. When the sun emerges, Israel takes up song below, as does the sun above. As the sun moves in its sphere, a sweet voice begins, uttering song. What song does it sing? Give thanks to Jehovah, call upon his name, sing to him. And Israel praises the Blessed Holy One by day along with the sun, as is said, "May they revere you with the sun," even though we have already established this verse. Rabbi Elazar said, if the inhabitants of the world were not so closed-minded and blind, they could not bear the sweet sound of the sphere of the sun as it moves, praising the Blessed Holy One. While they were engaged in Torah, the day shone. They rose and came before Rabbi Shimon. As soon as he saw them, Rabbi Shimon said, "Elazar, you and the companions hide yourselves for these 3 days, do not go outside, for the angel of death is present in town and has permission to harm, since once he is authorized he can harm. Furthermore, if a person appears before him, he ascends and accuses him, recounts his sins, and demands justice before the Blessed Holy One. He does not withdraw from there until that person is sentenced and handed over to him, and he kills him." Rabbi Shimon said, "By Elohim, most of the world do not die before their time, except those who do not know how to protect themselves. For from the moment that the deceased is taken from his house to the cemetery, the angel of death appears among the women. Why among the women? Because that has been his way since the day he seduced Eve, on account of whom he inflicted death upon the whole world. So, when he kills a person, and men are present with the dead one, he enters among the women on the way, from the time when the deceased is taken from his house to the cemetery until they return to their homes. On account of them, he brings death upon many men in the world before their time. Of this is written, some are swept away without justice, for he assents and accuses and recounts a person's sins before the blessed Holy One, and that person is judged for those sins and passes away before his time. What is his remedy when the deceased is carried to the cemetery? A man should turn his face and leave the women behind his shoulders. And if they precede him, he should walk behind, so as not to see them face to face. Afterward, as they return from the cemetery, he should not return on the same way where the women are standing, nor should he look at them at all, but rather turn a different way. Because people do not know or consider this, most of the world are arraigned in judgment and pass away before their time. Rabbi Elazar said, if so, it is better for a person not to escort the dead. He replied, no. For when a person protects himself in this manner, he is worthy of long life, and all the more so of the world that is coming. Not for nothing did the ancient ones ordain the blowing of a shofar to conduct the deceased from his house to the cemetery. Now, if you say that this is for the deceased, no, rather to protect the living, so that the angel of death will not overpower them, accusing above, and they will be on guard against him. He opened, saying, when you enter into battle in your land, and we have noted precisely against the foe the angel of death, who assails you constantly and kills people, the righteous and pious, assailing the living for their deaths and seeking to kill others. What is the remedy against him? You shall sound a blast. On Rosh Hashanah, the day of judgment above, this angel descends to examine human beings and ascends to indict them. The people of Israel, who know that the angel of death descends to be their accuser, hasten with the shofar blasting him so he will not prevail against them, protecting themselves. All the more so, when he executes judgment and kills a person, appearing below all the more so, when people go to the cemetery and return from there. For when women lift their feet to escort the deceased, he descends and appears before them, as is written, her feet descend to death, her feet descend to whom? To the one called death. Thus, Eve brought death upon the whole world. May the compassionate one save us. What is written, such is the way of an adulteress, and we have established this. But, such is the way of an adulteress the angel of death, and so he is called. She eats and wipes her mouth, she scorches the world with her flames and kills people before their time. And says, I have done no wrong, for I demanded justice against them and they were found guilty and died justly. When Israel made the calf and all those multitudes died, the angel of death appeared among the women within the camp of Israel. As soon as Moses saw the angel of death among the women, amid the camp of Israel, he immediately gathered all the men separately, as is written, Moses assembled the whole community of the sons of Israel, the men, whom he gathered and isolated. The angel of death did not withdraw from the women until the dwelling was erected, as is written, Moses erected the dwelling even when the women were bringing free will offerings to the dwelling, he did not depart from them, until Moses saw, and advised the men not to come in one company with them so as not to see each other face to face but rather behind their shoulders, as is written, the men came, besides the women it is not written the men brought, but rather came, not entering among them on the way, but rather behind their shoulders, for the angel of death did not separate from them until the dwelling was erected. He is not found among women numbering less than 7 or less than 10. On the way, openly, he is found among 7 and demands justice. Among 10, he accuses in order to kill. Because he was among them on the way, openly, it is written the men came, besides the women. That whole day, all those companions were on guard and contemplated Torah. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Jehovah said to Noah, Come into the ark, you and all your household. We have established this verse, but could not the blessed Holy One have protected Noah in one place in the world, so that the flood would inundate the whole world except for that place, as is written of Gideon, only the fleece was dry, while there was dew all over the ground. Judges, or could he not have kept him in the land of Israel, as is written, not rained upon on the day of wrath Ezekiel, for the waters of the flood did not fall upon it. However, once the destroyer descends to the world, whoever does not shut himself in, but appears before him openly, forfeits his life and thus kills himself. How do we know from Lot, as is written, flee for your life, don't look behind you. Why don't look behind you? Because the destroyer was walking behind his shoulders, and if he had turned his head and looked at him face to face, he could have harmed him. Therefore of Noah is written, Jehovah shut him in, so that the angel of death would not prevail against him. While they were hidden, 13 men in town died. Rabbi Shimon said, Blessed be the compassionate one, that the angel of death did not perceive your images. Moses assembled. He repeated for them, as before, the construction of the dwelling. Rabbi Yehuda said, All as has been said, and the dwelling was constructed by Israel alone, and not by that mixed multitude. For the mixed multitude drew down the angel of death into the world. As soon as Moses saw him, he expelled that mixed multitude and gathered Israel separately, as is written, Moses assembled. Moses assembled. Rabbi Shimon opened, who has gone up to heaven and come down, who has gathered the wind in the hollow of his hands, who has bound the waters in a garment, who has established all the ends of earth. What is his name, and what is his son's name? If you know, we have established this verse, which contains many symbols, and it all refers to the blessed Holy One, who is all now. If you say, What is his name, and what is his son's name? This is the blessed Holy One. What is his name? Jehovah is his name. What is his son's name? Israel, as is written, My son, my firstborn, is Israel, as we have established. Who has gone up to heaven? They have established. This is Moses, as is written, to Moses he said, Go up to Jehovah. However, who has gone up to heaven? Elijah, of whom is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Kings. Now, how could Elijah ascend to heaven, when all the heavens cannot bear even as much as a mustard seed of a body of this world? Yet you say, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. However, like this Jehovah came down upon Mount Sinai, and it is written, Moses entered within the cloud and went up the mountain. Now, the blessed Holy One was on Mount Sinai, and it is written, the sight of Jehovah's glory was like consuming fire at the mountain top. So how could Moses ascend to him? Well, of Moses is written, Moses entered within the cloud, entering the cloud as one dons a garment, thus he donned the cloud, entering it. In the cloud he approached the fire and was able to draw near. Similarly, of Elijah is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind, entering that whirlwind and donning it, and thereby ascending. I found a secret in the book of Adam describing the generations of the world. There will be a spirit that will descend to the world, on earth, and will don a body, and Elijah is his name. In that body he will ascend, and his body will persevere and remain in the whirlwind, and another body of light will be prepared for him to be among the angels. When he descends, he will don that body remaining in the whirlwind, and in that body he will manifest below, while in the other body he will manifest above. This is the mystery of has gone up to heaven and come down. There has never been a human whose spirit has gone up to heaven and afterward come down except Elijah, for this is the one who ascended and descended. Alternatively, who has gone up to heaven? Elijah. And come down? Jonah, who descended to the abyss, to the depths of the sea. Jonah derived from the power of Elijah. Elijah ascended, Jonah descended. One prayed that he might die, and the other prayed that he might die. Thus he is called son of Amittai Jonah, and it is written, the word of Jehovah in your mouth is Amit, truth Kings. Who has bound the waters? Elijah, who bound a bundle of waters, and no dew or rain from heaven came down. In a garment Elijah, who brought his mantle to perform miracles. Who has gathered Ruah, the wind, in the hollow of his hands. Elijah, who restored Ruah, the breath, of a human within him. Asaph, has gathered as is said Asaph, and heal, the leprosy kings. Who has established all the ends of earth? Elijah, who, after binding the waters and adjuring the heavens, turned back in prayer and established the whole world. Rain came down and food was provided for all. What is his name? Elijah. What is his son's name? Elijah. What is his name when he ascended? Elijah. What is his son's name when he descends and becomes a messenger to perform miracles? Elijah is his name. Alternatively, who has gone up to heaven? The blessed Holy One, as we have established. Mystery of the matter is me, who, as we have established. Here is mystery of the supernal chariot in 4 directions, which are the primordial elements of all dependent on that supernal place called me, who, as has been said. When a time of favor arises before the blessed Holy One to unify the supernal chariot, so that all may be one, a voice issues from that supernal holy place called heaven and gathers all these holy ones below and all those holy princes and supernal camps, so that they all be ready together, as is written, Moses assembled mystery of heaven. The whole community of the children of Israel, those 12 supernal holy camps. And said to them, what did he say? This is the thing that Jehovah has commanded, saying, take from yourselves an offering for Jehovah, prepare yourselves to lift and carry the glory of the holy throne, raising it above. Distinguish those venerated ones, those supernal princes, to raise that offering, mystery of the holy throne, to be united with the patriarchs, for Matronita can approach her husband fittingly only with her virgin maidens escorting her, conducting her to her husband, as is said, virgins behind her, her companions. Why all this? To Jehovah to come join her husband. Kol Nediv Libo, everyone whose heart impels him. Those 4 supernal camps, comprising in their totality all the other camps, and these issue from the supernal patriarchs, called Nedivim, nobles, as we have established, for it is written, delved by Nedivia, nobles of the people, the patriarchs. Yeviha, shall bring it. It is not written Yeviuha, they shall bring it, but rather Yeviha, he shall bring it, unifying them all as one. Similarly, it is not written Yavi, he shall bring, but rather Yeviha, he shall bring her, raising her to her husband, as it should be. It terumat, an offering for Jehovah, it, amplifying the meaning to include all those other supernal camps, uniting all as one. They are 12, in one totality: gold, silver, and bronze, violet, purple, and crimson, linen and goat hair, red and ram skins, tanned leather skins, and acacia wood, oil for lighting, spices for the anointing oil and for the aromatic incense. These are 12 supernal camps, all comprised in totality of 4, called holy living creatures, as has been said. All these raise the holy throne, conveying her above to unite with her husband, to be present with her in supernal glory. Then the supernal king sits upon the holy throne, and wife is united with her husband, so that all becomes one. Then, joy of all. Here, Scripture begins by enumerating gold first and then silver, since this is reckoning from below. But when it comes to enumerate the elements of the supernal chariot, it begins from the right, and then from the left. How do we know? As is written, mine is the silver and mine is the gold. Haggai, silver first, and then gold. Whereas with the lower chariot, it begins from the left, and then from the right: gold, silver, and bronze. Gold first, and then silver. All those chariots are called whose heart impels him, everyone including all the other chariots. Heart. What is heart corresponding to the mystery that is written? A good-hearted person has a continuous feast. This is heart of all, this is the holy throne. So they are called heart. Everyone whose heart impels him, as we have established, for these four camps, totality of them all, are called in one mystery whose heart impels him. An offering for Jehovah holy throne, since they raise her and elevate her, she is called terumat, a raised offering for Jehovah. Consequently, when Ezekiel saw the mystery of the living creatures rising, he did not see what they were raising, since she was rising toward the supernal king in hidden concealment, in supernal glory. Every wise-hearted one among you, those 60 springs watering the world, from whom it is watered, shall come. Why shall come? Well, to come gather from the treasury of life. Shall come and afterward do what the blessed Holy One commanded them, to shepherd the world. Take from yourselves an offering. Rabbi Yehuda opened, is it not to share your bread with the hungry? Happy is one's portion when he encounters a poor person, for a poor person is a gift that the blessed Holy One has sent to him. Happy is the share of one who receives that gift cheerfully. Whoever feels compassion for the poor and restores his soul is considered by the blessed Holy One as if he created his soul. Thus Abraham, who took compassion upon all inhabitants of the world, the blessed Holy One considered him to have created them, as is written, and the souls they had made in Haran, although we have already established this. Is it not to share your bread with the hungry? What is paras? To share lemifras, to spread a tablecloth with bread and food to eat. Alternatively, is it not paras? To share, as is said, paras perazat. Paras has been divided, for one should lemifras perasan, break pieces of bread before him so that he will not feel ashamed, and one should break it before him generously. Your bread, it is not written bread, but rather your bread, what is yours, from your own money, not acquired by robbery, extortion, or theft. For if so, it has no merit, rather, woe to him, since it recalls his sins. Similarly, take from yourselves an offering from yourselves, from what is yours, not by extortion, robbery, or theft, as we have established. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yitzchak, and Rabbi Yos were traveling on the road. As they were going, Rabbi Abba met them. Rabbi Yehuda said, surely, Shekinah is with us. When he reached them, Rabbi Abba said, it is written, ever since I brought my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt, I did not choose a city among all the tribes of Israel, but I chose David kings. The end of this verse does not match its beginning, nor the beginning its end. It is written, I did not choose a city, but I chose David. What does one have to do with the other? It should read, but I chose Jerusalem. However, when the blessed Holy One wishes to build a city, he first contemplates the leader of the people of the city, and then builds the city and brings the people there, as is written, I did not choose a city until I contemplated David, to be a shepherd over Israel. For a city and all its inhabitants depend upon the shepherd who leads the people. If the shepherd is good, it is well for him, well for the city, and well for the people. If the shepherd is bad, woe to him, woe to the city, and woe to the people. Now the blessed Holy One gazed upon the world, and it arose in his will to build it, and he established at the head of the generation Rabbi Shimon and the companions to stand before him. I have heard a new word he opened, saying, happy is he whose help is the God of Jacob. Now, is he the God of Jacob, and not the God of Abraham, and not the God of Isaac? However, the God of Jacob, for Jacob did not place his trust in his father or in his mother. He fled from his brother and went without money, traveling alone, as is said, for with my staff I crossed this Jordan. And he trusted in the blessed Holy One, as is written, if God will be with me, everything he asked from the blessed Holy One, and he gave it to him. Sivro, whose hope is for Jehovah his God. Sivro, scripture does not say tikvato, his hope, or bithono, his trust. However, do not read Sivro, his hope, but rather Shivro, his breaking, for the righteous one is content to break himself, to be broken again and again, and all for Jehovah his God, as is said, for your sake we are killed all day long, for your sake we have endured scorn. Similarly with Jacob, as is written, Jacob saw that there was Sheva, breaking, in Egypt, for he saw the calamity of exile awaiting him in Egypt, yet he placed his strength in the blessed Holy One. And Jacob's children suffered the calamity of exile, yet they did not deviate from the mystery of faith of their fathers, and the name of the blessed Holy One was frequently on their lips. Therefore it is written, and they say to me, what is his name? Because they knew and never forgot it, and they endured the calamity of exile for the sake of the blessed Holy One. Consequently, they merited redemption and miracles. As for you, holy ones of the highest, who endure breaking of the body from place to place for the sake of the blessed Holy One, how much more are you worthy of miracles and redemption and attaining life of the world that is coming. They all went on as one. He opened, saying, take from yourselves an offering for Jehovah. Everyone whose heart impels him shall bring it. When a person directs his will toward serving his Lord, that desire arises first in the heart, which is the foundation and vitality of the whole body. Then that fine desire reaches all members of the body. For all members of the body and the desire of the heart join as one, drawing upon themselves the radiance of Shekinah to dwell with them, and that person becomes a portion of the blessed Holy One, as is written, take from yourselves an offering for Jehovah. The flow is from yourselves, receiving that offering to become a portion for Jehovah. Now, if you say that this is beyond one's power, look at what is written, everyone whose heart impels him shall bring her, an offering for Jehovah. Everyone whose heart impels him, surely anyone whose heart desires can draw Shekinah to himself, as is written, shall bring her. Even though she is elevated on high, he shall bring her from a supernal place to dwell with him. And when she comes to settle with him, how many blessings, how many riches does she bring with her, as is written, gold, silver, and bronze, no riches of the world will he lack. This is for other inhabitants of the world, but as for you, holy ones of the highest, take from yourselves an offering for Jehovah. Rabbi Yehuda said, he who has begun to raise an offering, let him raise. He opened, saying, Jehovah spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. Jonah. Where did he speak to it? Well, when the blessed Holy One created the world in the beginning, on the 5th day he created the fish of the sea. Then he commanded and said that one fish was destined to swallow Jonah and keep him in its belly 3 days and 3 nights and then cast him out. Not this alone, but with everything that the blessed Holy One fashioned in the act of creation, he made stipulations. On the 1st day he created the heavens and stipulated that Elijah would ascend to them in a whirlwind, as is written, Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven. Kings. On that day he stipulated with them that they would darken the sun in Egypt 3 days, as is written, and there was pitch dark in all the land of Egypt 3 days. On the 2nd day he created the firmament to divide water from water, as is written, God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide water from water. And the blessed Holy One stipulated with them that water should divide between defilement and purity for Israel, enabling them to be purified. On the 3rd day he made the land emerge from the water and gathered the waters into one place, making that gathering into the sea. He stipulated with the sea to allow Israel to pass through it on dry land and to drown the Egyptians. And so it happened, as is written, the sea returned, toward morning, L'Eternau, to its powerful flow. Do not read L'Eternau, but rather L'Eternau, to its stipulation, to what the blessed Holy One stipulated with it in the act of creation. He further stipulated with the earth that it would open its mouth during the dispute of Korah and swallow Korah and his whole community, as is written, the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them. On the 4th day he created the sun and the moon, as is written, God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven, and he stipulated with the sun that it would stand in the middle of heaven in the days of Joshua, as is written, the sun stood in the middle of heaven. Joshua he stipulated with the stars to wage war against Sisera, as is written, the stars from their courses fought against Sisera. Judges. On the 5th day he created the fish of the sea and the birds of heaven. He stipulated with the birds that ravens would feed Elijah when he restrained the heavens, as is written, the ravens I have commanded to sustain you, their kings. Precisely he stipulated with the fish of the sea that one fish would be appointed to swallow Jonah and to cast him out. On the 6th day he created Adam, and stipulated with him that a woman would issue from him who would feed Elijah, as is written, behold, I have commanded a widow there to sustain you, kings. Behold, I have commanded on the day that the world was created. Similarly with every single phenomenon that emerges in the world, the Blessed Holy One has commanded it on the day that the world was created. Here too, Jehovah spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. Jonah spoke to it in the 6 days of creation. Here, as well, we find an allusion to the actions of a human being in this world. Jonah, descending into the ship, is the human soul descending into this world to enter a human body. Why is she called Jonah? Because as soon as she joins the body, she is cheated, in this world, as is said, ve lo tone you shall not cheat one another. Then a person moves through this world like a ship in the great ocean about to break up, as is said, the ship threatened to break up Jonah. When a person is in this world he sins, and thinks that he can flee from the presence of his Lord, who pays no attention to this world. Then the Blessed Holy One casts a mighty windstorm, the decree of judgment, which stands constantly before the Blessed Holy One, demanding a person's punishment. This is what torments the ship, calling attention to the person's sins, to seize him. Once the person is seized by that tempest, in his sickbed, what is written, Jonah went down into the hold of the ship, and he lay down and fell asleep. Jonah, even though a person is lying in his sickbed, the soul is not aroused to return to his Lord to redeem his sins. What is written, the captain approached him, Jonah, who is the captain, the good impulse, who guides all, and said to him, what are you doing sound asleep? This is no time to sleep, for you are being brought to judgment for all that you have done in this world. Repent of your sins. Reflect on these things and return to your Lord. What is your work, Jonah, in which you engaged in this world? Confess it before your Lord. Where do you come from? Reflect on where you come from, a putrid drop, and you will not be arrogant before him. What is your country? Reflect that from earth you were created and to earth you will return. And of what people are you? Reflect whether you have ancestral merit to protect you. Once he is brought to heavenly judgment, that tempest which is the decree of judgment raging against a person demands from the king to punish those royal prisoners, and they all come before him one by one. At that moment, the members of the court approach. Some plead in his defense, others against him, and the decree of judgment demands punishment. If that person is not found innocent, what is written, the men rowed hard to regain the shore, but they could not. Jonah, those who pleaded for his innocence strive to restore him to this world, but they could not. Why? For the sea was growing stormier, the decree of judgment grows stormier from the person's sins and overwhelms them. Then 3 appointed messengers descend upon him, one who inscribes all the good deeds and misdeeds that the person performed in this world, one who produces a reckoning of his days, and one who was with him in his mother's womb, as we have established. And the decree of judgment does not subside until the time that is described. They picked Jonah up, they picked up when they carry him from his house to the cemetery. Then proclamation is made concerning him. If he is righteous, the proclamation is, render honor to the image of the king, let him enter into peace, let them rest on their couches. He who walks uprightly, how do we know? As is written, your righteousness will march before you. If he is wicked, the proclamation is, woe to so and so, better for him if he had never been created. Then what is written, they threw him into the sea, and the sea ceased its raging. Jonah, when they place him in his grave, the place of judgment, then the decree of judgment, that was storming, subsides from its raging. And the fish that swallowed him is the grave. What is written, Jonah was in the belly of the fish. Jonah. The belly of the fish is the belly of Sheol. How do we know? As is written, from the belly of Sheol I cried out. He was in the belly of the fish and called it the belly of Sheol. 3 days and 3 nights. Jonah, the 3 days that a person lies in the grave, when his belly bursts. After 3 days, that filth is ejected onto his face, exclaiming to him, Take what you put into me. You ate and drank every day and gave nothing to the poor. All your days were like feasts and holidays, while the poor were hungry because they didn't eat with you. Take what you put into me, as is written, I will spread dung upon your faces, the dung of your feasts. Malachi, and we have established this. Afterward, from 3 days on, a person is punished for his eyes, for his hands, and for his feet, as they have established, until a month of days. Throughout those 30 days, soul and body are punished as one, and therefore the soul remains below on earth, not ascending to her place, like a woman sitting outside during all the days of her impurity. Afterward, the soul ascends, while the body decomposes in the dust, until the time when the blessed Holy One arouses the dead. A voice is destined to arise among the graves, proclaiming, Awake and shout for joy, O dwellers of the dust. When will this be? When the angel of death will be eliminated from the world, as is written, he will swallow up death forever. Once he swallows up death forever, then Jehovah Elohim will wipe away tears from all faces and remove the disgrace of his people. Of then, it is written, Jehovah spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. Jonah. After that voice is aroused among the graves, every single grave will spew out the corpse it contains, as is written, the earth Rephaim Tapil, will cast forth spirits of the dead. What does Tapil, will cast forth, mean? That it will spew them out. Rephaim, what does that mean? That they have been healed as before, bone to bone. They are called Rephaim, healed. Now, you might say, but of the other nations is written Rephaim, spirits of the dead, they will never rise. Well, surely the bones of the whole world will be healed in their graves, but some of them will rise and some of them will not. Of this is written Rephaim, healed, they will never rise. Happy is the share of Israel. In this fish we find words of healing for the whole world. This fish, as soon as it swallowed Jonah, died, and Jonah was inside of it for 3 days. Afterward it was restored, and vomited Jonah out. As we have established, for it is written, Jonah prayed to Jehovah his God from the belly of Hardaga. The fish Jonah, here is written Hardaga, the fish, and there is written Hardaga, the fish, that were in the Nile died, as we have established. Similarly, the earth will awaken first, and then the earth will cast forth Rephaim, the healed. The companions came and kissed his head. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, Take from yourselves an offering for Jehovah. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he did so only so Israel would come and receive the Torah. By Torah the world was created, and upon Torah it is established, as is written, Were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth. Torah is length of life in this world and length of life in the world that is coming. Whoever engages in Torah engages, as it were, in the palace of the Blessed Holy One, for the supernal palace of the Blessed Holy One is Torah. When a person occupies himself with Torah, the Blessed Holy One stands there and listens to his voice, as is written, Jehovah listened attentively. Malachi, and that person is saved from 3 judgments: the judgment of this world, the judgment of the angel of death, who has no power over him, and the judgment of hell. A book of remembrance. Malachi. Who is that? Well, there is a book above, and there is a book below. Remembrance, site of holy covenant, who absorbs and gathers all life above. A book of remembrance, 2 rungs that are one mystery. Name of Jehovah, name is one, Yehovah is one, and all is one entity. For there is a name, and there is a name. A name above, called name of the unknown of what is not hinted by knowledge at all. This is called upper point. A name below, called name from one end of heaven to the other end of heaven. For the other end of heaven is called remembrance, and this name is the point below, which is a name for that remembrance, which is the other end of heaven, absorbing all life above, and this is the end of heaven below. This point is a book, susceptible bihushbana, to calculation. This is Ul-Ho-Shevir-Shmo, and those who contemplate his name Malachi. The book that we have mentioned and the name are one entity in all aspects. This point, being situated in the middle, is above all those joined to it. 6 aspects are joined to the upper book above them. 6 aspects are joined to the lower book, who is above them. Upper book, lower book, all called Torah. What is the difference between one and the other? Well, the upper book is Torah she-by Ktav, written Torah, for it is sealed, existing only by Ktav, in writing, for there is the place for it to be revealed below. Who is that? The world that is coming. The lower book is the Torah called Torah she-by-Alpo, oral Torah. Who is Alpo? On the mouth. These are chariots below, upon which she stands. Since they are not included in the writing above, they are called Alpo, oral, and this Torah stands Alpo, on the mouth, for it is written from there. It divides and becomes 4. Although upper Torah stands above, it is not called Al-Ha-Kitav, on the writing. Rather, it stands by Ktav, in the writing. That writing is made into a palace for it, and it stands within that palace and is concealed there. So it is called Torah she-by Ktav, Torah in the writing, and not Al-Ha-Kitav, on the writing. But Torah below stands upon her chariots, and is called Alpo, on the mouth, for she stands upon them. Since they are not considered within, in the category of writing, they do not form a palace for this point, as with the supernal point. And since she stands upon them, she is called Teruma, raised offering. Further, I heard from the holy lamp Teruma, an offering. What is Teruma? As we have established, Tiamimia, 2 out of 100. All those holy rungs in mystery of faith, by which the blessed Holy One is revealed, are 10 rungs, 10 utterances, as has been established, and these 10 amount to 100. When we have to raise this lower point, we must not take her by herself, but rather with her husband, and they are tier 2, of those 100, that we have mentioned. For one must not separate them at all, but rather unite her with her husband. Therefore she is called Teruma, an offering, in one entirety. Every day a herald proclaims, inhabitants of the world, this matter depends upon you. Take from yourselves an offering for Yehovah. Now, if you say that this is difficult for you, everyone whose heart impels him shall bring her. What does shall bring her mean? Well, from here we learn a mystery about prayer. The prayer of a person who reveres his Lord and arranges an array above, as we have established, with song and praise at first, by those songs and praises chanted by supernal angels above, and by the series of praises chanted below, she adorns herself and is arrayed like a woman adorning herself for her husband. By the order of prayer arrangement of the prayer recited, seated her maidens and all her retinue are arrayed, all adorning themselves along with her. After all is prepared and arranged, when we reach true and firm, all are arrayed, she and her maidens, until we reach who has redeemed Israel. Then all must stand erect. For when a person reaches true and firm and all is prepared, her maidens convey her, and she conveys herself to the supernal king. Once we reach who has redeemed Israel, the supernal king moves with his rungs and comes out to receive her. We must stand erect before the supernal king in awe and trembling, for then he stretches the right arm toward her, and then his left, placing it beneath her head. Then they embrace, kissing, as one. These are the first 3. And a person should devote his heart, focusing on all these arrangements and this sequence of prayer, his mouth, his heart, and his aspiration as one. Now that the supernal king and matronita are in the bliss of those kisses, whoever needs to submit a request, let him do so, for this is a time of favor. Once a person has made his request before the king and matronita, he should prepare himself in his will and his heart for the last three, to arouse delight of secrecy, for by these three she is blessed with another cleaving. One should prepare himself to leave their presence, leaving them in the hidden joy of these three. Still, his intention should be that those below may be blessed by those blessings of secret joy. Then one must fall on his face and surrender his soul. When she grasps souls and spirits, then is the moment to surrender his soul among those souls she is grasping, for then the bundle of life is fitting. This word I heard among mysteries of the holy lamp, and I was not permitted to reveal it except to you, supernal saints, if, at the moment when she grasps souls and spirits in desire of single cleaving, one sets his heart and aspiration on this, offering his soul in the cleaving of that aspiration, to merge it in that cleaving if it is accepted at that moment in the desire for those souls, spirits, and soul breaths that she is grasping, then this is a person who is bound in the bundle of life in this world and in the world that is coming. Furthermore, matronita must be encompassed on all sides, above and below, and be crowned with souls from all sides, crowned with souls from above and crowned with souls from below. If a person focuses his heart and will on all this and surrenders his soul from below in cleaving of aspiration, as has been said, then the blessed Holy One calls him peace below, corresponding to that peace above the one who blesses matronita, encompassing her and crowning her on all sides. Here too, the blessed Holy One calls this person peace, as is said Jehovah called him peace judges all his days. He is called so above peace, because he encompassed and crowned matronita below, corresponding to that peace above. When that person departs from this world, his soul ascends and splits all those heavens, and no one can hinder him. The blessed Holy One proclaims, "Let peace enter," and Shekinah says, "Let them rest upon their couches." 12 gates of pure balsam are opened for him, and no one can hinder him. So, happy is one who sets his heart and will on this. Of this is written, everyone whose heart impels him shall bring her to the supernal king, as has been said. Rabbi Abba raised his voice and said, "Woe, Rabbi, woe, Rabbi Shimon, you are among the living, yet I weep for you. Not for you do I weep, but for the companions I weep, and for the world I weep." Rabbi Shimon is a sparkling lamp, beaming above and beaming below. By the light that he kindles below, all inhabitants of the world shine. Woe to the world when the light below vanishes into the light above. Who will radiate the light of Torah to the world? He rose and kissed Rabbi Yehuda. He said to him, "These words were in your possession, and therefore the blessed Holy One sent me here to join with you." Rabbi Yos opened with a verse following him, "Every wise-hearted one among you shall come and do all that Jehovah has commanded." This verse has been established, but when the blessed Holy One said to Moses, "Get you wise and understanding and knowledgeable men," he searched throughout Israel and could not find understanding ones, as is written, "I took the heads of your tribes, wise and knowledgeable men," whereas it is not written understanding. Now, if you say that understanding is a higher rung than wise, certainly so, what is the difference between them? As for a wise person, they have established that even a student who imparts wisdom to his teacher is called wise. A wise person knows for himself all that is required. As for an understanding person, he includes various rungs, he contemplates all and knows his own mind and that of others. Your mnemonic is the righteous one knows the soul of his beast, the righteous one rules the awe of God, and here, wise-hearted, precisely wise in the heart, not elsewhere, inhering in the heart, whereas understanding, above and below. The understanding one contemplates his own mind and that of others. He opened, saying, "He said to me, You are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory," here, referring to the prayer that a person should offer before the blessed Holy One, which is a great and precious devotion among the services of his Lord. There is service of the Blessed Holy One based on activity of the body, and this is considered service. Then there is service of the Blessed Holy One that is more internal, and this is the essence, for all depends on that inner service, essence of all. In the body are 12 members, engaging in bodily activity, as we have established. These are bodily members, and the service of the Blessed Holy One by activity depends on them. For the service of the Blessed Holy One consists of 2 aspects by external members of the body, and there are 12 other, internal members, inside the body. They are mystery of supernal wisdom, known among the companions. Happy is their share. They are inner configurations within the body, by which the spirit is restored. Precious inner service of the Blessed Holy One, as we have established in the inner mysteries spoken by Rabbi Shimon. A person's prayer, which is spiritual worship, abides in supernal mysteries, and people do not know, for one's prayer splits the atmosphere, splits the heavens, opens gates, and ascends. At the moment when light shines, separating from darkness, a herald moves through all the heavens, proclaiming, "Prepare, O gatekeepers, masters of palaces, each one at his post, for those who rule by day are not the same as those who rule by night, and when night enters, the rulers of day are removed and other rulers are appointed over night, these replacing those." This is the mystery of the great light for dominion of day and the small light for dominion of night. Dominion of day and dominion of night are the rulers appointed over day and the rulers appointed over night. The former are called dominion of day and the latter dominion of night. When night enters, a herald emerges, proclaiming, "Prepare, O rulers of night, each one to his place," and when day shines, a herald emerges, proclaiming, "Prepare, O rulers of day, each one to his place." Then the rulers of night withdraw and the rulers of day are installed. When the herald proclaims, every single one is assigned his suitable place. Then Holy Shekinah descends, and the people of Israel enter the synagogue to praise their Lord, opening with songs and hymns. For once a person has arrayed himself in adornments of mitzvah and holiness, he should unify his heart by ritual service of his Lord and set his heart and will on that service, consisting of words of truth, for the word ascends. Those princes standing in the atmosphere are appointed over the 4 directions of the world. To the east is appointed one prince standing in the air, named Jezadiah, and with him are other officers who await that word of prayer rising through the air, and this prince grasps her. If the word is fitting, he and all those officers kiss that word and ascend with her to the air of the heaven above, where other princes and officers await. When they kiss that word, they open and say, "Happy are you, O Israel, who know how to crown your Lord with holy crowns." Happy is the mouth from which this crowning word issues. Then letters standing in the air saw holy name of 12 letters, for that name rules the atmosphere. This is the name by which Elijah flew until he ascended to heaven, corresponding to what Obadiah said to Elijah, "The Spirit of Jehovah will carry you kings," for by this name Elijah flew through the air, and this is the name ruling the atmosphere. Those letters saw, ascending with that word, and that prince holding the keys of the master of the atmosphere, and all those other officers ascend with her to heaven, where she is delivered into the hand of another prince to ascend higher. To the south there is another prince ruling the atmosphere in that direction, along with numerous princes and officers. His name is Pisagni, to whom are attached keys of the atmosphere of that direction. All those sunk in trouble, who pray to their Lord from the midst of trouble with a broken heart, if that word is fitting, she ascends through the air and this prince grasps her and kisses her, for she ascends in that direction. When he kisses her, he opens and says, "May the Blessed Holy One have mercy upon you, and be filled with compassion for you." All those princes and officers of that direction ascend with her, and letters of the holy name soar, for those 4 crowned letters rule that direction of the atmosphere, and they ascend in that direction through the air to heaven, to the prince ruling that direction. To the north there is another prince, along with numerous officers, ruling the atmosphere, and that prince is named Pethahiah. This one is appointed over the atmosphere in that direction, and all those who pray to be delivered from enemies assailing them when a word of that prayer ascends through the air in that direction. If she is worthy, this prince grasps her and kisses her. Then a spirit is aroused, emerging from the abyss of the north, and that spirit calls through the entire atmosphere, and they all grasp that word and raise her to heaven, kissing her. They open and say, "May your Lord cast your enemy down before you." She keeps ascending and splitting firmaments until they ascend with her to the first heaven. The prayer ascends and reaches one prince appointed over the east, where there are 9 openings, at which are stationed many officers and many princes, and over them one prince named Zohar. This is who wants to serve in this heaven by day, but he is not granted permission until the light of the moon rises. Then he brings forth all those legions and officers. When the day shines, they all enter one of those 9 openings, the highest of them all. And when the prayer ascends, she enters that opening, and all those princes and officers emerge with that chief prince, Zohar, over them, and they all come out and kiss her and accompany her to the second heaven. Second heaven. The prayer ascends to that heaven, and 12 gates of that heaven are opened. In the 12th gate stands a prince named Anael, who is appointed over numerous legions and camps, and when the prayer ascends this prince proclaims over all those openings, "Open, O gates, all those gates open," and the prayer enters them all. Then a prince standing to the south is aroused, named Azrael, sometimes named Manuel, since he is appointed over 600,000 camps, all of them winged, ruling other camps, filled with eyes. By their side stand those camps that are masters of ears, called ears because they listen to all those who offer their prayers in a whisper, with heartfelt devotion, a prayer not heard by anyone else. Such a prayer ascends and is heard by all those called masters of ears. If that prayer is heard by human ears, no one above listens to her, no one else listens except for the person who heard her first. Therefore one should be careful that people do not hear that prayer. Furthermore, a word of prayer unites with the upper world, and a word of the upper world must not be heard. Similarly, one who reads aloud from the Torah scroll one reads, and the other should be silent. If 2 read from the Torah, they diminish faith above. For one voice and utterance are entirely one, 2 utterances and 2 voices are diminution of faith. Rather, there should be one voice and utterance, so that voice and utterance be alone. That prince is named Azrael the elder. When that prayer ascends in a whisper, all those 600,000 camps and all those masters of eyes and all those who listen, masters of ears, come out and kiss that ascending word of prayer. As is written, the eyes of Jehovah are upon the righteous, and his ears to their outcry. The eyes of Jehovah are upon the righteous, masters of eyes below, for there are masters of eyes above. And his ears to their outcry, masters of ears. Third heaven. That prayer ascends and reaches this heaven, where there is a prince named Jedari, accompanied by many officers and princes. He ministers 3 times a day in front of a scepter of radiance, emerging and hidden, ascending and descending, never staying in one place. This is the moving scepter, and when the prayer ascends, that scepter descends and bows before her. This heaven is called heaven of the scepter. When the prayer ascends, that prince after bowing strikes with the scepter against a mighty lustrous rock, standing in the middle of that heaven, and from that rock emerge forces, which have been hidden there since the day that Torah descended to earth, because they stubbornly refused to let her descend. So the blessed Holy One rebuked them and they entered that rock, from which they never emerge except when a prayer ascends. They open and say, "Jehovah our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. You have set your splendor above the heavens." This is a prayer that rises above all those heavens. Then they bow to her. From here on, the prayer is adorned with supernal crowns and ascends into the 4th heaven. Then the sun comes forth on its rungs, and the chief prince Shamshiel emerges, accompanied by camps called Days of the Sun, and they all adorn that prayer with crowns of spices from the Garden of Eden. There the prayer lingers until all those camps ascend with her into the fifth heaven, where there is a prince named Gadriel, in charge of wars waged by other nations. When the prayer ascends, he and all his camps tremble and their power is broken. They come out and bow and adorn that prayer, and ascend with her until they reach the sixth heaven. Then many legions and camps emerge, welcoming that prayer, and they ascend with her until they reach 70 gates, where there stands a prince named Anpiel, chief prince, and he adorns that prayer with 70 crowns. Once the prayer is adorned with all these crowns, all those legions of all the heavens join together and raise that prayer, crowned on all sides, toward the seventh heaven. Then the prayer enters, and Sandalphon Supreme, glorious Master, who possesses all his Lord's keys, conducts that prayer into 7 palaces. These 7 palaces are palaces of the king, and when this prayer, adorned with all these crowns, enters, he unites them as one, to become a crown above, so that all may be one fittingly. The name of the Blessed Holy One is crowned on all sides, above and below, becoming one, and of that moment is written blessings upon the head of the righteous one. Happy is the share of a person who knows how to arrange his prayer fittingly. Concerning this prayer, with which the Blessed Holy One is crowned, he waits until all the prayers of Israel are concluded, then all is fittingly complete, above and below. Until here, words conveying supernal mysteries. From here on, commandments of Torah based on words, as well as on action. These are 6 commandments based also on prayer. 1. To be in awe of this honored and awesome name. 2nd. To love him. 3rd. To bless him. 4th. To unify him. 5th. For the priest to bless the people. 6th. To surrender one's soul to him. These are 6 commandments based on words of prayer, aside from those commandments based on action, such as tzitzit and tefillin. To be in awe of the name. This commandment pertains to those praises uttered by King David and to those sacrifices mentioned in Torah, for there a person should be in awe of his Lord, since those songs abide in the place called awe, and all those hallelujahs, which are mystery of the awe of the Blessed Holy One. A person should direct his will to those songs in awe, and the companions have established all the mysteries of those songs and praises and of those hallelujahs. Once a person reaches Yishtaba, may your name be blessed, he should direct his will to blessing the Blessed Holy One, such as in Yozah, who forms light, and Yozah HaMeoret, who forms the luminaries. To love when one reaches Ahavat Olam, eternal love, and Ve'ahavta, you shall love, Yehovah your God. This is mystery of love of the Blessed Holy One, as we have established. To unify him. Here, O Israel, Yehovah our God, Yehovah is one, for here is the unification of the Blessed Holy One, unifying his name fittingly with heartfelt devotion. From there on, recalling the from Egypt, which is an explicit commandment, as is written, you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. For the priest to bless the people so that Israel may coalesce when they receive blessings above. For at that moment assembly of Israel receives blessings, and it is a time of favor. To surrender one's soul to him, to offer one's soul with a willing heart when we fall on our faces and say, to you, Yehovah, I lift up my soul. For one should direct his heart and will toward him, surrendering his soul in complete devotion. These are 6 commandments based on prayer, ascending toward 600 commandments of Torah. Now, you might say, 13 others additionally. Well, they exist to draw the 13 attributes of compassion, encompassing all. These 6 commandments, by which prayer is crowned. Happy is the share of one who directs his heart and will to this, perfecting them every day. Upon these depend many others. But when one reaches these places, he must focus his heart and will to fulfill the commandment inherent in that word. Then, this proclamation resounds. He said to me, "You are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory." Rabbi Abba came and kissed him. Rabbi Yitzchak opened, following him, saying, "Moses assembled the whole community of the children of Israel. Why did he assemble them to give them the Sabbath, as before? For at first, before Israel made the golden calf, he gave them the Sabbath, and this is what that mixed multitude did not keep. As soon as they heard between me and the children of Israel, they said, 'This is withheld from us.' Immediately the people assembled against Aaron and said to him, 'Rise up, make us gods that will go before us,' and many were drawn after them. After those who died passed away, Moses assembled the children of Israel alone and gave them the Sabbath as before, as is written, 6 days shall work be done, and on the 7th day there shall be holiness for you, an absolute Sabbath for Jehovah. You shall not kindle fire in all your dwellings. Here is mystery of mysteries for those who know supernal wisdom. The mystery of Sabbath has already been established by the companions, but this mystery has been transmitted to the supernal wise ones, for Sabbath is a supreme mystery. When, on the 6th day, the time of evening approaches, a single star shines from the north, accompanied by 70 other stars. The star strikes those other stars, and they are all absorbed in that star, becoming one, totality of 70. That star expands, becoming like a pyre, blazing in all directions. Then that pyre expands around 1,000 mountains, extending like an encircling thread. This flaming pyre attracts other colors from within it. The first color is green. Once this color appears, the flaming pyre ascends and leaps up over that green color, plunges into it, and expels that green color. The green stands outside, with that flaming pyre of the star encompassed within. Afterward it attracts another color, white, and that white enters within. Once this color appears, that flaming pyre of the star ascends, expels that white, and enters within. Similarly, with all those colors until it expels them and enters within, approaching that hidden point to absorb light. He opened, saying, I looked, and here, a stormy wind coming from the north. Ezekiel saw this vision in an arrangement existing only when this star rules, as we have said. But this verse has been established. And here, a stormy wind, they have established that it came to conquer the whole world before wicked Nebuchadnezzar. But this stormy wind is that star that we have mentioned, which swallows 70 other stars. And this is the stormy wind that Elijah saw splitting mountains and smashing rocks. Kings. This is what exists constantly before all, protecting what is within, like a shell for the kernel. Why is it called stormy? Because it storms against all, above and below. Coming from the north, Ezekiel, for it comes from that direction. Your mnemonic is from the north. Evil will be let loose, for various other aspects are joined with that stormy wind, and so it comes out of the north, because this is dross of gold, adhering to the north side. This is the central point, abiding in desolation, and since it knows how to seduce, it rules within the point of habitation, dominating all affairs of the inhabited world, except for the land of Israel when Israel dwelled there. After Israel sinned, it ruled over the Holy Land, for it is written, He has withdrawn His right hand. A great cloud, Ezekiel, cloud of darkness, darkening the whole world. What is the difference between one cloud and another? The cloud of which is written, For the cloud of Jehovah was over them by day, and your cloud stands over them, is one that shines radiantly. All lights appear within that cloud. But this cloud is a dark cloud, not shining at all, rather impeding all lights, which cannot appear in its presence. Great, Ezekiel, why is it called great, when in fact it is small? Well, it is great when it rules. Alternatively, great that darkness is great once it covers all lights, which become invisible in its presence, and it is greater than anything in the world. And flashing fire, Ezekiel, fire from which harsh judgment never departs. and a radiance surrounding it, even though all this exists within it, a radiance surrounding it. From here we learn that although this side is nothing but the side of impurity, there is a radiance surrounding it and one must not thrust it away. Why? Because there is a radiance surrounding it has an aspect of holiness and one should not treat it with disdain. Therefore one should give it a share in the side of holiness. Rav Hamnunasava said as follows: is there a radiance surrounding it, one should treat it with disdain. This radiance is within, not extending outside, and since that radiance is within, it is written and from within it, like the color of amber Ezekiel from within what? From within that radiance. Like the color of Ha Hashmal, amber Hashmal, as they have established Hivanda Ishami Malalan, fiery beings speaking. But from the holy lamp I have heard mystery of mysteries. When foreskin settles on holy covenant, defiling the sanctuary, then that sanctuary is prevented from revealing the mystery of the sign of covenant within the foreskin. When this radiance enters within, separating foreskin from the sanctuary, it is called Hashmalash, quickly, revealed Mal. What is Mal? As is said Joshua Mal, circumcised Joshua, mystery of the sign of covenant, not prevented from being revealed from within the foreskin. There is another mystery, for its light is seen and unseen, and when Hashmal is revealed, its light disappears. But the first mystery fits the mystery of the verse well, though all is fine and fitting. With this radiance, he seduces the woman to absorb light. Of this is written, her palate is smoother than oil. He placed that light facing the covenant, and so he seduces her, absorbing the light. This is the seduction he performs upon the woman, and it is written, the lips of an alien drip honey. On the sixth day, as evening approaches, that flaming pyre leaps, ascending to enter colors. Then the people of Israel prepare below, arranging a meal and setting tables. A single flame then darts out and strikes that pyre. Once it strikes, that flame and that pyre spin, entering the hollow of the great abyss, where they are concealed. That flame is from the right side, and being from the right side, it removes that pyre and conducts it into the hollow of the great abyss, where it sits until Sabbath departs. As soon as Sabbath departs, the people of Israel must recite a blessing over the fire, and that flame issues, by the blessing below, and dominates that pyre all night long, so the pyre is subdued. As soon as Sabbath enters and that pyre is concealed, all fires of harsh judgment are concealed and subdued, even the fire of hell, and the wicked of hell have rest. All, above and below, have rest. When Sabbath departs and they recite a blessing over the fire, all the fires that are concealed emerge, every single one to its place. In order not to arouse another place, it is written, you shall not kindle fire in all your dwellings on the Sabbath day, as they have established. Why the fire of the altar? Well, when Sabbath enters, a herald proclaims through all the heavens, prepare, O chariots, prepare, O camps, to greet your Lord. Then a spirit issues from the south, and that spirit spreads over all those forces and camps of the right side, which clothe themselves in it. That spirit is called the precious garment of Sabbath. Then the table of this world is arranged in a certain palace. Happy is the share of the person whose arranged table appears there fittingly, standing unashamed, each person according to his means. As Sabbath enters, the holy people must wash themselves of weekday functioning. Why? Because during the weekdays another spirit goes roaming and settles upon the world, and when a person wants to leave that spirit and enter another, holy supernal spirit, he should wash himself so that the supernal Holy Spirit may settle upon him. Mystery of the matter. All those 6 days the matter persists, for all is joined with mystery of a single sacred point, with which all those days are joined. There are other days standing outside, on the other side, and another 6 days standing within the holy circle, joined with the holy point. Holy Israel and all those who engage in holiness all days of the week are joined, all those 6 days, with those 6 days within, which are joined with that point, joined with this to be protected. All those 6 days of the week that point is concealed. As soon as Sabbath enters, that point ascends and is adorned and displayed above, all of them concealed within her. There are days, and then there are days, weekdays, as has been said, these stand outside for other nations. Days of Sabbath, which are days of the week, exist for Israel. When this point ascends, all is hidden away, while she ascends. Once she ascends, she is called Shabbat, Sabbath. What is Shabbat? If you say, this is due to Shevatah, rest, as is written, for on it he rested, that is fine. But mystery of the matter, when this point ascends and light shines, she is crowned with the patriarchs. Once crowned with the patriarchs, she unites with them, becoming one, and all is called Shabbat. Shabbat Shin, Bat, daughter. Shin, as has been established, mystery of 3 patriarchs, uniting with the only Bat, daughter. She delights in them, and they in the world that is coming, and all is one. This is Shin Bat, all becoming one. Now, you might say, the great Shabbat, and that is above. Certainly so. Mystery of the matter, everywhere the point, which is essence of the whole eye, is called Bat, as is said, guard me like the apple, Bat, the pupil of the eye, being the essential point of the whole eye, it is called Bat. The world that is coming is a palace for the supernal point, and when she rises and carries the patriarchs upon her wings, to be crowned above, all is called Shabbat. When the patriarchs are crowned above within the supernal point, it is called Shabbat. The lower point, when crowned with the patriarchs, is called Shabbat. This lower point ascends and is displayed and adorned. Then total joy appears above and below, and all worlds are in bliss. On this night the point scatters light and spreads its wings over the world. All alien powers disappear, and protection hovers over the world. Then a spirit of soul is added to Israel, upon every single one, and by that additional soul, they forget all sadness and anger. There is nothing but joy above and below. That spirit descending, added to inhabitants of the world as it descends, it is bathed in perfumes of the Garden of Eden, and then descends and settles upon the holy people. As that spirit descends, 60 chariots descend with it into the Garden of Eden, crowned on 6 sides. As it reaches the garden, all those spirits and souls in the Garden of Eden arouse that spirit. They open and say, "Happy are you, O Israel, holy people, for your Lord's desire is aroused toward you." Mystery of mysteries for those who know wisdom. Happy are they when this spirit is aroused. This spirit is an extension of that point, issuing from it, spreading through the world. That is the mystery of Sabbath, settling below. So of this is written, keeping the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath as they have established. It is not written Ha Shabbat, the Sabbath, but rather it Ha Shabbat, to include that spirit settling upon all. One must guard it, since it is present with him, and of this is written, all who keep the Sabbath. Within this mystery is another mystery. This spirit partakes on this day in the pleasure and delight of Israel, being given delight of food and drink 3 times in 3 meals of 3 rungs of faith, as they have established. So this one obtains joy and delight through those meals of Israel. Happy is the share of one who gladdens and delights it on this day. All 6 days this spirit derives pleasure from the supernal spirit of Ancient of all ancients. On Sabbath, once it descends and bathes toward evening in the Garden of Eden, it partakes in delight of the body through meals of faith, and this spirit is crowned above and below, appearing on all sides in upper and lower crowns. Since it abides with a person, he must guard it. This spirit is an extension of that point. When holiness and blessing are added to that point from above, this extension is entirely illumined and becomes a spirit shining in all directions, diffusing above and diffusing below. This is what is written, between me and the children of Israel we share an inheritance as one. The upper portion is crowned on this day with sublime holy delight, enjoying supernal splendor. The lower portion is crowned on this day with delight below, enjoying these meals. Therefore one should delight it with food and drink, with total joy, with splendid clothes. When this portion below is crowned and kept fittingly, it ascends and unites with that other portion, and this point receives all, from above and from below, enveloped on all sides. Since she is adorned on Sabbath from above and below, she gives power to all other days and is given dominion from above and below. This is found in the mysteries of the Book of Solomon and has been established by the Holy Lamp. Happy is the share of Israel. It is written Vayinefesh, and he was refreshed, and they established it Vinefesh, woe for the soul, that is lost. This is fine, but if so, one should say woe for the body since it has lost the soul. However, mystery of the matter in the human being is a soul that draws and receives this spirit on Sabbath eve, and that spirit settles within the soul, dwelling there throughout the Sabbath day. So that soul is greatly enhanced. Thus we have learned all souls of Israel are crowned on the Sabbath day, and their crown consists of this spirit that dwells within them. As soon as Sabbath departs, Vinefesh, woe for the soul, that has lost that crown, that holy energy within it. This is Shabbat, ceased as soon as Shabbat, Sabbath, disappears above, then Vinefesh, woe for the soul, for losing what it has lost. The conjugal duty of the wise, who know supernal mysteries, is from Sabbath eve to Sabbath eve, as they have established. However, concerning this matter, I asked the Holy Lamp, for we see that this lower crown gathers what it gathers by day, and at night gives to all forces, as has been established, for it is written she rises while it is night and provides food for her household and a portion for her maidens, gathering by day and giving by night. Yet now, Master, you say that coupling occurs on this night. He replied, surely coupling occurs on this night. Why? Because this night distributes souls to all those wise ones who know mysteries of wisdom. Joining and coupling do not occur on another day with a rush of joy, unrestrained only because of those souls that she distributes fittingly among the wise, righteous, and pious. Furthermore, every single night coupling surely occurs. When at midnight, as we have established. But in all aspects, the wise who know mysteries should arrange their conjugal performance on this night. Why? Because on all days of the week they have another spirit, settling upon the world, while on this night they have another, holy supernal spirit, descending to the holy children, a spirit wafting from the holy ancient of all ancients, descending into the lower point, conveying rest for all. This diffuses in all directions, above and below, as is said between me and the children of Israel. When the wise are dwelling within the Holy Spirit, supernal spirit, they should perform in bed, for this spirit draws down all those holy souls, and by this spirit holy ones of the highest transmit high holy souls to their children fittingly. As soon as this spirit settles upon the world, all evil spirits and all evil accusers vanish from the world, and we need not pray for protection, because the people of Israel are protected by that spirit, and the canopy of peace spreads her wings over them, so they are totally safe. Now, you might say, but we have learned that a person should not go out alone on the eve of Wednesday or on the eve of Sabbath, and one must be on guard. And yet we just said that on Sabbath eve people are protected from all accusers of the world and need not pray for protection. Certainly so on the eve of Wednesday we must beware of them. Why? Because it is written, let there be meorit, lights, and they have established meorit, spelled deficiently, for numerous ravaging bands of dazzling demons are included in this meorit, and meorit prevail in the waning of the moon, all ruling that night. On Sabbath eve, since they all scatter to enter the cavern of dust, unable to rule, a solitary person should beware. Furthermore, although they have no power, they sometimes appear, and a solitary person must beware. This is how we have learned the matter. Yet if so, The protection is defective. However, on Sabbath there is protection for the holy people, and as Sabbath enters, the blessed Holy One crowns every one of Israel, and they should preserve the holy crown with which they are adorned. Although demons do not frequent inhabited places, sometimes they appear to a solitary person and his good fortune turns bad. A person must be adorned with the holy crown and guard it. In any case, there is protection on that night for the holy people, since the canopy of peace is spread over the world. For we have learned wherever the canopy of peace appears, the other side does not. So, it constitutes protection, and protection prevails. The Sabbath day is joy for all, and all is crowned, above and below. The lower point shines, ascending in beauty of crowns, increased 70-fold, and eldest of elders is aroused. Then, as light ascends, the holy people hasten to synagogue joyously, adorned with the holy crown from above, in splendid garments, offering praise in songs and hymns with that spirit abiding below. The praises ascend, and those above and below are all in joy, all crowned as one. The upper beings open and say, "Happy are you, O holy people on earth, whose Lord is crowned over you and for whose sake all the holy forces are crowned." This day is a day of souls, not a day of the body, for it is dominion of the bundle of souls, and all those above and below abide in complete union, in additional sublime Holy Spirit. The Sabbath prayer of the holy people. 3 prayers appear on this day, corresponding to 3 Sabbaths, as has been established, and all of them are one. Once the holy people enter the synagogue, it is forbidden to engage even in needs of the synagogue, but only with words of praise, prayer, and Torah, fittingly. Whoever occupies himself with other things or worldly matters desecrates Sabbath and has no share in the people of Israel. 2 angels are appointed over this on the Sabbath day, and they place their hands on his head and say, "Woe to so-and-so, who has no share in the blessed Holy One." Therefore they should engage in prayer, song, and praise of their Lord and delve into Torah. This day is the day of souls, for that bundle of souls is crowned. So they offer praise of the soul, namely Nishmat Kol Hai, the soul of every living being, and the spirit of all flesh. Praise is expressed only from the aspect of soul and spirit, and this day subsists on soul and spirit, not on the body. Praise of the rung of mystery of the day. Holy Sun, light of the day, namely Yosor, who forms light, mystery of radiant light, nourishing and illumining all those forces and chariots, stars and constellations, and all those who rule over the world. Praise, on this day, of the world that is coming, namely El Adon, God, Master. This praise is in the mystery of 22 supernal holy letters, crowning the patriarchs and the upper holy chariot. Small letters are 22 letters in the lower world, which are El Barak, blessed God, with no other space between one word and another, rather a letter inscribed in each word. For the upper world there is space and holy aspects between one letter and another. This is praise upon praise in supernal letters, offered by the 7th day to the supernal King, who formed the beginning. As this praise ascends, 60 supernal chariots await and take this praise from the holy people, elevating it to crown many chariots appointed over the righteous in the Garden of Eden. They all are adorned with this praise, and all those chariots and all those souls of the righteous ascend with the praise to the mystery of the throne. When this praise of all Israel reaches the holy throne, it remains there until they recite the supernal Kedas Har of Musaf. Then, ascension of below above, uniting all above, all becoming one. This is praise transcending all praises. From here on, the order of prayer as on other days until Yismamosh, Moses rejoiced, joy of essential rung of the patriarchs, rejoicing in his share when the throne ascends toward him, and he grasps her and they join as one. This is joy of Torah delighting in Torah below, joining with one another. When they join as one, a person should include Israel, the holy people, in that joy. Be pleased with our rest. They have already established the mystery of the Torah scroll on this day. We have learned it is written. They read from the scroll of the Torah of God, explaining it and giving the sense, so that they understood the reading as has been established, the mystery of those verse divisions, tonal accents, Masortic traditions, and all those formal details and supernal mysteries. All was transmitted to Moses on Sinai. If the Torah was given to Moses with all these formal details, then why is the Torah scroll endowed with all this holiness, lacking all these enhancements and mysteries transmitted to Moses in the Torah? Well, this is the mystery when the holy throne is crowned and included in written Torah. All those formal details and all those tonal accents and Masortic traditions enter secretly and are engraved upon the holy throne. Those are the forms that written Torah infuses into oral Torah. By them she conceives, like a woman conceiving from a male, while the upper letters remain alone in their holiness fittingly. And in order to demonstrate in the synagogue that the throne has been blessed and crowned by mystery of written Torah, which has infused there all those forms, sanctifying her, it must appear in its bare letters fittingly. Then all is sanctified in supernal holiness, especially on this day. On this day, men constituting mystery of Torah must come up, corresponding to 7 voices. On festivals and holidays, 5 within this mystery. On Yom Kippur, 6 within this supernal mystery, all one mystery. 5. Being 5 rungs beneath the rung of primordial light, below, mystery of Torah. 6. Being 6 directions, all one mystery, being 5. 7 are 7 voices and all of them one mystery, these and those. On the new moon, 1 is added to 3 on account of the sun, shining then upon the moon, this being mystery of Musaf. With the Torah scroll, 1 voice and utterance should be heard. The arrangement to be prepared by the holy people on this day and all other days for the Torah scroll. They must arrange a throne called a reader's desk, and that throne should have 6 steps to ascend and no more, as is written there were 6 steps to the throne and 1 step above, on which to place the Torah scroll, displaying it for all. When the Torah scroll is lifted onto there, the whole people should arrange themselves in awe and fear, trembling and quaking, all below, intending in their hearts as if they were now standing at Mount Sinai to receive the Torah. They should listen and incline their ears. None of the people, nor anyone else, is permitted to open his mouth with a word of Torah, and certainly not with any other word. Rather, all of them in awe, as if they had no mouth, as has been established, for it is written as he opened it. All the people stood up and the ears of all the people were attentive to the Torah scroll. Rabbi Shimon said, when the Torah scroll is taken out to be read in public, heavenly gates of compassion are opened and love is aroused above. One should then say the following. Blessed is the name of the Master of the universe, blessed is your crown and your place. May your will accompany your people Israel forever. Show the redemption of your right hand to your people in your temple, bring us some of the goodness of your light, and receive our prayer compassionately. May it be your will to prolong our life in goodness, and may I be counted among the righteous, so that you may have mercy upon me and protect me and all that is mine and that of your people Israel. You are the one who nourishes all and sustains all. You are ruler of all, you rule over kings, and kingdom is yours. I am a servant of the blessed Holy One, before whom I bow. Not in a human do I put my trust, nor in a Son of God, but only in the God of heaven, who is God of truth and acts abundantly in goodness and truth. In him do I trust, and to his holy and glorious name I utter praises. May it be your will to fulfill the desires of my heart and the heart of all your people Israel for good, for life, and for peace. Only one person is allowed to chant the Torah, and all should be silent and hear from his mouth, as if they were receiving it at that moment from Mount Sinai. Another should stand next to the one reading and be silent, so that only one utterance exists, not 2. The holy tongue is one and not two. If there are two with the Torah scroll, the mystery of faith is diminished, along with the glory of Torah. One translator, and this mystery is shell and kernel, mystery of this world and mystery of the world that is coming. All are silent while one reads, as is written, God spoke all these words he above and all the people below, as is written, they stood at the foot of the mountain, and it is written, Moses went up to God. The one who reads the Torah should set his heart and will upon those words, and realize that he is the agent of his Lord in arranging these words and conveying them to all the people. He assumes the supernal paradigm. Therefore one who goes up to read the Torah should rehearse those words first at home, and if not, he should not read the Torah. How do we know this? From that utterance before he proclaimed Torah to the holy people. What is written, then he saw her and declared her, he prepared her and explored her. Afterward, he said to the human Job, whoever reads the Torah is forbidden to divide the portion differently, even by a single word. Rather, he should stop at the place where Moses stopped, completing it for the people. He should not divide the words on this Sabbath according to the portion of another Sabbath. This is the mystery. When the portions were divided before the blessed Holy One, every single one was crowned and stood before him. Once these portions of the whole year had been completely divided and were crowned before him, and he said, you belong to this particular Sabbath, and you belong to this particular Sabbath. At that moment he summoned Yophil, the appointed prince, and 53 holy chariots under his command, and he commissioned them to minister to the Torah. He appointed every single chariot, this chariot over the particular portion of one Sabbath, and that particular chariot over the portion of another Sabbath, each one ministering to the Torah on its own Sabbath. We are forbidden to mix them with one another, or to bring one chariot into contact with its fellow chariot, even by a hair's breadth or even by one word or even one letter. Rather, every single one as the blessed Holy One divided them, and as he appointed them over those portions, each one at his post. Consequently, when a particular portion is crowned, the words of that portion publicly completed ascend, and they are received by the chariot appointed over that portion and raised before the blessed Holy One. Those very words stand before him and declare, I am portion so and so, completed by congregation so and so in such and such a manner. If it has been completed fittingly, those words ascend and are adorned upon the holy throne, and that particular chariot ministers to it, each chariot to the portion of each Sabbath, all adorned within the holy throne, and by them she ascends to unite above, becoming one totality. Therefore happy is the share of one who completes the portion of every Sabbath fittingly, as they were divided above. We read from the Torah scroll twice on Sabbath. At Minna, when judgment looms, toward evening, one must include left in right, for Torah was given from two sides, as is written, from his right hand, a fiery law for them right and left. Therefore, the Torah scroll at Minna, surely, with 10 verses or more, but not the complete portion, since the complete portion pertains only to the right, and the right prevails until the time of Minna, as has been established. On Monday and Thursday, because they descend on rungs below, which are totality of Torah. Now, you might say, but prophets branch below. Well, certainly so, but these below are all totality of Torah, every single one containing every single one. Mystery of the matter, these supernal rungs are called one portion. Afterward from them emerge 9 rungs, unified as one, and therefore 9 men, 3 on Sabbath at Minna and 3 on Monday and 3 on Thursday, totaling 9. In the book of Rav Yavasava at Minna on Sabbath, mystery of the left is aroused, and the lower point on that left side receives mystery of Torah. At that moment she draws from the side of the left, from which we read. For she abides in mystery of 9, and we call up 9, namely 6 on weekdays and 3 when the left is aroused on Sabbath, to include all as one. She is adorned by them on 3 sides, corresponding to 3 supernal sides, totality of the Sabbath portion. Happy is the share of one who attains the glory of Sabbath. Happy is he in this world and in the world that is coming. It is written, let no one go out from his place on the seventh day from his place. We have learned what is his place where it is fitting to walk. Mystery of the matter is as written, blessed be the glory of Jehovah from his place. Ezekiel, this is place, and this is the mystery of what is written. For the place you are standing on there is a well-known sight above, which we call place, in which supernal glory is revealed. Therefore, a person who is adorned with a holy crown from above is warned not to depart from it. For by speaking of mundane matters, he leaves it and profanes the Sabbath by his hands, as has been established by his feet, walking beyond 2,000 cubits. All these constitute profanation of Sabbath. Let no one go out from his place, the glorious place of holiness, for outside of it lies the place of other gods. Blessed be the glory of Jehovah from his place. Ezekiel, glory of Jehovah above, his place glory below, and this is mystery of the Sabbath crown. Therefore, let no one go out from his place. May it be blessed forever and ever. It is written, look, there is a place by me. This place is a concealed, hidden place, unknown at all, as implied by what is written by me, for it is not revealed and remains concealed. This is a supernal place above a supernal palace, concealed and hidden. But this is a place below, as we have said. This is place explained above, explained below. Thus, let no one go out from his place. You shall measure outside the town the eastern limit 2,000 in cubits. They have already established this in relation to those supernal mysteries. However, 2,000 in cubits, for she inherits two sides, mysteries on all sides, and she is constantly crowned on two sides, both above and below. Your mnemonic is Shekinah does not dwell outside the boundary befitting her. As Sabbath departs, Israel below must delay, for it is a great and exalted day, and one must linger with it. For a great and precious guest settles upon him, therefore one should delay, showing that he is not urging the holy guest to leave. Then the people of Israel open and say, yet he is compassionate, for this is perfectly fitting on this night, since judgment returns to its place, whereas it is inappropriate when Sabbath enters, for judgment withdraws and disappears. When the people of Israel begin, may the kindness of Jehovah be upon us, and Kedas Hadasidra, all the wicked in hell open and say, happy are you, O holy people, happy are you, O righteous, who observe the commandments of Torah. Woe to those who have failed to observe Torah. Then Dumar advances, and a herald is aroused and proclaims, let the wicked return to Sheol, all the nations forgetful of God. All those ravaging bands of dazzling demons harass them in hell, with no one pitying them. Happy are all those who observe the Sabbath in this world and delight that joy that settles from above, as we have said. If someone fasts on Sabbath, two are aroused against him before the Holy King. One is that supernal spirit, who should be given delight but is not, and the other is that prince in charge of one who fasts, named Sangaria. They ascend before the Holy King and are aroused against him. That spirit ascends deprived of pleasure below, and when this is imperfect below, another spirit above is imperfect. Since imperfection prevails below and above, that person deserves to be cursed and punished. However, because it is perfected another time, and that prince presiding over fasts is perfected among those other princes in delight above, all decrees issued by those 70 supernal years are torn up. Afterward those princes who punish people return and exact retribution from that person because he caused diminution above and below. How can he make amends? He should sit in fasting over his fast. Why, since he nullified the joy of Sabbath, let him nullify the joy of a weekday. And if he nullifies the joy of Sabbath yet indulges in weekday joy, he resembles one who values another god more than the blessed Holy One. He fails to delight the supernal Holy Spirit, Holy of Holies, that settles upon him, renouncing it, yet he values another, weekday spirit that settles afterward on the world, delighting it. Then they return and exact retribution from him in this world and in the world that is coming. Therefore another fast is required on the first day of the week, when that weekday spirit settles upon the world. Thereby he is healed, since he disregards the weekday spirit. Yom mnemonic is he shall return the object that he robbed. A robber does not consider the blessed Holy One nor human beings, and therefore he is not punished like a thief. A thief, who considers human beings more than he does the blessed Holy One, is punished in this world and in the world that is coming. Happy is one who perfects below the upper delight fittingly. This day is adorned with 70 crowns, and the supernal holy name is perfected on all sides, and all those rungs shine. All is in blessed joy, in holiness upon holiness, extra holiness. The sanctification of the entrance of Sabbath is the sanctification of the Sabbath of creation, for it is sanctified by 32 paths and 3 rungs of apples. In this Chiddush we must mention the principle of the act of creation and rest, in the mystery of 32 paths and 3 rungs included therein, namely the mystery of testifying to creation. Vilkhalu, the heavens and the earth were completed, for this testimony contains 35 words, 32 paths and 3 rungs of holy apples, 3 rungs that are seventh. It includes mystery of upper world, mystery of lower world, and mystery of all faith. 3 times, Elohim 1, lower world 1, fear of Isaac and 1, upper world, holy of holies. A person should give this testimony in joy, with heartfelt devotion, setting testimony of faith before his Lord. Whoever testifies to this with his heart and will atones for his sins. Who has sanctified us by his commandments and cherished us, and given us his holy Sabbath as a heritage lovingly and gladly. This sanctification balances perfectly the testimony of faith, consisting of 35 other words, as in Vilkhalu. All amounts to 70 words, by which the entrance of Sabbath is adorned. Happy is the share of one who focuses his will upon these words with his cup. The Chiddush of the day, as has been established, is who creates the fruit of the vine and no more, for this day stands poised to sanctify it, which is not so at night, when we must sanctify it by these words, as we have established. For it is sanctified on this night only by the holy people below when that supernal spirit settles upon them, and we must sanctify it with heartfelt devotion and focus the mind on this. However, the day itself sanctifies it, while Israel engages in prayer and supplication, and they are sanctified by its holiness on this day. Happy are Israel, the holy people, who have inherited this day as an eternal heritage. Once Sabbath has departed, one must separate the holy from the profane. Why? Because permission has now been granted to the deputies below to rule the world and all the world's affairs. One should demonstrate unity in the holy place within supernal holiness, and separate those below from supernal unification. One should bless over the light of fire, for all other fires are concealed and hidden away on the Sabbath day, except for the single fire of holiness above, which is revealed and included in the holiness of Sabbath. When this fire is revealed, all other fires are concealed from its presence. This is the fire of the binding of Isaac, blazing on the altar. Therefore one must bless over the light of fire, and this fire must not be weekday fire but rather fire of Sabbath. This fire is fire issuing from fire above. This is fire that endures fire. As soon as this fire is blessed with the blessing over light, all other fires issue and are assigned to their places and authorized to shine. At the moment we bless over fire, 4 chariots appear, 4 camps below, to be illumined by that blessed fire, and they are called lights of fire. Therefore we must bend the fingers of the hand 4 of the right and illumine them with the light of the lamp that is blessed. Those fingers allude to the lights of fire shining and ruling from the light of the lamp. Since they are rungs below, when one displays his fingers in the light of the lamp one should bend them before it, because that light rules over them and by it they are illumined. And when we must raise the fingers in other blessings, this is to demonstrate the supreme holiness of supernal rungs ruling over all, for the holy name is adorned and sanctified by them, and all rungs are blessed as one, shining from the highest lamp of all. Therefore we have to raise them above. But here we must bend the fingers before the lamp, to indicate rungs below, shining from the lamp below. From here they reign, shining from her, and they are lights of fire. Every day we recite the blessing luminaries of light, which are supernal lights existing in that primordial light, all shining as one. But these are called lights of fire, as we bless who creates the lights of fire. We do not say who illumines lights of fire, although they shine from that fire, the blessed lamp. This is because once Sabbath enters, all those rungs below and all those who shine and rule enter and are absorbed in this lamp, where they are concealed and preserved. Nothing is visible except that point alone, and all of them are concealed within it throughout the Sabbath day. Once Sabbath departs, she generates them one by one, as if they were created at that moment, and they all issue, created as originally, and are set in their places to rule. Then this lamp is blessed, and they surrender before it to shine. Once they shine, they are each assigned a place. Similarly, those upper rungs, called luminaries of light, rule by day, shining from the supernal lamp. When evening dusks, that supernal lamp gathers and absorbs them within itself until day dawns. As soon as Israel recites the blessing over the light by day, it generates them in full radiance. This is why we bless who forms the lights, and we do not say creates but rather forms, whereas here, who creates the lights of fire, since they are rungs below. All is mystery, hinted by the fingers, intimating upper rungs and lower rungs. Upper rungs are acknowledged by raising the fingers, and by raising the fingers upper rungs and lower rungs are blessed as one. By lowering the fingers, lower rungs alone are blessed to shine. This mystery is the fingernails behind, on the back of the fingers, and the fingers themselves within. Fingernails, behind the fingers, are other countenances, which need to shine from that lamp, and they are countenances that are called the back fingers within, without nails, are inner countenances. This is the mystery of "and you will seek my back in back of the fingers, the fingernails, but my face will not be seen." The fingers within, without nails, which are inner countenances. When we bless over the lamp, we must display the backs of the fingers, the nails, to be illumined by the lamp. The inner surface of the fingers should not be stretched, to be illumined by that lamp, since they shine only from the supernal lamp above, who is concealed and hidden, totally unrevealed. They do not shine at all from the lamp that is revealed. Therefore one must display the backs of the fingers, the nails, whereas the inner surface of the fingers should not be displayed before this lamp. They are concealed, illumined in concealment. They are innermost, illumined by the innermost. They are supernal, illumined by the supernal. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming. One should smell spices as Sabbath leaves, because that spirit departs and a person's soul is left naked, on account of the departure of spirit, as has been established. It is written, he smelled the fragrance of his garments and blessed him. This verse has been established and discussed, but fragrance is sustenance of the soul, for it is something that penetrates the soul and not the body. He smelled the fragrance of his garments. As they have established, those garments derived from Adam, given to him by the blessed Holy One to clothe him. For when Adam sinned, the precious garment in which he was originally clothed when he placed him in the Garden of Eden was removed from him, and he clothed him in another garment. The original garment he wore in the Garden of Eden was of the garments of those chariots called the back garments that are called garments of nail. When he was in Eden, all those chariots and all those holy camps surrounded Adam and he was completely protected. No evil could approach him. Once he sinned, and those garments were removed from him, he feared evil things and evil spirits, and those holy camps withdrew from him, and all that was left on him were those fingernails, surrounded by a circle of alien filth. Therefore a person must not let those nails of filth grow, for as they grow, so slag overwhelms him and he worries every day. One should cut them but not throw them away, so as not to treat that realm with disdain, for that person can be harmed. All corresponds to the pattern above, for the other side surrounds all those backs and it must not appear anywhere in the world. Afterward he made for Adam other garments from leaves of trees of the earthly garden. For originally the garments were from the back of the upper garden, and now from the earthly garden, and he left the garden. Those garments emitted fragrance and aromas of the garden, calming and delighting the soul, as is written, he smelled the fragrance of his garments and blessed him, for his soul and spirit were calmed by that fragrance. The finest fragrant aroma is myrtle, for myrtle sustains the holy place from which souls issue. This provides sustenance for the soul, corresponding to the pattern above, to be sustained through the nakedness in which she is left. When Sabbath departed, Adam was clothed in those garments of the earthly Garden of Eden, emitting fragrance and aromas to sustain his soul, now that the holy supernal, precious spirit had departed from him. Myrtle is surely sustenance of the soul in all aspects. That supernal spirit descends upon a person in joy, delighting his soul. Then his soul exists as in the world that is coming, which she is destined to enjoy. As a person delights this spirit in this world, so that spirit delights him in the world that is coming, as is written, then you will delight upon Jehovah, and it is written, he will satisfy your soul with radiances. As a person satiates that joy and delights it, so too it satiates him in the world that is coming. Then one attains and perfects the full preciousness of Sabbath, as we have said. The blessed Holy One calls to him, saying, "You are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory." Rabbi Abba and the two companions rose and kissed his head. They wept, and said, "Happy is our share, that the blessed Holy One prepared this path for us." Rabbi Abba said, "The blessed Holy One prepared this path for me so that I could join you. Happy is my share, that I attained this path." He said to them, "I will tell you what I saw. Today I set out on the way and I saw a single light, and it split into 3 lights, which went in front of me and were then concealed. I said, surely I have seen Shekinah. Happy is my share, and now, those 3 lights that I saw, they are you. Surely you are supernal lights and lamps to illumine this world and the world that is coming." Rabbi Abba said, "Until now I did not know that all these hidden pearls were in your possession. Now that I see that these words have been uttered by the will and command of your Lord, I know that all those words ascend this day to the supernal throne and are grasped by the Prince of the Countenance, who fashions them into crowns for his Lord. This day 60 holy chariots are crowned with these words uttered here today, for the glory of the throne." Just then he raised his eyes, and the sun was setting. Rabbi Abba said, "Let us go to this village close by in the desert." They went and spent the night there. At midnight Rabbi Abba and the other companions rose to engage in Torah. Rabbi Abba said, "From here on, let us speak words with which to crown the righteous in the Garden of Eden, for now is the time when the blessed Holy One and all the righteous in the garden listen to the voices of the righteous on earth." Rabbi Abba opened, every wise-hearted one among those doing the work made the dwelling 10 curtains of twisted linen, and violet, purple, and crimson with cherubim of designers' work they made them, and it is written, "The heavens are heavens for Jehovah, and the earth he has given to human beings." This verse should read as follows: "The heavens are for Jehovah, and the earth." Why the heavens are heavens for Jehovah, however, here one should contemplate, for there are heavens, and then there are heavens below and earth beneath them, heavens above and earth beneath them. All rungs, higher and lower, correspond to this pattern, these resembling those Heavens below are 10 curtains, as is said, spreading the heavens like a curtain. The blessed Holy One made them to conduct the lower world, along with the camps within them. The 9th conducts the lower ones, which rotate closely concatenated. The 10th is the essential one. In each of them are assigned camps, until the 7th. From the 7th on, there is a splendor emanating below from within the supernal throne, illumining the 10th. From the radiance that it absorbs, the 10th gives to the 9th, which gives to the 8th and below. When the hosts of stars are enumerated and this 8th one brings them forth, that radiance persists, providing power to each and every one, to be assigned its appropriate place, as is written, the one who brings forth their array by number and calls them each by name because of his great might and vast power, not one is missing because of his great might. The splendor above, called great might. Every single heaven is assigned and appointed over the world and over the earth, to conduct everything except for the land of Israel, which is conducted by no heaven and by no power other than the blessed Holy One alone, as has been established. Now, you might ask, how can a heaven spread over the land of Israel? For nothing surely rain and dew descend upon it from heaven, like every other land. Well, every single heaven has princes ruling over the world, and the prince ruling over each heaven gives of his power to that heaven, to be conveyed below, and that heaven obtains from the prince and transmits it below to earth, and that prince obtains only from the residue above. Each heaven has certain openings, and the authority of each prince is designated from one opening to the next. Beyond that opening he does not rule by even a hair's breadth, and he may not encroach on the domain of his fellow's opening except when he is authorized to rule over him. Then kings on earth prevail, one over another. In the middle of all those heavens lies one opening called Gavlon, and beneath this opening are 70 other openings, with 70 princes keeping guard at a distance of 2,000 cubits, approaching no closer. That opening extends higher and higher until reaching the supernal throne, and from that opening extend all directions of heaven until the gateway called Magdon, which marks the border of the land of Israel. All those openings inscribed in the opening called Gavlon are engraved on the holy throne and even called gates of righteousness, for no one else rules over them. The blessed Holy One attends to the land of Israel through that heaven, from one opening to the other, providing whatever it needs. And from the residue of that provision, those 70 princes take, giving to all other princes. In the Garden of Eden below are supernal mysteries. When the blessed Holy One made the heavens, he brought fire and water from within the throne of glory, fused them as one, and fashioned the heavens below, which expanded until reaching the site of the Garden of Eden, where they settled. What did the blessed Holy One do from the supernal holy heaven? He took other fire and water which exist and do not exist, are revealed and unrevealed, and from that fire and water, taken from supernal heaven, he made an expanse of heaven, joined to another heaven, and spread it over this garden below. There are 4 colors in that expanse of heaven above the garden: white and red, green and black. By these colors are 4 openings beneath that expanse of heaven, open to the 4 directions of the heaven above the garden, the heaven fashioned from that fire and water. Within these openings appear 4 lights. In the opening on the right, from the expansion on the side of water, shine 2 lights through those openings, through the opening of the right and through the opening within the countenance. Within the light shining to the right is engraved 1 letter glowing, projecting, sparkling within that light. This is the letter Mem, standing in the middle of that light of the opening. This letter ascends and descends, not remaining in one place. That light takes that letter and radiates it, so it does not remain in one place. A light shining on the side facing the countenance, 1 letter is engraved glowing, projecting, sparkling in that light. This is the letter Resh, sometimes appearing as Bet, standing in the midst of that light of the opening, ascending and descending, sometimes revealed and sometimes not, not remaining in one place. These two letters endure, and when the soul of a righteous person enters the Garden of Eden, these two letters emerge from that light and stand over that soul, ascending and descending. Then from those two openings, two chariots quickly descend from above, one supernal chariot, that is the chariot of the great chief Michael, the second chariot, the chariot of the prince named Boel, who is the noble minister named Raphael. These descend and stand over the soul, declaring to her, Shalom, may he enter in peace, may he enter in peace. Then those two letters ascend and stand in their places, hidden within the light of those openings. Two other openings, two other lights flash from the fiery radiance of those openings, one to the left and one to the back. Two other letters flash in those lights, sparkling within, one the letter Gimel and one the letter Nun. And when the previous letters return to their places, these two others sparkle, ascending and descending, emerge from those lights, and stand over the soul. Then two chariots descend from those two openings. One chariot is the chariot of the great noble Prince Gabriel. The second chariot is another holy one, of the great Prince Nuriel. They descend from those openings and stand over the soul, while the letters return to their places. Then these two chariots enter a certain hidden chamber called aloes, where 12 kinds of spices are stored away, as is written, nard and saffron, cane and cinnamon, with all trees of frankincense, myrrh and aloes, with all the finest spices. They are 12 kinds of spices below. There are found all those garments of souls intended to be worn by each one fittingly. In that garment are inscribed all the good deeds performed by that person in this world, and inscribed also is, this is the garment of so and so. They take that garment and clothe the soul of the righteous in the garden, corresponding to the image of this world. This pertains to 30 days and afterward, for during all 30 days no soul is unpunished before entering the Garden of Eden. Once she receives punishment, she enters the garden as has been established, after being purified. Once she is clothed in this garment, she is assigned an appropriate place. Then all those letters descend, and those chariots ascend. That heaven revolves twice a day by the motion of the other heaven attached to it, and this heaven does not depart from the garden. This heaven is embroidered with all varieties of color. 22 letters are inscribed and engraved in that heaven, each letter dripping dew of manna from above upon the garden. By that dew of letters, those souls are bathed, to be nourished. Dew descends only from within the letters inscribed in that heaven, for those letters are totality of Torah, and that heaven is mystery of Torah, since it is made of fire and water of Torah. Therefore they stream dew upon all those who engage in Torah for its own sake. Those words are inscribed in the Garden of Eden and ascend to that heaven, where from those letters they absorb that dew to nourish the soul, as is written, let my teaching drop like rain, my saying flow like dew. In the middle of this heaven is an opening facing the opening of the palace above. Through that opening souls fly from the garden below upward through a column thrust in the garden, reaching that opening within that heaven. Into that opening in the middle of the heaven of the garden enter 3 colors of light combined as one, illumining the colors of that column. Then this heaven sparkles and flashes in various glowing colors every moment, and the righteous delight in that supernal radiance. But on every Sabbath and every new moon, Shekinah is revealed in this heaven more fully than on other times, and all the righteous come and bow before her. Happy is the share of one who attains this garment of which we have spoken, in which the righteous are clothed in the Garden of Eden. They are fashioned out of good deeds performed by a person in this world through the commandments of Torah, by which the soul abides in the Garden of Eden and is clothed in these glorious garments. When the soul ascends through that opening of the heaven, other glorious, supernal garments are presented to her, made out of aspiration and heartfelt intention in Torah and prayer. As this ascends, the one who is crowned, and a portion remains for that person, out of which garments of light are fashioned for the soul to wear as it ascends. Although it has been established that those garments depend on deeds, these depend solely on spirit of aspiration, as has been said, to abide among angels, holy spirits. This is lucidity of the matter, and so did the Holy Lamb learn it from Elijah. Garments below in the earthly garden, by deeds garments above, by spirit of the heart. A river issues from Eden to water the garden. This has been established, but in this lower garden a river issues from Eden surely, and one must know the location of the essence and root of this river issuing into the garden below. Where is it in Eden? Eden is a supernal mystery and cannot be apprehended by the mind's eye. Mystery of the matter. If this place were allowed to be revealed below, the site of supernal holy Eden would also be knowable. For the sake of the hidden glory of the supernal holy Eden, lower Eden from which that river gushes and flows is hidden and concealed, so it is not allowed to be revealed even to those souls in the Garden of Eden. As that river divides and issues from Eden to water the garden, so too from within that opening in the middle of the garden issues one light that divides in 4 directions through the 4 openings that we have mentioned, where those 4 inscribed letters exist. That light dividing into 4 lights, to 4 sparkling letters, issues from Eden, a radiant place of the lower point above. That point shines and becomes Eden, illumining, and no one has the power to see or know this point, only the radiance spreading from it, before which the righteous in the garden bow, as has been said. This lower point is the garden in relation to higher Eden, a place that cannot be known or contemplated. Concerning all this is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. This name can be interpreted Elohim Zulateka, O God, but you holy lower point, who knows this Eden below, concealed in the garden, known by no one else. O God, but you highest Eden of all, mystery of the world that is coming, who knows this lower point by means of a certain righteous one issuing from him, saturating it. No one knows it except for him, as is written, O God, but you, for he is linked above to Ein Sof. The river issuing from Eden below. This mystery here is for the wise. In the mystery of what is written, he will satisfy your soul bisatsaho, in parched places, with radiances. This word can be interpreted above and below. A soul departing this world of darkness yearns to see, like a person craving thirstily to drink water. Thus every single one is satsaho, as is said Sahi, parched with thirst, thirsting for those saho, radiances, of lights of the garden, heaven, and palaces of the garden. Were it not for that garment, they could not endure. As for that river issuing from Eden, all those souls in garments of glory sit by that river and thus become tranquil in those radiances and can endure. That place is a remedy for souls, to become calm and be nourished by those radiances. The souls delight by that river, settling. That river above pours forth souls, which fly from it into the garden. This river below in the garden on earth refines souls, enabling them to become tranquil in those radiances. Similarly, in this world outside, by the scent of water the soul becomes calm enough to delight, for she issued like this originally. Since souls delight by that river issuing from Eden, they can be tranquil in those supernal radiances, to ascend through that opening in the middle of the heaven. One column standing in the middle of the garden. By that column they ascend through the opening of the heaven, and surrounding it are cloud, smoke, and glow. Although they have established this verse, this cloud and smoke are outside, and the glow within, to cover those ascending so that they are not seen by those remaining below. For here is mystery of mysteries. When the blessed Holy One wishes to be arrayed and adorned on Sabbaths, holidays, and festivals, he sends 4 faces of the eagle, and they stand poised on the palace called Dura Freedom, corresponding to More Dura, congealed myrrh. So in the Jubilee year we must proclaim Dura Freedom, as has been said. Those four faces utter a sound, which can be heard only by those souls worthy of ascending, who gather there and are grasped by the four faces and conducted into the column standing in the middle. At that moment, the column emits cloud, fire, and smoke, glowing within. These are called site of Mount Zion and her assemblies site of Mount Zion above when the lower point is adorned. And they are assemblies of that point, to be adorned. Once these souls ascend to that opening of the heaven, that heaven revolves around the garden 3 times. From the sweet sound of the heavens revolving, all those souls emerge and see the loveliness of the heaven and see that column emitting fire, cloud, and smoke, and the flashing glow, and they all bow. Then souls ascend through that opening until they reach the circle surrounding that point. They see what they see, and from the radiance and joy of what they see, they ascend and descend, approach and retreat. She desires them, adorned in radiance. Jealousy clothes the light of a certain supernal righteous one, and he gazes at the beauty of this point and her array. He grasps her and lifts her, and light shines into light, becoming one. All the powers of heaven open at that moment. Happy are you, O righteous of Israel, who engage in Torah, for the joy of your Lord is within you, the crown of your Lord is adorned by you. Then, since light shines into light, 2 lights join as one, illumining. Afterward, they descend, gazing to delight in the souls of the righteous, revealed and unrevealed. Of this is said no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. An image above the heads of the living being, an expanse like awesome ice, spread out above their heads. Ezekiel. This verse has been established, but there is an expanse, and then there is an expanse. The expanse below stands upon the 4 living beings, and from there extends a form of a certain female behind a male. This is mystery of what is written. You will see my back behind and in front you formed me, and it is written one of his sides. The expanse above stands upon supernal living beings, and from there extends and begins a form of a certain male who is supernal mystery. Of these 2 expanses, one is called end of the heavens, and the other, from the end of the heavens, as is written, from the end of the heavens to the end of the heavens. The heads of the living being below are 4 living beings who are supernal insignia above those 4 inscribed letters within the 4 openings of the Garden of Eden. Although we have said that Eden is below on earth, certainly so, however, all is supernal mystery, as has been said. For just as this point that we have mentioned has a portion above, so it has a portion below on earth, and this garden below is its portion to delight in spirits of the righteous on earth, enjoying all aspects, above and below. Above, with the righteous one; below, with fruit of the righteous one. Delight exists above and below only by the righteous one. And this garden derives from the point called Eden. Those heads of the living being are 4 heads of faces. One is a lion, the lion of which is written on the right, a lion's face. One is an ox, as is written on the left, an ox's face. One is an eagle, as is written, an eagle's face. The human includes them all, as is written, the image of their face was a human face. Ezekiel. These are 4 river heads conveying the holy throne, from whose burden they perspire. From the perspiration of this burden is formed the river of fire, as is written, a river of fire was flowing and gushing from his presence, 1,000 thousands serving him. When souls ascend, they bathe in that river of fire and are offered up, not burned but bathed. From a salamander, from whom a garment is fashioned, since it derives from fire, that garment can be washed only in fire, consumes its filth, and that garment is cleansed. Similarly, a soul of fire, taken from the holy throne, of which is written, his throne flames of fire, when she must be washed of her filth, she passes through fire and is cleansed, fire consuming all that filth of the soul, and the soul washed and purified. Now, you might say, if so, by this the soul is not punished. Woe to the soul who must endure strange fire, even though she is cleansed. However, when she is very filthy, Woe to the soul who suffers that punishment, for such filth is cleansed in fire twice. The first time once she has received punishment in the body, the soul is taken and conducted into a certain place called Ben Hinnom. Why is it called Ben Hinnom? Well, there is a place in hell where souls are purged and purified before they enter the Garden of Eden. If those souls are worthy, then when they are brought into that place, two angelic messengers appear in the Garden of Eden, standing at the gate, and they call out to the officials in that place in hell to receive that soul. If that soul has not yet been cleansed in fire, those officials call out, saying, Hinnom, here they are. Sometimes, if she has already been cleansed, those officials emerge with her from that place and present her at the opening of the garden, where those messengers are standing, and they say to them, Hinnom, here they are, here are those souls, for they have already been cleansed. Then that soul is ushered into the Garden of Eden. How broken she is from the calamitous cleansing of hell, the trauma of lower fire. Although it descends from above, once reaching earth below, it is not rarefied fire, and the soul is punished by it and broken. Then the blessed Holy One brings forth the sun, shining through four openings illumining the heaven above the garden, and it reaches that soul, who is healed, as is written, for you, in awe of my name, the Sun of Righteousness will rise, with healing in its wings. Malachi. The second time after she has dwelled in the Garden of Eden below. Until now, as long as she is there, she has not separated herself entirely from matters of worldly appearance. When she is raised above, she must separate from all lowly appearance and matters, so she is passed through that river of fire. Then the soul is cleansed completely. She emerges and appears before the Master of the universe, purified in every aspect. Gazing upon that light, she is totally healed and perfected. Then those souls stand in garments, adorned before their Lord. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Those souls in the Garden of Eden below roam on every new moon and Sabbath, ascending to the place called Walls of Jerusalem, where there are numerous princes and chariots guarding those walls, as is written, upon your walls, O Jerusalem, I have posted watchmen. They ascend to that place, but do not enter until they are cleansed. There they bow, delighting in that radiance, and return to the garden. Emerging from there, they roam through the world and see bodies of the wicked being punished, as is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebel against me, for their worm will not die, nor their fire be quenched, and they will be a horror to all flesh. What is to all flesh to the other bodies around them, as has been established. Then they roam and gaze upon those in pain and sickness and those who suffer for the unification of their Lord, and they return and tell the Messiah. When they tell the Messiah about the suffering of Israel in exile and about the wicked among them who do not seek to know their Lord, he weeps aloud over the wicked, as is written, but he was wounded for our sins, crushed for our iniquities. Those souls return and stand in their places. In the Garden of Eden there is one chamber called the Chamber of the Ill. The Messiah then enters that chamber and calls for all the illnesses, all the pains, and all the sufferings of Israel to come upon him, and they all do so. And if he did not ease them off of Israel, taking them upon himself, no one could endure the sufferings of Israel from the punishments of Torah, as is written, yet it was our sickness that he was bearing, our pains that he endured. Similarly, Rabbi Elazar on earth. For innumerable are the sufferings looming over a person every day, all of which descended into the world at the time when Torah was given. When the people of Israel were in the Holy Land, they eliminated all those illnesses and sufferings from the world through rituals and sacrifices. Now, the Messiah removes them from inhabitants of the world, until a person departs from this world and receives punishment, as has been said. Except for the extremely wicked, who are sent deep within hell, into those other compartments, where they are punished severely for the extreme filth of the soul. Then intense fire is kindled to consume that filth. Woe to the soul who suffers that punishment. Furthermore, angels of destruction harass them with rods of fire to shake out that filth. Woe to the soul who suffers that punishment. Happy are those who keep the commandments of Torah. The holy point wishes to delight above in spirits of the righteous, as has been said. When she wishes to delight below in spirits of the righteous, like a mother rejoicing over her children and delighting in them at midnight, she descends and delights in them. The heaven that we have mentioned, over the garden, presides over 4 heads, which are the 4 letters that we have mentioned, mystery of 4 living beings. This heaven stands below, as has been said. The heaven of that point stands above, over those 4 living beings that we have mentioned. That heaven, corresponding to the other one, is embroidered with holy colors. Into this heaven gaze 4 living beings and all those forces below. When this heaven shines in its colors and sparkles, all those chariots and all those forces and camps know that their food is prepared. This heaven is embroidered with all holy colors. Within it are 4 openings, inscribed with 4 sparkling letters. One opening is marked to the east, and in that opening stands 1 letter. That letter is Aleph, sparkling, ascending and descending in that opening. This opening glows and shines from supernal scintillation, and this letter sparkles and protrudes from within it, descending and ascending, inscribed in that opening. The second opening is marked to the north, and in it stands 1 letter, the letter Dele, standing and sparkling, ascending and descending, flashing in that opening. Sometimes it sparkles in scintillation, and sometimes that light is concealed, not shining. Thus, this letter does not endure steadfastly. This letter is inscribed in this opening. The third opening, to the west, in which stands 1 letter, inscribed and shining in that opening. This is the letter Nun, sparkling in scintillation in that opening. The fourth opening, an opening to the south, in which stands an inscription of 1 small lower point, visible and invisible, namely the letter Yod. These are 4 letters in 4 directions of that heaven within those openings. In this heaven other letters are inscribed, with crowns on their heads, 22 letters, adorned with crowns. This heaven moves and revolves over the living beings by inscription of letters, mystery of enumeration of unity, in mystery of 1 permutation Aleph, Tet Bet, Het Gimel, Zin Dele, Vov. These letters rotate that heaven by mystery of other supernal letters, holy and concealed. These other, concealed letters rotate that heaven and are then seen in the revolution of Aleph, Tet Bet, Het, and inscribed in this heaven. When this heaven shines, 4 mysteries of holy names are illumined in it, permuted in permutations of 32 paths. Then dew descends from this heaven by those letters of mysteries of the holy name, and all those chariots and all those forces and holy camps are nourished, all partaking in joy. When judgment impends, these letters are concealed and hidden, 4 within 4, namely Tet, Het, Zin, Vov. When these are hidden and concealed, a voice of the north is aroused, and all know that judgment prevails over the world, and in this heaven is drawn 1 color including all colors. When this heaven moves from the east, those 4 heads that we have mentioned, with 4 letters, all move in their journey and rise in ascension. As they move and rise, the one who ascends, and letters reappear completely in original mystery Aleph, Tet Bet, Het Gimel, Zin Dele, Vov. That heaven is embroidered, and then shines radiantly. When this heaven is restored with these letters, all resume roaring for food and nourishment. As they roar and raise a cry, that sound is heard above, and then the one who absorbs blessings and holiness. Letters revolve and rotate, and that heaven revolves, and those letters stand in the south. Once standing there, they ascend and sparkle in scintillation, flashing. Then in the middle of that heaven, an insignia is inscribed, and that insignia is 1 letter Yod. Once this letter is inscribed and seen, 3 other letters flash after it: he, vov, he. These letters sparkle in the middle of this heaven, ascending and descending, flashing in 12 flashes. After these flash 12 times, the one who descends and is absorbed in those letters and crowned by them, remaining unknown. Then all those forces and all those camps rejoice and offer songs and praise. This heaven moves a second time, rotating and revolving, and those original letters that we mentioned, Aleph, Tet, Bet, Het, are included in the supernal letters that we mentioned, mystery of the holy name. That heaven revolves, and those letters that were in the middle, mystery of the holy name, are all inscribed in the south, inscribed yet not inscribed. No one can gaze in that direction. All cover themselves and utter sweetly, "Blessed be the glory of Jehovah," from his place. Ezekiel covering themselves from the side of the countenance, they say this, covering themselves from all sides, they say this. This heaven revolves as before, rotating from side to side. Then a sweet sound of many camps on this side, and a sweet sound of many camps on that side, and so on all sides. At that moment, the heaven is illumined by another radiance, greater than before, attaining the brilliance of another color, comprising all colors. These letters that we have mentioned ascend in that heaven and receive one supernal letter that joins with the name of these letters. For although these are letters of the holy name, this is a name included below, since this mystery is included above and below, and when included below, these letters ascend to receive one letter, from which these letters below are sustained, and that letter is Vov. This descends, and these letters join with that letter, and then they are all in one crowning, becoming a complete name below, a name complete and incomplete, a complete name in 5 letters, yet not a complete name of 9 letters. A complete name in 5 letters is V'Yehovah, and Yehovah, mystery intimating male and female. A complete name in 9 letters, Yehovah Elohim, a name entirely complete. The other name intimates, consisting of 5, as we have said, but this is entirely complete. Once these letters unite, that heaven shines in 32 lights, then all is in joy, all abiding in one mystery, above and below. All those chariots and all those camps abide in mystery of consummation, and all rungs are arranged in their places, each one fittingly. In this heaven, to the north, stands one glowing flame that never subsides. It is inscribed with other letters to the right 10 names, amounting to 70 names, all inscribed in this heaven, all shining as one. By this heaven are conveyed all heavens below on the side of holiness, until reaching those other heavens of the other side, called curtains of goat hair, as is said, they made curtains of goat hair for a tent over the dwelling, for there are curtains, and then there are curtains. Curtains of the dwelling are curtains called heavens of the living beings of the holy dwelling. Curtains of goat hair are other heavens, of the other side. These are heavens in mystery of chariots of holy spirits, while those are heavens outside, pertaining to the body, to mundane matters, aspects of craving and bodily actions. They cover those inner heavens like a shell over a kernel. Those heavens within are a thin membrane over the kernel, called heavens for Jehovah, for this name below. There are other heavens above, innermost heavens, called heavens of the living beings, which are mystery of the holy name, in mystery of noble supernal living beings. These are supernal mysteries in mysteries of Torah, totality of 22 engraved, inscribed letters, issuing from the supreme 8th heaven, which is the heaven above the living beings. This is the one that has no appearance, this is concealed and hidden, having no color. All colors issue from it, within it is no color, it is not seen or revealed. This is the one that generates all lights, within it is seen no radiance nor darkness nor color, except for souls of the righteous, who see from the lower heaven, as from behind a wall, a radiance emitted and shone by this upper heaven. That ceaseless radiance, no one can know it, no one can fathom it. Below this, all those heavens are included in one name called heavens, while these of the holy name are called the heavens, those by which the supernal name is called, those by which the holy name is crowned. Therefore it is written, the heavens are heavens for Jehovah, for that hiddenness of the supreme heaven presiding over them. Until here, a hint of the holy name, for the blessed Holy One is called by names. From here on, no one wise in understanding can know or grasp at all except for one slight gleam, not enduring to be dwelt upon. Happy is the share of one who enters and emerges, and knows how to contemplate the mysteries of his Lord, to cleave to him by these mysteries. One can cleave to his Lord, in aspiration and intention of the heart, knowing the dominion of wisdom in supernal mystery. When one worships his Lord in prayer, he should unite his will above like a flame to a burning coal, unifying those lower heavens on the side of holiness, crowning them with one name below, and from there on, unifying those upper, inner heavens, so that they all become one with that supernal heaven presiding over them. While his mouth and lips are moving, he should focus his heart, and his will should ascend higher and higher, uniting all in mystery of mysteries, where all wills and thoughts are embedded, in the mystery abiding in Ein Sof. This applies to every single prayer, focusing body and soul on this, every single day, to adorn all one's days with mysteries of supernal days through worship. At night, one should set his intention that he is departing from the world and that his soul is leaving him, and he should restore her to the Lord of all. For every single night, a mystery of mysteries becomes knowable to the wise of heart. This lower heaven abides in mystery of that point, as we have said. That heaven comprises above and below, while its base is below like a lamp emitting a black light to unite with a white light, while its base is below in an oil wick. Similarly below, with that point by day she is comprised from above, and by night she is comprised from below, of the souls of the righteous. All things of the world return to the source, foundation, and root from which they issued. And numerous nighttime entities are poised to take what each is entitled to, as is said, even the nights admonish me, my innards, the soul goes flying and returns to the source befitting her. The body remains still as a stone, and returns to the place fit to settle upon it. Thus the body returns to its aspect, and the soul to hers. Mystery of the other side settles upon the body, and therefore one's hands become defiled and one must wash them, as we have established, for at night all returns to its place. The souls of the righteous ascend and return to their place, and by them is crowned the one who is crowned, and she comprises all sides. Then the glory of the blessed Holy One ascends, and is crowned by all. At night rule princes, appointed over the souls of the righteous, to raise them above and offer them as a pleasing offering to their Lord. The prince appointed over all those camps is named Surya, the chief prince. Once the soul ascends through all those heavens, she is brought to him, then he inhales her scent, as is said, his scenting will be by the awe of Jehovah, as King Messiah is destined to do in the world. By his hand they are all entrusted and brought closer. And when all those souls are brought to the place where they are brought and appear there, this is the mystery, all those souls are contained in that point, and she absorbs them all at once, like someone swallowing something, and she conceives like a woman who is impregnated. This mystery is for masters of qualities. When this point conceives, like a woman impregnated, she enjoys the pleasure imbued in the soul from this world by those good deeds and by the Torah that it studied that day. She absorbs that aspiration of this world, enjoying it in delight, and is comprised from all sides. Afterward she brings them forth and gives birth to them as originally, and the soul is now new as originally. This is the mystery of new every morning, really new, as has been said. Why are they new? Because of the mystery that is written, great is your faithfulness, really great, for she can contain them and absorb them, then she generates them and they are new. So, she grasps others from above by day. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Meanwhile day began to shine. Rabbi Abba said, "Let us rise and go and praise the Master of the universe." They rose and went and prayed. Afterward the companions returned to Rabbi Abba and said to him, "Let him who began conclude the praise. Happy is our share on this way, that we have been privileged to crown the blessed Holy One with mysteries of Torah." Rabbi Abba opened. Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood. Although those mysteries of the dwelling have been established by the companions among the mysteries of the Holy Lamp, here one should contemplate, for this mystery is adorned with many mysteries to learn wisdom. This ark is a mystery, to insert written Torah, hidden within it by those six surrounding boards. This is called ark. When those six surround, becoming as one, it is one body, into which is inserted mystery of Torah, of six aspects. Those boards are 5, and 5 books enter it. Those 5 are 6, with one rung entering secretly, called mystery of all, and this is mystery of covenant. When this enters those 5 boards, the ark and Torah abide in mystery of 9 rungs, which are 2 names. Afterward, one board prevails, supernal mystery covering all mystery of that expanse surrounding and covering all land. They all abide in concealment. Here one should contemplate and know mysteries of the ark. There is an ark, and then there is an ark, one opposite the other. He opened, saying, "All of it has Araunah the king given to the king." Now, was Araunah a king? Although the companions have established this, still, David, who said, "Whoever strikes down the Jebusite and reaches the conduit, and who seized and held Jerusalem and thus possessed this site, why did he purchase it with money?" Now, you might say, although Jerusalem belonged to David, that place was the heritage of Araunah, as in the case of Naboth the Jezreelite. Although Ahab ruled as king, he had to request that vineyard from Naboth. Similarly, with David. However, Araunah was surely a king, and that place belonged to him and he ruled over it. When the time came for it to pass out of his possession, it did so only by much bloodshed and killing among Israel. Thus after killing and death, that angel of destruction stood upon that spot, and there, having killed, and standing in that place, he could not prevail and his strength failed. That place was the place where Isaac was bound, for there Abraham built an altar and bound Isaac his son. When the blessed Holy One saw that place, he was filled with compassion, as is written, Jehovah saw. What did he see? He saw the binding of Isaac in that place, and he felt compassion for them. Immediately, Jehovah said to the destroying angel, "Enough now, stay your hand." What is Rav? Enough. They have already established this. Take Harav, the great one. However, the meaning is as follows. Here is written Rav, enough, and there is written Rav, long enough. Have you stayed at this mountain? Similarly, Rav, long enough, has this place been in your possession? For many years it was in your possession. Now, Rav, long enough, return the place to its owner. Even so, it left his possession only by blood, plague, and money. Why is he called Aravna, Araunah, and it is also written on An, Ornan? As long as that place was in his possession, he was called Aravna Aaron, ark, of the other side. As for the extra letter added to him, so it must be, adding to the one called evil-eyed mystery of the other side, and that addition is actually a diminution. Conversely, on the side of holiness, letters are diminished and holiness is added. Mystery of what is written standing upon Shanir Eazar, 12, oxen kings, missing mem, since it is not written Shanirim but rather Shaniri. Whereas the other side is given extra letters, as is written, he made curtains of goat hair for a tent over the dwelling, Ashtir Esri, 11, curtains an extra letter, which is a diminution. On the side of holiness, Shanir Eazar and no more, whereas here Ashtir Esri all a diminution for him. So it must be for that Ra'ayin, evil-eyed one, to fill his ayin, diminishing him. Similarly, Aravna, Araunah, with an extra letter, not spelled Aaron. This side of holiness is called Aaron, Ark of the Covenant. That Ark of the Covenant is suitable for the body, for the human image to enter it. Based on this mystery, when holy pious ones departed from this world, they were placed in Aaron, a coffin. For the other side is not arrayed in a body, nor included in a human body, therefore bodies were not created for that other side, since they are not included in a human body. Of Joseph, what is written visum ba Aaron, he was placed in a coffin, y spelled with a double yod, because covenant was joined with covenant, mystery below with mystery above, and he entered the Aaron. Why? Because he preserved the holy covenant and was thereby fulfilled, so he became worthy of entering the Aaron, all fittingly. Rabbi Abba wept, and said, Woe to inhabitants of the world, who do not know, woe for that shame, woe for that punishment, for everyone who wishes, enters an Aaron. Only a righteous one should enter an Aaron, one who knows for certain that he has not sinned by that covenant, sign of the holy covenant, from his youth, and has preserved it fittingly. Otherwise, he should not enter an Aaron, tainting the Aaron. A mystery this must join with the sign of the holy covenant, a mystery befitting it alone. For the Aaron joins only with a righteous one who preserves the sign of the holy covenant, and whoever taints the covenant, woe to him for tainting it in his life, woe to him for tainting it in his death, woe to him for that punishment, woe to him for tainting the sign of the holy covenant, woe to him for that shame, for eternal vengeance will be wreaked upon him, vengeance of this world and vengeance for that taint. This is the mystery of what is written, for the rod of wickedness shall not rest on the portion of the righteous. When he is judged in that world, they examine his deeds to see whether he tainted the mystery of the holy covenant sealed in his flesh, and now he taints the Aaron of his covenant and has no portion among the righteous. They examine him and sentence him to be excluded from the category of human. Once he is excluded from the category of human, they exclude him from the category of all others destined for eternal life, and he is placed in the Aaron that is not included in mystery of the human body. Once he is delivered to that side, woe to him, for he is put into hell and never leaves. Of him is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebel against me, for their worm will not die, nor their fire be quenched, and they will be a horror to all flesh, those who remain in the category of human. This pertains if one has not turned back completely in repentance, a turning capable of covering his deeds. Even so, it is better for him not to enter an Aaron, for as long as the body exists the soul is judged and cannot enter her place except for those noble pious ones, whose share is happy in this world and in the world that is coming. For no sin is as grave before the blessed Holy One as that of betraying and tainting this sign of the Holy Covenant. Of this sin is written, what he did was evil in the eyes of Jehovah. What is written here? Bezalel made the ark. Now, why didn't the wise men who made the dwelling make the ark? Well, Bezalel, who is mystery of Holy Covenant and preserved it, and who attained his allotted share, he engaged in his own act, with no one else. All those companions came and kissed him. When they reached Rabbi Shimon and arranged before him these words all that had been said on the way, he wept. Then he opened, saying, The path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. This verse has been discussed, but this verse should be contemplated. The path of the righteous, the path walked by the righteous, is the path of truth, a path in which the blessed Holy One delights, a path in which he goes before them, with all those chariots coming to hear the words of their mouths. Like gleaming light shining ever brighter, not darkening at all, unlike the wicked, whose path darkens constantly, as is said, the way of the wicked is like darkness. Alternatively, the path of the righteous. What is the difference between path and way? This has already been established. However, a path is that which is just now opened and revealed, formed. There is a path until now untrodden by any feet. Dik, a way, as is said, Keidorik, like one who treads in a winepress which anyone who wishes can tread. Therefore for the righteous it is called a path, for they were the first to open that place. and it is not the place itself that matters, since even if other inhabitants of the world walk in that place, now that the righteous walk there, it is new, it is a place where no one else has ever walked. For the righteous renew that place by many sublime words in which the blessed Holy One delights. Furthermore, Shekinah goes in that place, which was not so before. Thus it is called Ora, path, since a supernal holy guest Itara visits there. A way is open to all, and anyone who wishes can tread it, even the wicked. A way, this is the mystery of who makes a way through the sea, for the unwanted other side treads it, dominating, defiling the dwelling. Thus the righteous alone stand and rule in the one called path, as we have established, whereas a way is for all, for this side and that. As for you, holy ones of the highest, a path was prepared for you and you visited it, and sublime words were arranged before the Ancient of Days. Happy is your share. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Joshua son of Nun was filled with a spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him in various places. We have learned that Moses' face was like the sun, and that of Joshua like the face of the moon. For the moon has light only by light of the sun, when it illumines the moon, and the moon is filled by the sun, and when filled, it becomes complete. What is completeness of the moon? Mystery of all, called image, in mystery of the supernal name, for it assumes this name only when it becomes complete. For it has inherited many names, by which it is called when it assumes particular states according to the status it assumes, so it is called by that precise name. When it assumes the mystery of fullness, completed on all sides, it is called Jehovah, its fullness like fullness above, for daughter has inherited from her mother. This occurs on the 15th day, as is written, on the 15th day of this 7th month, a festival of booths, 7 days, to Jehovah, and it is written on the 10th of this 7th month is the Day of Atonement. All is one mystery. When the world that is coming presides in mystery of all 10 utterances over this month, it is called on the 10th, and when the moon is traced in single fullness among them, it is called on the 15th, for he is joined and engraved among them. This mystery is Yod-He. When it assumes this name, it joins with He, and is supplemented for those below, to nourish them and provide them with their food, and supplemented in mystery of the letter He as before, one, to be engraved and join in mystery above, and one to provide sustenance to those below. Then the moon assumes fullness on all sides, above and below, in mystery of this name, all becoming one mystery and one fullness. Joshua, mystery of fullness of the moon, with these letters bin Nun, son of Nun, Nun, precisely, for Nun is mystery of the moon. Was filled mystery of fullness of the holy name, then he is filled with a spirit of wisdom, surely. For the supernal point, which is Yod, expands and issues a spirit, and that spirit forms a palace. That spirit expands and forms 6 aspects. That spirit expands in mystery of all these and is filled and forms a palace below. All is filled, forming mystery of the holy name in single fullness. Why is Joshua filled with a spirit of wisdom? Because Moses laid his hands upon him, pouring forth blessings, and the well was filled by him. As for you, holy ones of the highest, each one of you is filled with a spirit of wisdom and assumes the fullness of the spirit of wisdom, for the blessed Holy One delights in you and has laid his hands upon you. Happy is my share, that my eyes have seen this and have seen the fullness of the spirit of wisdom within you. It is written, you shall not eat over the blood. You shall not divine nor interpret omens. This verse has been established. The mystery of the matter is as follows: one who eats without prayer, not praying for his blood before eating, is equivalent to one who divines or interprets omens. For at night the soul ascends and prostrates herself, to gaze upon the mystery of supernal glory, each one as she deserves, and the person is left only with the power associated with blood to sustain the body. Even so, he tastes death. That power is prepared to be aroused by the power of the soul and receive it. When the person awakens he is impure, as we have established, for the other side dominates a place vacant of soul. Once he is purified by water, even if the person engages in Torah nishmeta, the soul is not stabilized in its place and he is controlled only by the power of blood, called nefesh, which permeates the blood constantly, as we have established. When a person offers a prayer, worshipping his Lord, then the power of blood subsides in its place and the power of soul strengthens, settling upon that place. Then the person is complete before his Lord, fittingly nefesh below, and mystery of the power of soul above. Therefore, one who prays before eating stabilizes himself properly, and the soul prevails, mounting her dwelling place fittingly. But if a person eats before offering his prayer, which would enable the blood to subside in its place, then he is like one who divines and interprets omens, for it is the way of a diviner to elevate the other side and degrade the side of holiness. Why is a person who engages in that side called Menahesh, a diviner? Because he devotes himself to the Nahash, serpent, increasing its power and strength. This is one who worships other gods. Similarly, this one worships that power of blood and does not worship the blessed Holy One, strengthening the power of soul, side of holiness. 1. Interpreted omens engaging in sin, not in virtue. Now, you might say, look, a nun stands in the middle. Certainly so, for one cannot control the other side until an element of the side of holiness is mingled with it, as one thin thread. Whoever wishes to maintain a lie should mix an element of truth in it, so that the lie will persist. Thus, avon, sin, is a lie, and in order to maintain it, an element of truth is inserted, namely none, thereby, that lie is sustained. Whoever fails to offer prayer for his blood to the blessed Holy One before eating is like one who divines and interprets omens. Human prayer is, as you said, O holy ones of the highest, happy is your share, for thereby a person mends his body and soul, becoming whole. Prayer is restorative enhancements, arrayed as one, and they are four. First enhancement, enhancing oneself, becoming complete. Second enhancement, enhancing this world. Third enhancement, enhancing the world above with all the heavenly forces. Fourth enhancement, enhancing the holy name, in mystery of holy chariots and in mystery of all worlds above and below, enhancing mysteries of the holy name fittingly. First enhancement, enhancing oneself, for one should refine himself with mitzvah and holiness, with sacrifices and ascent offerings, to become pure. Second enhancement, enhancing the existence of this world through the act of creation, blessing the blessed Holy One for every single act, to sustain the existence of this world. Thus, in Barak Shema, blessed be he who spoke, blessed, blessed for all. Third enhancement, enhancing the world above with all those potent forces and camps, by Hallelujah, Hallelujah, praise him, all you stars of light. Fourth enhancement, by prayer, enhancing mystery of the holy name, as you said. Happy is your share, here is mystery of enhancing the holy name. Happy is my share with you in this world and in the world that is coming. Commandments of Torah in prayer, of which you spoke, certainly so. He opened, saying, it is written, Yehovah your God you shall fear, him you shall serve, and it is written, you shall fear me Eloheka, your God. This verse should read as follows, you shall fear Eloheka, your God, since it is written it Yehovah Eloheka, Yehovah your God, you shall fear. Why me Eloheka, from your God? Well, it is a mystery, me Eloheka, from your God, surely from that place joined to and surrounding the kernel within this is me Eloheka, from your God. This is the fear that one should feel, for their judgment prevails drawn to this place from judgment above. There is fire, and then there is fire, three kinds of fire here. The first fire is fire receiving fire in joy, rejoicing with one another in love. The second fire is fire of which is written and a radiance surrounding it, Ezekiel, for radiance appears there. This is fire existing joyously within inner fire, as has been said. The third fire is fire outside, surrounding that radiance, and in this fire prevails fear of judgment, smiting the wicked. Although we have learned that there are 4 kinds of fire, 4 that are one here in the fire that we have mentioned prevails fear of judgment, and thus it is written, you shall fear me Eloheka, from your God, from his punishment. In that fear, a person should set his intention on fear and love as one, fearing on this side and loving on that side, in those aspects that we have mentioned. That fear should be of punishment, for one who transgresses commandments of Torah is punished by that side, because once that side begins to strike, it does not subside until it exterminates him from this world and from the world that is coming. Therefore one should fear this fire in which fear prevails. From it spreads a fire outside, of another object of fear, of which is written, you shall not fear the gods of the nations judges, for it is forbidden to fear it. The fire of fear that we mentioned is holy, partaking in holiness, and this surrounds that radiance that we mentioned. That other, outside fire sometimes joins this, and sometimes it withdraws, not joining. When stimulated to join this one, it becomes a dark fire, darkening and covering the light of these others. Your mnemonic is flashing fire Ezekiel, not enduring constantly, as has been said. Afterward, love, as has been established, for love settles after fear. Mystery of the matter: once fear settles upon a person's head, love is afterward aroused on the right. For one who serves out of love cleaves to the supernal place above and is sanctified by holiness of the world that is coming, since he ascends to be crowned and conjoined with the right side. Now, if you say that service from the side of fear is not service, it is precious service, but it does not ascend to unite above. When one serves out of love, he ascends and is crowned above, cleaving to the world that is coming. This is a person destined for the world that is coming. Happy is his share, for he ascends to the site of fear and rules over it, since no one rules the rung of fear except love. Mystery of the right. Mystery of unity: for one who is worthy of the world that is coming must unify the name of the Blessed Holy One, uniting limbs and rungs, bringing them all where they should be, binding the knot. This is the mystery written here, O Israel, Yehovah our God, Yehovah is one. Mystery of Shema, here Shem, a name, amounting to Ayin, 70, names, one totality. Israel the elder, for there is a small one, as is written, when Israel was a youth, I loved him Hosea, whereas this is Israel the elder. One mystery in one totality. Shema, here, O Israel, here, wife merges with her husband. After they merge with one another in one whole, limbs must be unified, joining 2 dwellings as one, with all limbs, in heartfelt devotion, ascending in cleaving to Ein Sof, uniting all there, becoming one will. This mystery is Yooi, will be, as is said, Yehovah Yooi, will be, one Zechariah, in the mystery of Yooi, Yod uniting and joining with He, an inner palace, treasury of this supernal point Yod. This is the mystery of Yehovah Elohim You, Yehovah our God, those 2 letters, namely Yod, He. And to include all those limbs in the place from which they issue, the inner palace restoring entities to their place, to their essence, foundation, and root, to the site of the root of the covenant. Afterward, these 2 other letters, namely Yod, He, uniting and joining Yod with He. Yod is mystery of holy covenant, and this He is a palace, treasury of this mystery of holy covenant, which is Yod. Although it is the second Vov, Yod is its mystery, uniting them as one. Ihad, one to unify from there above, all as one, to elevate aspiration, binding all from below to above in a single bond, elevating aspiration in fear and love, above, not withholding intention from all those rungs and limbs, rather ascending with them all, to unite them, so that all may be one bond in Ein Sof. This is the unification of Rav Hamnuna Sava, taught to him by his father, from the latter's teacher, reaching back to the mouth of Elijah. It is fine, a perfect unification. Although we have established this by various mysteries, and all those mysteries amount to one, still this mystery I found in his book, and it is fine, a perfect unification. We have already adduced the meaning of the unification of another mystery, which is a fine and fitting unification, so it is, but this unification is a perfect unification. This is the unification of Rav Hamnunasava. He said further, whoever wishes to include all mysteries of unification in the word Ehad, one even finer, therefore, we prolong Ehad, one, elevating aspiration from above to below, from below to above, so that all becomes one. However, this mystery Yoi will be alludes to this. As for what we have learned, that Ehad, one, mysteriously intimates above, below, and the four directions of the world, so it is to unify above and below, as has been said, and the four directions of the world mystery of the supernal chariot, embracing all as one, in one bond, in single unity, until Ein Sof, as we have established. Mystery of mentioning afterward the from Egypt, because Shekinah was in exile, and when she is in exile there is no union, joining lower world with upper world. To demonstrate freedom, for that redemption was conveyed by many signs and many miracles performed by the Blessed Holy One. That deliverance must be mentioned, demonstrating that although she was in exile, now she is free ever since the day that those bonds of Egypt were undone and those signs and miracles performed. Her liberation must be demonstrated, so that she joins her husband, and so that redemption be joined to prayer, all becoming one, with no separation, not demonstrating divorce. Yom mnemonic is a woman divorced from her husband they shall not take as wife. Now, you might say, look, she is in exile, so she is divorced. Not so, heaven forbid, rather, she is surely in exile to dwell with Israel and to protect them, but she is not divorced. In fact, Shekinah ceased to appear in the second temple, and in the first temple before Israel went into exile she ascended on high, and afterwards she made her abode with them. But, heaven forbid, there was never divorce. Therefore, one must demonstrate redemption, which includes four redemptions. Here lies a mystery. When Shekinah left the exile of Egypt, she demanded from the Blessed Holy One that he redeem her now 4 times, those 4 redemptions corresponding to 4 exiles, so that she would be free and not divorced. At that moment, she was redeemed 4 times through the from Egypt. And now when she needs her adornment, to unite with her husband, one must display that redemption from Egypt, which includes 4 redemptions. Therefore, we must mention in that redemption true 4 times, until Ezrat of 18 you have been the help of our fathers, for this is the help and support of all Israel. From there on, 4 other times true, so that these 4 redemptions may endure firmly, sealed by the signet ring of the King, 4 double redemptions enduring. All of them in that from Egypt, for if those 4 redemptions were not present in that, whenever exile would occur she would not join with her adornments to unify the holy name. Therefore one should mention the redemption from Egypt in all sanctifications of the Blessed Holy One, may he and his name be blessed forever. Mystery of the sanctification of his name we have already established, for in Kedas Ha, sanctification, all is sanctified, above and below all rungs and all upper and lower chariots are sanctified in the holiness of their Lord. Concerning this mysterious Kedas Ha, we have established supernal mysteries for those masters of qualities who contemplate the holiness of their Lord. Happy is their share. Mystery of surrendering the soul to one's Lord. What you said, companions, is fine. Happy is your share, and happy are my eyes that have witnessed this, for while still alive I have been privileged to see holy words aroused in this world, all of them inscribed above before the Holy King. He opened, saying, Then those who revere Yehovah Nidbayu, spoke, with one another, and Yehovah listened attentively, and it was written in a book of remembrance before him concerning those who revere Jehovah and contemplate his name. Malachi. This verse should be examined, then Nidbu were spoken. The verse should read W spoke. Why Nidbu were spoken? Well, they were spoken above all those holy chariots and all those holy forces. For those holy words ascend on high, and numerous beings hasten to carry them before the Holy King, where they are adorned with many crowns, with those supernal lights, and all of them are spoken before the supernal King. Who has seen such joy? Who has seen praises rising through all those heavens before the Holy King? He gazes upon them and is adorned with them. They ascend upon his head, becoming a crown, and descend, settling in his lap, in his potent bosom, and from there, ascending upon his head. Thus, Torah says, Va'oi, I will be, daily his delight. It is not written Vehayati, I was, but rather Va'oi, I will be, whenever sublime words ascend before him. Here is written twice those who revere Jehovah, those who revere Jehovah, implying those who revere Jehovah above, those who revere Jehovah below. Those who revere Jehovah stand below, and by those words they stand above. This mystery I found in the book of Enoch. All words of the righteous on earth are crowned and stand before the supernal King, descending to the place where the blessed Holy One delights in them, and standing before him in the image of the righteous one who uttered them, and the blessed Holy One delights in that image. Afterward they are inscribed in a book of remembrance before him, enduring before him always. And those who contemplate his name. Malachi. What does this mean? This has already been established, but those who contemplate words of Torah to cleave to their Lord in mystery of the holy name, so as to know him and absorb the wisdom of his name in their heart. As is written, and those who contemplate his name, precisely, mystery of the holy name. It is written above the firmament over their heads, like the appearance of sapphire, image of a throne. Ezekiel. This verse has already been established, but above Larakie, the firmament, as you said, companions, happy is my share and your share that reach heaven, below, for no one can gaze upon the heaven above. Above it stands that sapphire, whose meaning we have educed in mystery of the fine precious pearl, as we have established. Image of a throne. It is not written image of the throne, for there is a throne, and then there is a throne supernal, concealed, hidden throne, unrevealed, which no one can fathom, to know and contemplate. So it is written a throne, unspecified, the throne below. An image like the appearance of a human being. Ezekiel. Since it says an image, why like the appearance, when an image of a human being would suffice? Well, an image of a human being is a supernal mystery of that supernal glory, image of a human being. By adding like the appearance, the verse includes those images of words of wisdom and those mysteries of wisdom, ascending, adorned above, then assuming an image, and the blessed Holy One delights utterly in his crowns. As for you, companions, look, the blessed Holy One delights now with those words you uttered, with which you were crowned on the way. Look, you are standing before him in your holy images. For when I saw you and gazed upon your images, I saw within you letters inscribed and engraved in mystery of Adam, the human, and I knew that your image is stationed above. So are the righteous destined to be distinguished in the eyes of all, displaying a holy countenance before the whole world, as is written, all who see them will recognize that they are seed Jehovah has blessed. At that moment, he saw Rabbi Yos contemplating worldly matters. He said to him, Yos, rise and complete your image, for one letter is missing in you. Rabbi Yos rose and rejoiced in words of Torah and stood before him. Rabbi Shimon gazed upon him, and said to him, Rabbi Yos, now you are complete before the Ancient of Days. He opened, saying, they made sits, the medallion of the holy diadem of pure gold. Why is it called sits? Well, looking to see. Since it was intended for human observation, it is called sits. Whoever looked at that sits was thereby recognized. In the sits were letters of the holy name, inscribed and engraved. If the one standing before it was virtuous, Then those letters engraved in the gold protruded from below upward, rising from that engraving radiantly, and they illumined that person's face. A scintillation sparkled in him and did not sparkle. The first moment that the priest looked at him, he would see the radiance of all the letters in his face, but when he gazed intently he saw nothing but the radiance of his face shining, as if a sparkle of gold were scintillating. However, the priest knew from his first momentary glimpse that the Blessed Holy One delighted in that person, and that he was destined for the world that is coming, because this vision issued from above and the Blessed Holy One delighted in him. Then when they gazed upon him, they saw nothing, for a vision from above is revealed only for a moment. If a person stood before the seats and his face did not display momentarily a holy vision, the priest would know that he was brazen-faced, and he would have to plead for mercy on his behalf and seek atonement for him. They made sits, the medallion of the holy diadem. Rabbi Yehuda opened with a verse from Ruth: "Let your eyes be on the field they are reaping, and follow after them. I have ordered the young men not to harm you." Ruth, this verse should be contemplated. Why did it have to be written here? Rabbi Yitzchak said, well, there are many verses in Torah that seem as if they need not have been written, yet we see that all of them are sublime mysteries. Rabbi Yehuda said, as for this verse, whoever sees it and does not contemplate it is like someone who does not taste a dish. In fact, there is a mystery here, and it was uttered in the Holy Spirit. For Boaz, the judge of Israel, saw the humility of that righteous woman who did not move her eyes to look anywhere but in front of her, and saw whatever she saw with a benevolent eye, and had no impudence in her. So he praised her eyes. For some eyes prevent blessing from prevailing in a place, but in her he saw a benevolent eye, for she gazed upon everything benevolently. Furthermore, he saw that everything prospered in her hands. The more she gleaned, the more was added in the field, and Boaz perceived that the Holy Spirit settled upon her. So, he opened, saying, "Let your eyes be on the field they are reaping, and follow after them." Now, if you say that this refers to those gleaners, all those other ones, why did he tell her to follow after them? It should have been written "and glean after them." Why, "and follow after them"? Rather, he was referring to her eyes, which stimulated blessing and many gleanings. Thus, "and follow after them," after your eyes. All other inhabitants of the world are not permitted to follow after their eyes, but as for you, after your eyes, for your eyes stimulate many blessings. Alternatively, let your eyes be on the field they are reaping. Through the Holy Spirit, Boaz saw that supernal holy eyes were destined to issue from her, eyes of Allah's from Tamar, of whom is written, "She sat in the opening of eyes." She sat in the opening from which issue kings and supernal eyes called eyes, as is said, "If from the eyes of the community, for all members of the body follow only the eyes, and the eyes conduct the whole body." Similarly, kings, members of the Sanhedrin, and all rulers, everyone follows them, as all members follow the eyes. This is why he said to her, "Your eyes, who are kings and rulers destined to issue from her." In the field Ruth, who is the field Zion and Jerusalem, as is written, "Zion will be plowed like a field Micah," and it is written, "like the fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah Jerusalem." Thus it is written, "Let your eyes be in the field," for those eyes of hers, destined to issue from her, would rule only in the field that they are reaping. Ruth, for from that field all inhabitants of the world gathered Torah and shining light, as is written, "For from Zion will come forth Torah." And follow after them, Ruth, by these worthy deeds that I myself have seen in you. Have I not ordered the young men not to touch you literally, for a woman's mind is easily swayed? And if you are thirsty, adopting a euphemism. And if you are thirsty, if you desire to cleave to a man to raise seed in the world, go to the vessels, namely the righteous, who are called vessels of Jehovah, as is written, "You who bear the vessels of Jehovah." For the righteous are destined to be brought by the whole world as a gift for King Messiah, and they are vessels of Jehovah. And the vessels in which the Blessed Holy One delights are those broken vessels broken in this world for the sake of fulfilling Torah. And in making use of vessels, the Blessed Holy One utilizes only those. And when you cleave to them, and drink Ruth. Rabbi Yos opened, Boaz ate and drank and his heart was glad. What does this mean? And his heart was glad that he recited a blessing over his food, as they have established. This is the mystery: whoever recites a blessing over his food gladdens his heart. And whom does he gladden? As is written to you, he said, my heart, and it is written, rock of my heart. For grace after meals is precious to the Blessed Holy One, and whoever offers a blessing over being satisfied gladdens and delights another place. The meals of Sabbath demonstrate that another place enjoys that satiation and delight. Here too it enjoyed the satisfaction of the righteous Boaz, and thus his heart was glad. Why? Because providing food is difficult for the Blessed Holy One. That place, and once a person eats and drinks and blesses, that blessing ascends and that place enjoys those rising words of satisfaction. Consequently, it derives joy from food below and above. This is a mystery from the companions. Mystery of weekdays: it enjoys only those words ascending out of satisfaction. All those words are crowned, satiated with joy, and that place delights in them. On Sabbath, another mystery in the actual food and in the joy of food consumed for the mitzvah of Sabbath. It becomes comprised of all, from above and from below. This is the mystery of for all is from you, and from your hand have we given you, really, by this enjoyment and by the delight of food for the mitzvah of Sabbath, as has been established. Whoever blesses the Blessed Holy One out of satisfaction should focus his heart and set his intention on joy. He should not be in sadness, but rather should bless joyously in this mystery, intending that he is now giving to another generously. Just as he is blessing joyously and generously, so will he be given joyously and generously. Therefore he should not be sad at all, but rather in joy and in words of Torah, setting his heart and will on conveying this blessing in essential mystery. A mystery here: 4 chariots ruling in 4 directions are nourished by that blessing over satisfaction and by those words, blessed are you, Yehovah Shekinah is delighted, enhanced, and crowned. Whoever offers a blessing should intend it joyously and generously, and therefore it is written, he that has a generous eye Yeverik, shall bless. Here, look at the end of the verse: for he gives of his bread to the poor. For if you don't agree, the beginning of this verse does not match its end, nor the end its beginning. However, he that has a generous eye, as we have established, Yeverik, shall bless, surely generously, joyously. And not for nothing should one bless joyously, for from that food and blessing and by that joy of satisfaction he gives of his bread to the poor, the place that needs to be nourished from all sides, the place that has nothing of its own, the place that enjoys on all sides. These words have been transmitted only to the wise, to know paths of Torah. Boaz had a benevolent eye and was never brazen-faced. What is written? He went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. Ruth: mystery of what is written, your belly is a heap of wheat. From here we learn that whoever recites grace after meals properly with joy and heartfelt devotion, when he ascends from this world there is a place prepared for him within supernal mysteries, in holy palaces. Happy is the person who observes the commandments of Torah and knows their worth, for upon every single commandment depend supernal mysteries and supernal radiances, yet people do not know, nor do they care about the glory of their Lord. Happy is the share of the righteous, for they engage in Torah. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming. They have said that all the brazen-faced who are shameless have no share in this world nor in the world that is coming. All the brazen-faced of Israel, when they gazed upon the sits, became broken-hearted and examined their deeds. For the sits existed miraculously, and whoever looked at it felt ashamed of his deeds. Thus the sits atoned for the brazen-faced. Letters of the mystery of the holy name engraved on the sits shone, protruding and sparkling. and whoever looked at the sparkle of letters his face would fall in fear and his heart would shatter. Thereby the sits atoned for him, since it caused his heart to break and induced him to surrender before his Lord. Similarly, incense whoever smelled the smoke, as a column rose from the smoke razor, became cleansed of heart, refined in radiant joy to serve his Lord. The filth of the evil impulse disappeared from him, leaving him with only one heart toward his Father in heaven, for incense actually disintegrates the evil impulse in all aspects. Just as the sits existed miraculously, so did the incense, for nothing in the world breaks the other side except incense. What is written? Take the fire pan and place fire upon it from the altar and put in incense. Why? For the fury has gone forth from before Jehovah, the plague has begun. For look, nothing breaks that side except incense, since nothing is as beloved to the blessed Holy One as incense. Consequently, it can eliminate sorcery and evil elements from the home. If the fragrance and smoke of incense prepared by people for that purpose has the power to eliminate, all the more so holy incense. This matter is an established decree before the blessed Holy One. Whoever contemplates and reads every day the preparation of the incense will be saved from all elements of sorcery in the world, from all mishaps, evil fantasies, and pestilence. He will not be harmed that entire day, for the other side has no power over him, but he must focus his intention on it. Rabbi Shimon said, if human beings knew how exalted the preparation of the incense was in the eyes of the blessed Holy One, they would take every single word and raise it as a crown upon their heads, like a crown of gold. Whoever engages in the preparation of the incense and concentrates upon it every day has a share in this world and in the world that is coming. Pestilence will disappear from him and from the world, and he will be delivered from all judgments and all evil aspects of this world, from the judgment of the alien kingdom, and even from the judgment of hell. In that incense, as the smoke rose in a column, the priest would see letters of mystery of the holy name dispersing in the air, ascending in that column. Afterward, numerous holy chariots surrounding it on all sides until it ascends, delighting whom it delights and forging links to unify all. We have already established D'im Katachitrin, that it forges links. And this atones for the evil impulse and idolatry, which is the other side, as they have established. He made Mizbe, an altar, for burning incense. This verse should be contemplated, for there were two altars, an altar for ascent offerings and an altar for aromatic incense, the former outside and the latter inside. This altar of incense was in a why is it called Mizbe, a slaughter site, since no animals were sacrificed on it, and a Mizbe is named for that. Well, because it nullifies and binds many evil aspects, rendering them powerless and unable to accuse, so it is called Mizbe, a slaughter site. When that other side saw the incense rising, he was subdued, and fled, and could not approach the dwelling at all. And since no one but the blessed Holy One attained or mingled in that joy above, and since it is so beloved, that altar stands inward, within, for this is the altar where blessing is found, so it is concealed from the eye. What is written of Aaron? He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was halted, for he bound the angel of death, rendering him completely powerless and unable to execute judgment. This sign has been transmitted to us, that wherever the preparation of the incense is uttered with intention and heartfelt devotion, he cannot rule and no one can be harmed, and other nations have no dominion there. What is written? An altar miktar kiteret, for burning incense. Since it is written an altar, why miktar kiteret, for burning incense? Well, because from this place derives la'it katara, being bound, as Aaron did. Furthermore, the altar must be offered incense and sanctified by that incense, thus, miktar kiteret, for burning incense. Furthermore, miktar kiteret according to its translation la'aktara kiteret, to burn incense, for it is forbidden to burn incense anywhere else except in the fire pan. One who is pursued by judgment needs this incense and must turn back to his Lord, for this helps to remove judgments from him. Thereby they surely withdraw from him, if he regularly recites this twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, as is written, aromatic incense morning after morning, and it is written at twilight he shall burn it. This sustains the world perpetually, as is written, a perpetual incense before Jehovah throughout your generations. This sustains the world below and sustains the world above. Wherever the preparation of the incense is not recited daily, judgments from above prevail, and many plagues, and other nations gain dominion there. For it is written, a perpetual incense before Jehovah, enduring perpetually before Jehovah, more than all other rituals. The preparation of the incense is more beloved than all rituals and devotions in the world. Even though prayer is most exalted of all, the preparation of the incense is precious and beloved to the blessed Holy One. What is the difference between prayer and the preparation of the incense? Prayer was instituted to replace the sacrifices that Israel used to offer, and none of those sacrifices that they offered was as important as the incense. Furthermore, what is the difference between this and that? Well, prayer is restoration, restoring as needed. Incense does more restoring, forging links, and producing radiance greater than all. What is that? Removing filth and purifying the dwelling. All is illumined, restored, and linked as one. Therefore we must remove filth from the world, thereby restoring all, every single day, like that beloved offering, in which the blessed Holy One delighted. What is written of Moses? Take for yourself fragrant spices. Although this has already been established, still, why is this event so different? Take for yourself than everything else that he said to him? Well, take for yourself for your pleasure and for your benefit, because when a woman is purified, this provides pleasure to her husband. This is the mystery of take for yourself fragrant spices, to remove filth, so that the woman may be joined with her husband. Happy is the share of Moses. Similarly, take for yourself a calf from the herd which was spoken to Aaron, to atone for his sin with the calf, which he brought upon Israel. Therefore it is written of Moses, take for yourself for your pleasure and for your benefit. And so they have established concerning Pasol, carve for yourself from the Pasolet, chips, of the stone tablets. Moses became rich. Here too, take for yourself for your benefit. Keteret, incense, forges links, generates radiance, and removes filth. Dele joins he joins Vorv ascends to be crowned with he is illumined by Yod and will raises all to Ein Sof, all becoming a single bond, one bond in one mystery, supreme bond of all. From here on, since all is bound in this bond, all is crowned with mystery of Ein Sof, and mystery of the holy name is illumined and crowned on all sides, and all worlds are in joy, lamps are illumined, nourishment and blessings are found in all worlds, all by mystery of incense. And if filth is not removed, none of this happens, so all depends on this. Incense is always first, preceding all. Therefore, the preparation of the incense must precede prayer, songs, and praises, since none of these ascends, is arranged, or linked until filth is first removed. What is written? He shall purge the shrine, first, and afterward of their transgressions, including all their sins. Therefore, one should purge the shrine, removing filth, so that the shrine may be purified, and afterward, songs, praises, and prayers, all as we have said. Happy are Israel in this world and in the world that is coming, for they know how to restore above and below when necessary, to restore from below to above, until all is bound as one in a single bond, in that supreme bond. When we need to restore below, we must arrange inscribed letters by which the blessed Holy One is named. Rabbi Shimon and his son, Rabbi Elazar, were sitting one night, studying Torah. Rabbi Elazar said to his father, Rabbi Shimon, it is written to the woman, he said, I will greatly increase your birth pangs, with pain will you bear children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you, and we have learned that this is a supernal mystery. Granted, below, but if it corresponds above, what can be said? Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, as a heart yearns for streams of water. This verse has been established, but there is a living being in the world who has dominion over 1,000 keys every day. She is female, and her constant desire is for streams of water to drink and quench her thirst, as is written, as a heart yearns for streams of water. Here one should contemplate. First, it is written Kail, as a heart, and not Kailet, as a hind, yet then Tararog, she yearns, and not Yararog, he yearns. However, this mystery is male and female as one, not to be separated, it is one. This must not be removed from that, rather both as one. This female Tararog yearns for streams of water and is impregnated by the male. But it is difficult for her, for she exists and delivers in judgment. The Blessed Holy One summons for her a great, supernal serpent, who comes and bites that place, and she gives birth. This is the mystery of I will greatly increase your birth pangs, for she writhes every day, immersed in anguish, because of the deeds of the whole world. With pain will you bear children, mystery of the serpent, who pains the faces of the world. Your desire will be for your husband, as is said, yearns for streams of water. And he will rule over you. We have already established the mystery, that he has dominion over her. Why all this? Because the moon spoke, as we have learned, and consequently she diminished her light and her dominion, and she has no authority of her own except when she is granted power. With pain will you bear children, as we have established. Now, you might ask, why is the serpent needed for this? Well, this one opens a way for all those souls of the world to emerge. And if he did not open ways to descend, the soul would not dwell within a human being. What is written at the opening crouches sin? What does at the opening mean? At the opening stimulated to give birth, bringing forth souls into the world. He is poised by that opening. But as for all those souls who must descend into holy bodies, he is not poised by that opening, and has no power over that soul. Otherwise, the serpent bites and that river is defiled, and it is not a purified soul. Here is a supernal mystery. With pain will you bear children. This mystery is the serpent, for with him she bears souls, because this one is over the body and that one is over the soul, both with one another, this one grasping the soul and that one grasping the body. This serpent is destined to deliver all those bodies before his time, as is written, before she was in labor, she gave birth. The serpent's period of gestation is 7 years, yet here 6, which is not his time. And at the time that he gives birth to them, from that birth he will die, as is written, he will swallow up death forever, and it is written, your dead will live, my corpses will arise. Rabbi Shimon said, at that time when the dead of the world will awaken, they will awaken in the Holy Land and will arise as legions upon legions, all in the land of Galilee. For their King Messiah is destined to reveal himself, since that is the portion of Joseph, and there they were first broken, and from there they began to be exiled from their place and scattered among the nations, as is said, they are not grieved over the ruin of Joseph. Amos. Why will they rise there? Because that is the portion of the one who was placed by Arona, in a coffin, as is written, he was placed by Aaron, in a coffin, in Egypt, and subsequently he was buried in the Holy Land, as is written, the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had brought up from Egypt, they buried in Shechem. Joshua, this is the one who preserved the covenant enduringly more than anyone. At the time when they will all awaken, legions upon legions, they will each go to the portion of their ancestors, as is written, you shall go back each man to his holding, and each man to his clan you shall go back, and they will recognize one another. The Blessed Holy One intends to clothe each and every one in an embroidered garment, and they will all come and praise their Lord in Jerusalem, gathering there in multitudes. and Jerusalem will expand in all directions, more than it expanded when they gathered there from exile. Once they gather and praise their Lord, the blessed Holy One will rejoice with them, as is written, they will come and shout for joy on the heights of Zion, and they will flow to the bounty of Jehovah, each and every one to his share and the share of his ancestors. The inheritance of Israel will extend to the heights of Rome, where they will study Torah, as has already been established. And it is written, awake and shout for joy, O dwellers of the dust. Parashat Pekudah. Reckonings. These are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony, that were reckoned by the mouth of Moses. Rabbi Yehuda opened, all the streams flow to the sea, yet the sea is not full to the place the streams flow, there they continue to flow. This verse has been established and discussed, but all the streams, mysteries of holy streams and springs, full and gushing holy springs illumining and filling this great sea. Once this great sea is filled by those streams, it overflows and waters all beasts of the field, as is said, they water all beasts of the field. What is written previously, letting loose springs in streams, and afterward, they water all beasts of the field, those chariots below. For when the sea gathers them, it gathers them all, drawing them in, and then it issues water in the other direction, to holy chariots below, watering them. All of these are counted and reckoned by name, as is said, he calls the meat by name. Therefore, these are the reckonings of the dwelling. These are the reckonings of the dwelling. Rabbi Yehuda opened, how abundant your goodness that you have hidden for those in awe of you, that you have wrought for those who shelter in you before the eyes of humankind. How abundant your goodness, how deeply humans should know and contemplate the ways of the blessed Holy One, for every single day a voice issues, proclaiming, beware, inhabitants of the world, lock the doors of sin, keep away from the seizing net, before your feet are caught. A wheel spins constantly, ascending and descending. Woe to those whose feet are pushed away from the wheel, they fall into the depth concealed for the wicked of the world. Woe to those who fall, never to rise and be illumined by the light treasured away for the righteous. Happy are the righteous in the world that is coming, for many lights are stored away for them, many delights concealed for them in that world, as is written, how abundant your goodness that you have hidden for those in awe of you. How abundant your goodness, as they have established, the light treasured away for the righteous in the world that is coming, as is written, God saw the light, that it was good, and it is written, light is sown for the righteous, joy for the upright in heart. Thus, how abundant your goodness, here is written, how abundant your goodness, and it is written, God saw the light, that it was good. That you have hidden for the blessed Holy One gazed by that light and saw the wicked who were destined to sin in the world, so he hid that light away, for the righteous to attain in the world that is coming, as has been said. That you have wrought first, you have hidden, and then, you have wrought. Well, you have hidden, as has been said, you have wrought, for with the light that he hid away, the blessed Holy One wrought the artistry of the world. How do we know, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth Behiberim, when they were created by Abraham, through Abraham. That light of Abraham was hidden away by the blessed Holy One, and with it he wrought artistry, as is written, that you have wrought. For those who shelter in you, for those who sit beneath the shade of the blessed Holy One. Before the eyes of humankind, for through the artistry fashioned by this light, humans exist in the world, it is their sustenance. Although it is hidden away, people thereby endure in the world. That you have wrought artistry of the world, for thereby all was fashioned precisely. Artistry of the world corresponding to artistry of the dwelling, whose artistry resembles the world, as we have established. Here is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling, and there is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth, for all those generations produced by heaven and earth were produced by the power of that hidden light, and the reckonings of the dwelling issued from that power. How do we know, as is written, Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur from the right side, and with him was Aholiab, from the left side. The dwelling was erected and formed from left and right, and Moses, who was between them, erected it. Rabbi Elazar opened, in love will a throne be established, and he will sit upon it in truth, in the tent of David, judging and seeking justice and zealous for righteousness. In love will a throne be established as we have established. When thought arises in joyous will from concealed of all concealed, unknown and ungrasped, that joy reaches and strikes thought, which then enters where it enters, until it is treasured away in a certain supernal palace concealed above. From there flow all lights to the right, which absorbs first, and then they all absorb. From that right side the throne below is established, for the blessed Holy One establishes that throne in love. He will sit upon it in truth, perfection of the seal of all. He sits upon that throne only with this seal, which is truth. In the tent of David the throne below. Judging and seeking justice and zealous for righteousness. Judging from the side of judgment. And seeking justice from the side of compassion. And zealous for righteousness, throne of judgment, which is the lower court. Similarly, the dwelling was established only on the side of love, as we have said. Thus, generations were enumerated and all of them established below. These are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony, that were reckoned by the mouth of Moses. Rabbi Shimon opened, in the beginning God created heaven and earth. We have already established this in various aspects. However, when the blessed Holy One created the world, he created it on the pattern above, so that this world would be in the image of the world above. All facets above he established below, so that one world would be joined and linked with the other. When the blessed Holy One contemplated creating the world, he gazed into Torah and created it, and he contemplated the holy name, totality of Torah, and established the world. By three aspects was the world established: wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, as is written, Jehovah by wisdom founded the earth, he established the heavens by understanding, by his knowledge the depths were burst, all of them vital to the existence of the world. And by these three the dwelling was built, as is written, I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, and with knowledge. All three of them are intimated in this verse. In the beginning corresponds to with wisdom, God created corresponds to with understanding, heaven corresponds to with knowledge. All are mentioned in making the dwelling, and in this mystery is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling, mystery of wisdom, the dwelling of testimony, mystery of understanding, that were reckoned by the mouth of Moses, mystery of knowledge. All corresponding to one another, for everything that the blessed Holy One created in this world, he created above, and all was traced in making the dwelling. When the blessed Holy One told Moses, make me a dwelling, Moses stood bewildered because he did not know what to do until the blessed Holy One showed him how it looked, as is written, see, and make it by their pattern that you are being shown on the mountain. What does by their pattern mean? Well, we have learned that the blessed Holy One showed Moses the form of every single thing according to the form that it has above, and the form of every single thing above was fashioned like the form fashioned on earth. That you are being shown on the mountain. The verse should read that you see. However, we have learned that the speculum that does not shine showed him within itself all those forms and all those shapes made below, like a mirror reflecting all forms within itself. This is implied by what is written, that you are being shown. You mystery of the speculum that does not shine, which showed him within itself all those forms, and Moses saw them every single thing perfectly, like someone looking at a shiny bar of metal or into a mirror reflecting all forms. When Moses saw them, he was perplexed. The blessed Holy One said to him, Moses, you with your signs and I with my glory. Then Moses felt calm about the whole project. When all the work had been completed, Moses had to account for everything, so that Israel would not say that some silver and gold was left over and he was reserving it for himself. So he had to render an account in the presence of Israel, for it is written, you shall be blameless before Jehovah and before Israel. Therefore it is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony, for the Holy Spirit displayed to everyone an account of the dwelling of all the silver and gold that Israel had donated. And the Holy Spirit said, the silver reckoned from the community was 100 talents. All the gold that was used for the work was 29 talents. For the blessed Holy One was pleased with those artisans and wanted to display their trustworthiness before all. These are the reckonings of the dwelling. As the work on the dwelling was proceeding, the other side would go roaming, but he was unable to accuse and could find no pretext to impugn the trustworthiness of the artisans. Finally, the blessed Holy One subdued him before Moses, and against his will he rendered an account of their trustworthiness, which rose in the sight of all. This is the mystery of what is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling. We have already established these, as is said, even these will be forgotten, and it is written that were reckoned by the mouth of Moses, for there he was counted and reckoned until the accounting of the dwelling was rendered in the presence of Moses and all of Israel. These are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony. Who is testimony? Well, dwelling is written here twice, one above and one below. And the dwelling is called the dwelling of testimony. Who is testimony? As is said, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel. Similarly, a testimony he ordained it in Joseph by Yosef. In Joseph, the name Yah is surely testimony. These two letters render testimony everywhere, and here it is testimony. Therefore, the dwelling of testimony, dwelling of this testimony. Thus, the dwelling is called by mystery of this holy name, corresponding to what is written, my testimony that I will teach them, for this place is secrecy and hiddenness of all that were reckoned by the mouth of Moses. Until here we do not know whether the dwelling was reckoned or this testimony. But surely, this testimony was reckoned, for ever since the patriarchs departed from the world, and then all those tribes, the sons of Jacob, and Israel was left in exile and distress, the knowledge of the mystery of this supernal holy name was forgotten by them, the name of testimony of the endurance of heaven and earth, for these two letters established above and below and all directions of the world. When Moses came, this name was reckoned and recalled in the world, for when he was at the bush, he immediately asked about this name, as is written, when they say to me, what is his name, what shall I say to them? And there this name was recalled by the mouth of Moses. The service of the Levites. What is the service of the Levites? Well, this is the mystery of what is written, the Levite will serve who, he, mystery of the holy name, called who, he, and not called Atta, you. Thus, the service of the Levites, surely. Alternatively, the service of the Levites, for they carry the dwelling on their shoulders from place to place, as is written, to the sons of Kohath he did not give, for the service of the sanctuary is upon them, on the shoulder would they carry. These are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony. Rabbi Abba opened, on that day the root of Jesse, standing as a banner for the peoples. Nations will seek him, and his resting place will be glorious on that day when the blessed Holy One will increase peace in the world. The root of the tree of life will be firmly established, for by that root are sustained other roots below, all rooted and sustained thereby. Standing as a banner for the peoples, for this stands as a banner and a sign of mystery of the holy name. Nations will seek him, for there is the mystery of existence of the holy name, so nations will seek him, as is said, many nations will go and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Jehovah and to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways and we will walk in his paths. For from Zion will come forth Torah, and the word of Jehovah from Jerusalem. Micah. Thus, nations will seek him. And his resting place will be glorious. His resting place is the temple. Kavod, glorious, for so it will be called in that time. Kavod, glory, as is written, the light of the moon will be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be sevenfold. The resting place of that root of Jesse, called glory of Jehovah, will never be counted nor susceptible to calculation. Why? Because now it is susceptible to calculation, but in that time it will not be. Why? Because blessings do not completely settle upon anything that can be counted. Blessings settle upon that which cannot be counted. The first time, it was susceptible to calculation, as is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony. This dwelling was susceptible to calculation, and therefore it needed the prayer of Moses for blessings to settle upon it. As is written, Moses blessed them. What blessing did he give them? May it be the will that blessings settle upon the work of your hands. And no blessings settled upon this counting until Moses bound it above, as is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony, that were reckoned by the word of Moses. For if the counting had not been performed by Moses, they could not have done it, as is written, that were reckoned by the word of Moses. He opened, saying, the word of Jehovah came to Elijah. Rise, go to Zarephath of Sidon, and stay there. Behold, I have commanded a widow there to sustain you kings. Now, where did the blessed Holy One command her? Well, before Elijah came to the world, the blessed Holy One issued a decree above that the ravens should bring food to Elijah and that this woman should bring him food. What is written? She said, as Jehovah lives, I have nothing baked, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. Now, here is a measurement of that flour, containing only a handful of flour in a jar. That is its measure, and it is not fitting that any blessings should settle upon it, since it can be measured. Yet what is written? For thus says Jehovah, the God of Israel, the jar of flour will not be used up and the jug of oil will not be empty until the day that Jehovah gives rain. Tet. Gives written as Titan, you will give. Why? Because in the whole generation there was no one as worthy as this woman, and therefore it is written, Titan, you will give rain upon the world, since your merit is so great. It is written, the jar of flour was not used up and the jug of oil was not empty, just as Jehovah had spoken through Elijah. Kings, now if that flour which was susceptible to measurement, being a handful of flour, did not run out of blessings by virtue of the word of Elijah, as is written, the jar of oil was not used up, then the dwelling of testimony, although susceptible to counting, because it was reckoned by Moses, all the more so do blessings dwell within it. Therefore it is written, these are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony, that were reckoned by the word of Moses. These are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, he said, come no closer here. Remove your sandals from your feet. This verse has been established, but they have surely established that the blessed Holy One separated him from his wife so as to cleave to Shekinah, as is written, for the place you are standing on is holy ground. Holy ground is Shekinah. Moses cleaved in holy union above, and when the blessed Holy One bound him in heavenly love, he was appointed chief steward of the house. He would decree, and the blessed Holy One would enact, as is written, if the ground gapes open its mouth and swallows them, and it is written, and it happened, just as he finished speaking all these words, the ground that was under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them, and it is written, arise, O Jehovah, return, O Jehovah. Why? As is written, that Pukkad were reckoned by the word of Moses. Why? The word of Moses, it was arranged Pukkad, and commanded entirely. Pekudia, the reckonings of the dwelling. For here existed Pechida, taking account. That Pukkad were reckoned by the word of Moses, as is written, Pakod Pakati, I have surely taken account of you. Pechida, taking account, is by Moses, for he was the voice uttering speech, taking account of her to come forth from exile, and now she was taken account of so that holiness would be drawn from above to below, as is written, have them make me a sanctuary, and I will dwell among them. Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur from the tribe of Judah. Rabbi Yehuda said, as has been said, Bezalel was of the right side, and he arranged everything perfectly. Furthermore, Judah was ruler and king over all the other tribes, and from him issued the one who arranged the whole dwelling. Bezalel, as has been established, Bezalel, in the shadow of God. and who is in the shadow of God the right side. Furthermore, from this side he arranged everything, inheriting wisdom to accomplish all the work. And with him was Aholiab son of Ahisamach from the tribe of Dan from the left side, namely from the side of strict judgment. As they have established, from these two sides was the dwelling made configured by them, to be joined with them, between right and left, as has been said and established. He opened, saying, Beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he cast one precious stone from beneath his throne of glory, and it sank into the abyss. The edge of that stone was wedged in the depths, with the other edge above. That other, upper edge is a single point located in the middle of the world, from which the world expanded to the right and to the left, while that point perdured in the middle. That stone is called Shetiyi, foundation, because from it the world is shetil, disseminated, to all sides. Furthermore, Shetiyi Shatya, Yah set the blessed Holy One set it to be the foundation of the world, the planting of all. In three ways the earth expanded around that point. In the first expansion around that point exists all clarity and purity of the earth, right there, and this is located above, over the whole earth, around that point. The second expansion, around that first expansion, is clarity and purity, though not like the first it is rarefied and clear with the clarity of dust, more than any other dust. The third expansion is darkness and coarsest dust of all, and around this lie waters of the ocean, surrounding the whole world. Consequently, that point stands in the center, with all those types of the world's expansion around it. The first expansion is the temple, with all those chambers and courts, all its array, and Jerusalem, the entire city within the wall. The second expansion is the whole land of Israel, sanctified in holiness. The third expansion is all the rest of the earth, the habitation of other peoples, and the ocean surrounds all. As has been established, this mystery is the colors of the eye, surrounding that central point of the eye, which is the vision of the whole eye resembling the central point that we mentioned, which is the vision of all, sight of the Holy of Holies, the ark, and the purging cover, vision of all. Thus, that point is vision of the whole world. Therefore it is written beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth, Mount Zion beautiful. That vision is beautiful, joy of all. Nof, loftiness Nofa, top, of the tree, beauty of all. Beauty of the world and vision of the world were not seen in the world until the dwelling was built and erected. From that moment, vision of all was seen in the world and the world was perfected. And they journeyed with that dwelling until they reached this point beautiful in loftiness, joy of all. Once they arrived there, the ark opened, saying, This is my resting place forever, here will I dwell, for I desired it. Rabbi Yos said, this verse was uttered by assembly of Israel when the temple was built and the ark entered its place. Rabbi Yehuda said, the blessed Holy One utters it, referring to assembly of Israel when Israel performs his will. For then the blessed Holy One sits upon his throne of glory and has compassion on the world, and love for all prevails. Then he says, This is my resting place forever, here will I dwell, for I desired it. When all those artisans began to work, the very work they began was completed on its own. They began, and it completed the work all by itself. How do we know? As is written, all the work of the dwelling of the tent of meeting was completed. Similarly, the heavens and the earth were completed. Now, you might say, God completed on the seventh day his work that he had made. Certainly so, for even though all the works of the world were completed one by one, the whole world was not fulfilled in its existence until the seventh day arrived. Once it did arrive, all the works were consummated, and thereby the blessed Holy One completed the world, as is written, God completed Yom HaShavi'i, by the seventh day, his work that he had made. By this all his work that he had made was fulfilled in existence. Thus, God completed by the seventh day. When the temple was built, all the work that was done on its own. The artisans began, and the work showed them what to do. It was traced before them and completed by itself. This has already been established, as is written, the house, in its being built kings. It is not written the house, when they built it, but rather in its being built. Was built of stone dressed at the quarry. It is not written they built it, but rather was built, by itself it was built. And so with all work that is holy, it is completed by itself. Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur, we have learned that the Holy Spirit proclaimed this verse for him before the eyes of Israel. Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur from the tribe of Judah made all that Jehovah had commanded Moses. And with him was Aholiab. Why? And with him, well, we have learned that Aholiab did not perform the work by himself, but rather with Bezalel. With him he made whatever he made, as is written, and with him and not by himself. From here we learn that the left is always included in the right. Therefore it is written, and I have set with him Aholiab one, right, the other, left. These are the reckonings of the dwelling of testimony, that were reckoned by the word of Moses. Rabbi Yisa said, once all the wise men had made the dwelling, an account had to be rendered of all that had been done and all the works that had been made within it. Why? Because as each account was rendered, that work was fulfilled and established in its place. And all of Israel, just as they delighted in donating at first, so they delighted in that accounting, and then by that delight all the work was fulfilled. Therefore an account was essential here, since thereby the work was established. These it is not written, and these, because this is an account that invalidates all accounts of the world. This one endures more than all of them, for by this, and by no other, the dwelling was established. He opened, saying, He will be the faithfulness of your times, stronghold of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. The awe of Jehovah is his treasure. This verse has been established by the companions, but we have learned every person who engages in Torah in this world, and succeeds in setting times for her, must do so in faithfulness, directing his intention to the blessed Holy One, intending for the sake of heaven, since faithfulness is intended for this stronghold of salvation, including compassion with judgment. Wisdom and knowledge, for these two settle one upon the other, this one concealed and hidden, to settle upon the other. The awe of Jehovah is his treasure of all these, for this one receives all those streams and she becomes a treasury for them all. And when all those hidden treasures issue from her, she releases them all by accounting. How do we know? As is written, your eyes are pools Beheshbon, in Heshbon Beheshbon, by account. Surely she acts, releasing those pools of water, carefully releasing all by accounting. So she is called faithfulness in all aspects. She is called faithfulness, as we have established. Now, if faithfulness must be demonstrated here, how much more so in other, worldly matters. Therefore the blessed Holy One informed all of Israel about the mystery of their faithfulness in all that they did, and all has been said. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Yitzchak were traveling on the road. Rabbi Yos said, surely the blessed Holy One wanted Bezalel to perform the work of the dwelling more than all the rest of Israel. Why? He replied, the name proves decisive, as has been established, for the blessed Holy One placed names on earth, as is written, who has brought Shamat, desolation, on earth, Shmahan, names. The blessed Holy One has placed on earth, with which people may be adorned and with which they may perform action in the world. He said to him, there is a mystery here. Judah was of the left side, and afterward he cleaved to the right. So in this aspect was the dwelling made, beginning from the left side and cleaving to the right, and later merging with one another, becoming entirely right. Similarly, Torah beginning from the left and cleaving to the right and merging with one another, becoming entirely right. Reuben began from the right and deviated to the left, and those other tribes of the left journeyed with him, for he began from the right and strayed to the left. Judah began from the left and turned to the right. He began from the left because he comes from the left side, and he cleaved to the right. Consequently, Bezalel made the dwelling, being prepared for this. As has been established, the Blessed Holy One delighted in him and selected him from among all for this work, and gave him wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, as has been established, because he already possessed intelligence of heart, as is written in the heart of all who are wise-hearted. I have set wisdom, for the Blessed Holy One gives wisdom only to one who has wisdom, as the companions have established and as has been said. Similarly, with Bezalel. Rabbi Shimon said, Bezalel's name proved decisive for him, and he was called so by virtue of his wisdom. Mystery of the word is Bezalel, in the shadow of God. He opened, saying, like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men. In his shade I delighted to sit, and his fruit is sweet to my mouth. Bezalel, in his shade corresponding to Bezalel, Bezalel, who arranged and made the dwelling, as is written, I delighted to sit, for the dwelling is delightful to sit in, giving delight to assembly of Israel, who sits in this shade. Bezalel, in his shade as we have established, which is Bezalel. This is the one who produces good fruit in the world, as is written, from me your fruit appears. Hosea, who is fruit souls of the righteous, who are the fruit of the works of the Blessed Holy One. For that river issuing from Eden gushes and casts souls into the world, and they are the fruit of the Blessed Holy One. Thus, his fruit is sweet to my mouth. This accords with what we have said. Bezalel, in his shade Bezalel, Bezalel, who embodied perfection of the dwelling. Thus, Bezalel son of Uri, son of Ha, son of Uri, light of the sun coming forth, son of Uri, the right. Son of hurt he left, son of Ha, son of Huri, heat of anger. So, through him, judgment was fulfilled for the Blessed Holy One in the incident of the golden calf. All the gold that was fashioned, already fashioned from the moment that Israel gave it, already fashioned and prepared previously. In all the work of the sanctuary, all that gold was fashioned and arranged in all the work of the sanctuary. Why? Because in every single rung gold was arranged, for there is no wholeness except compassion and judgment. So gold had to go into all the work of the sanctuary. In all the work called sanctified there was gold in everything. Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Hizkiah were sitting and delving into Torah. Rabbi Hizkiah said to Rabbi Abba, we see that the Blessed Holy One desires judgment in everything, so that one mingles with the other, and yet he postpones judgment on the wicked of the world. If he delights in judgment, why does he withdraw it from the wicked? He replied, many mountains have been uprooted by this matter. But the Holy Lamp has revealed several things about this. The judgment in which the Blessed Holy One delights is clear judgment, judgment that arouses love and joy. But the wicked, when in the world, are entirely a judgment of filth, entirely a judgment in which the Blessed Holy One takes no pleasure at all. So he does not wish to mingle holy judgment with impure judgment, and eventually the wicked one is annihilated on his own and deprived of the world that is coming. That judgment of filth within him eliminates him from the world. He opened, saying, when the wicked spring up like grass, and all the workers of iniquity flourish to be destroyed forever. This verse has been established. But when the wicked spring up like grass, when withered grass in parched soil springs up, when drenched with water, it flourishes, and that dryness blooms. Or like a felled tree that blossoms, sprouting only shoots on either side of its upright branches, but the tree never grows like the tree it was before. And all this, to be destroyed forever, to be torn from their roots, from all. Furthermore, there is another mystery here, in that the Blessed Holy One delays his wrath against the wicked in this world, for this world is the portion of the other side, while the world that is coming is the side of holiness and the portion of the righteous to be adorned with the crown of their Lord's glory. These two sides stand confronting one another, one the side of holiness, the other the side of impurity. One exists for the righteous, the other for the wicked, contrasting entirely with one another. Happy are the righteous, who have no share in this world but rather in the world that is coming. All has been arranged and revealed before the blessed Holy One. Although Balak and Balaam did not intend what they did for the blessed Holy One, all is arranged before him, and he did not diminish their reward at all in this world. At that time they dominated Israel, for their offering caused 24,000 to pass away from Israel, besides all those who were slain, as is written, each of you kill his men who cling to Baal Peor, and it is written, take all the leaders of the people and impale them to Jehovah, facing the sun, and until now that offering still loomed to exact retribution from Israel. 7 altars, equivalent to 42. Rabbi Shimon said, those 42 offerings were brought by Balak and Balaam, who diverted them from the other side toward the blessed Holy One, so that offering remained looming, to be seized from Israel by the other side, called curse. Until now, he had not collected it from them. This is the mystery of he turned behind him and saw them kings. He turned behind him behind Shekinah, for the other side stands behind. And saw them, the other side looked at them and saw that they deserved to be punished. Therefore, he cursed them in the name of Jehovah. In the name of Jehovah, to release that name of Jehovah from this debt, from the debt of that offering brought to him by that side. All is arranged before the blessed Holy One, and nothing is lost. Similarly, all has been arranged before the blessed Holy One, whether for good or for evil. It was David who fled from Saul, thereby causing all the priests of Nob to perish. Not one of them survived except for Abiathar, who fled. And this inflicted many evils upon Israel. Saul and his sons died, and many thousands and myriads in Israel fell. Even so, that sin was dangling over David to collect its due, until all David's descendants perished in one day. None of them survived except for Joash, who was stolen away, just as no one survived of Ahimelech except for Abiathar. And until now that sin was dangling to exact retribution on Nob for that sin of Nob, as is written, yet this day at Nob to stand, as has been established. Similarly, all the gold He-Ajue, that was prepared for the work. What does He-Ajue mean here? The blessed Holy One foresaw that Israel would give gold for the calf, so he prepared this gold for them in advance as a remedy. For this preceded that gold, since all the gold they possessed they gave as an elevation offering for the dwelling. Would you ever imagine that when they made the calf they had gold and yet tore their ears to obtain gold, as is written, all the people tore off the golden rings that were on their ears, thus, the gold of the elevation offering. So, Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur from the tribe of Judah, from the aspect of Makhata kingdom, made all that Jehovah had commanded Moses, for all the artistry of the dwelling was prepared by him, by his hand. Bezalel performed the artistry, and afterward Moses arranged everything. Moses and Bezalel were as one, Moses above and Bezalel beneath him, consummation of the body like the body. Alternatively, Bezalel and Aholiab, as has been established, one right and the other left, and all is one. Thus, Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur from the tribe of Judah. And with him was Aholiab son of Ahisamach from the tribe of Dan. All the gold that was fashioned for the work, in all the work of the sanctuary, the gold of the elevation offering. Rabbi Yos opened with a verse about Elisha, as is written, from there he went up to Bethel, and as he was going up the road, little boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, Go away, bald head, go away, bald head. Kings Eni Arim Ketanim, little boys, as has been established they were Meno Arim, empty, of all words of Torah and commandments of Torah. Little of little faith, guilty in this world and guilty in the world that is coming. Came out of the city, they left the mystery of faith. Here is written, came out of the city, and there is written, I will not enter the city. Hosea. He turned back and saw them kings. He turned back, looking back to see whether they would turn back in repentance or not. And saw them. What does this mean? He saw that no proper seed was destined to issue from them, as has been established. And saw them as has already been established, that they were formed on the eve of Yom Kippur. Immediately, he cursed them in the name of Jehovah Kings. There is a mystery in this verse. Vayifan, he turned behind him kings, looking at them to see whether he would be punished for their sake. V'it paniri, and he was freed from this. As is said, Vayifan Aharon, Aaron turned it paniri, for he was freed from his scaly skin disease. Here too, it paniri, he was freed from punishment. And saw them that they were poised to later perpetrate much evil in Israel. He turned behind him, as is said, his wife looked behind him. What does behind him mean? Behind Shekinah. Here too, he turned behind him, he gazed behind Shekinah and saw that all of them had been conceived by their mothers on the night presiding over the atonement of the sins of Israel. Immediately, he cursed them in the name of Jehovah. Then 2 bears came out of the woods, kings Shteim Dubim, 2 bears. The verse should read Shineim Dubim, 2 bears. Why Shteim Dubim? They were females with their cubs. And mangled 42 of the children kings. S has been established, corresponding to the offerings of Balak. The gold of the elevation offering. Why is it called the gold of the elevation offering, whereas silver is not called of the elevation offering? Well, there are 2 that are called so, the gold of the elevation offering and the bronze of the elevation offering. These are called so because of rising above, for there is something similar below, whose gold does not resemble that of elevation. Always elevation means raising, not lowering. That is the mystery of this counting, for all these rungs and chariots participate in this elevation, and it is the gold of elevation. This gold, the further it extends downward, the more its appearance, quality, and brilliance are obscured. When elevated, it is fine gold in the mystery of its brilliance, whereas all that below is dross of gold and its smelting. And the silver reckoned from the community, because as it extends downward, it remains good. Even though not in elevation, it is entirely good, whereas gold, the further it extends downward, the worse it becomes. One extends positively, the other negatively. Therefore, one must be elevated and raised, while the other must spread below and in all directions, sustaining all in goodness. He opened, saying, For a sun and shield is Jehovah Elohim, grace and glory Jehovah bestows. He does not withhold goodness from those who walk blameless. For a sun, the blessed Holy One, and shield, the blessed Holy One. Sun, mystery of the holy name Jehovah, for here all rungs attain tranquility. And shield, mystery of the holy name called Elohim, and this is the mystery written, I am your shield. Sun and shield, mystery of the complete name. Grace and glory Jehovah bestows, so that all becomes one mystery. He does not withhold goodness from those who walk blameless. This mystery is that which is written, the light of the wicked is withheld. Job, this is the primordial light, hidden away and concealed by the blessed Holy One, as has been established. From the wicked he hid and withheld it in this world and in the world that is coming. But as for the righteous, what is written, he does not withhold goodness from those who walk blameless. The primordial light, of which is written, God saw the light, that it was good. Therefore this does not need to rise or be elevated, but rather to spread and be revealed, not to rise like that other one, which is of the left. So that one is called elevation offering, and not this one. Thus, and the silver reckoned from the community was 100 talents. The right side endures constantly, sustaining the world, shining and blessing. Therefore the priest, who is of the right side, is always ready to bless the people. For from the right side come all blessings of the world, and the priest receives first, so he is appointed to bless above and below. When the priest spreads his hands to bless the people, Shekinah comes and settles upon him and fills his hands. He raises the right hand above the left, so as to elevate the right to overpower the left. Then all the rungs in which he spreads his hands are blessed by the source of all. Who is the source of the well-righteous one? The source of all is the world that is coming, who is the supernal source from which all faces shine, for it is the spring and source of all, from which all lamps shine and are kindled. Similarly, from the source and spring of the well, all lamps below are illumined and filled with light. This one corresponds to that one. Thus, when the priest spreads his hands and begins to bless the people, blessings flow from the supernal source, kindling lamps, and all faces shine, and assembly of Israel is adorned with sublime crowns, and all those blessings stream, drawn from above to below. Moses commanded and Bezalel performed, so that all would be in the mystery of body and consummation of body, which is sign of the holy covenant, to increase love and the bond of union in the dwelling. All was done in mystery of the right. So, wherever the right side appears, the evil eye has no power. Thus, and the silver reckoned from the community, for that silver came from the right side, so all was counted precisely. Rabbi Yitzchak asked Rabbi Shimon, "It has been established that blessing does not dwell in anything measured or based on measurement or counting. So here, regarding the dwelling, why was everything counted?" He replied, "This has already been discussed. But wherever the side of holiness settles, if that counting proceeds from this side, blessing settles there continuously, never departing. How do we know this from the tithe? Since counting comes for the sake of holiness, blessing appears there. All the more so, the dwelling, which is holiness and derives from the side of holiness. But as for other things of the world, not deriving from the side of holiness, blessing does not settle upon them when they are counted. For the other side, who is the evil eye, can dominate it, and once it dominates, blessing vanishes from that object, since it is not of the side of holiness. Blessings are always added to measurement and counting of holiness. Therefore, and the silver reckoned from the community, indeed they did not fear the evil eye nor this entire count, and blessings from above spread over all. The evil eye has no power over the seed of Joseph, since he comes from the right side, and therefore the dwelling was made by Bezalel, who dwells in the mystery of Joseph, mystery of holy covenant. Thus, and the silver reckoned from the community. That counting enumerates grand empowered rungs, linked to the right side, as is written 100 talents. Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Aha, and Rabbi Yos were traveling from Tiberias to Sehoris. As they were going along, they saw Rabbi Elazar approaching, accompanied by Rabbi Hiya. Rabbi Abba said, "Surely, we will join with Shekinah." They waited for them to arrive. As soon as they did, Rabbi Elazar said, "It is surely written, the eyes of Jehovah are upon the righteous, and his ears to their outcry." This verse, if it refers to the blessed Holy One's providence over them, benefiting them in this world, well, we see many righteous who cannot attain even as much food as ravens of the field. So, what does this mean? The eyes of Jehovah are upon the righteous. But there is a mystery here. All creatures of the world are known above, either to one side or to the other. Those of the side of holiness are known to it above, and its providence is over them. Those of the impure side are known to it, and its supervision is over them. Wherever providence of the side of holiness prevails, the other side does not oversee nor ever approach, nor can it thrust one away at all, whatever it does. Thus, the eyes of Jehovah are upon the righteous, for the other side is powerless over him. And now, the help of heaven is here, and all providence from above, and the other side and anything evil are powerless over you. Rabbi Abba said, "We have already learned that wherever the side of holiness settles, even though it is susceptible to calculation, blessings are not withheld." Rabbi Elazar said, "Certainly so." He said to him, "Look, Israel is holiness and comes from the side of holiness, as is written, holy is Israel to Jehovah, and it is written, you shall be holy, for I Jehovah am holy. Why? Then, when David took a census of Israel, did a plague rage among the people, as is written, Jehovah sent a plague against Israel from morning until the fixed time. He replied, because he did not take a ransom from them, as is written, every man shall give ransom for his life to Jehovah when they are counted, that there shall be no plague among them when they are counted, for holiness that is revealed must give a holy ransom, and that holy ransom was not taken from them. Israel is holiness, not susceptible to calculation themselves, and so a ransom must be taken from them. That ransom is susceptible to calculation, while they are not. Why? Because holiness is supernal mystery of all rungs. Just as that holiness transcends all, and has another holiness outside, below, standing beneath it and susceptible to calculation and numbering, so too, Israel is holiness, as is written, holy is Israel to Jehovah, and they give another holiness, their ransom, which is susceptible to calculation. This mystery is Israel is a tree standing within another, ransom stands outside and is counted up. One shields the other. They went on. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, the number of the children of Israel will be like the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured or counted. Hosea. What does this mean, like the sand of the sea? There are two nuances here. Like the sand of the sea, when rolling waves of the sea rise in rage, heaving to flood the world, when they reach and see the sand of the shore, they are immediately broken, receding and subsiding, unable to prevail. Similarly, Israel is sand of the sea, and when those waves of the sea toss, masters of rage, masters of harsh judgment, seek to dominate and inundate the world, they see Israel bound to the blessed Holy One, and they recede, broken before them, and cannot prevail in the world. Another nuance: sand of the sea cannot be counted, so too, Israel cannot be counted and are not susceptible to calculation, neither to measurement nor calculation, as is written, which cannot be measured or counted. There is concealed, hidden measurement, and there is counting abiding in hiddenness, concealed and hidden. One is susceptible to measurement, the other susceptible to counting. This is mystery and vitality of all, above and below, for that measurement, the basis of its mystery, is never known, nor is the basis of the mystery of that counting. This is the mystery of faith of all. Israel below is not susceptible to calculation except by another mode of ransom, which is susceptible. Therefore, when Israel enters the realm of counting, a ransom is taken from them, as has been said. Thus, in the days of David, when he took a census of Israel and did not take a ransom from them, wrath prevailed, and many legions and camps of Israel perished. So, in the construction of the dwelling it is written, whosoever undergoes the reckoning from 20 years old and above shall give Jehovah as offering, and the silver reckoned from the community was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels by the sanctuary shekel. A beka to the head, half a shekel by the sanctuary shekel for each who underwent the reckoning. All was consecrated for the construction of the dwelling. As they have established, talents belong to one count, shekels to another. For there are high entities amounting to a high count, and others amounting to another, one higher and one lower. Thus, the 100 talents of silver were for casting the sockets of the sanctuary and the sockets of the curtain. These are sockets, as has been established. He opened, saying, a song of ascents of Solomon. Unless Jehovah builds the house, its builders labor in vain. This verse was uttered by King Solomon when he was building the temple. As he started to build, he saw that the work took shape in their hands and was formed by itself. Then he began to proclaim, unless Jehovah builds the house, its builders labor in vain. Unless Jehovah watches over the city, the watchman looks out in vain, as has been established. Unless Jehovah builds the house corresponding to the mystery that is written, in the beginning God created, for the blessed Holy One created and arranged this world with everything it needed, for it is the house. Its builders labor in vain. Mystery of those rivers all flowing forth and entering this house, furnishing it with whatever it needs. Although they all come to arrange and enhance it, surely unless Jehovah mystery of the upper world establishes and builds the house properly, those builders are worthless. The essence is really what he makes and prepares. Unless Jehovah watches over the city as is said, the eyes of Jehovah your God are perpetually upon her from the year's beginning to the year's end, as has been established. By this watchfulness, she is protected on all sides. Although it is written, behold, the bed of Solomon, 60 warriors surrounding her, all guarding her. Why do they guard her? On account of what is written, because of terror in the night, the terror of hell, which confronts her, to thrust her away. Consequently, they all surround her. Although all exist within radiance of thought unknown. Then this radiance of thought unknown strikes the radiance of the curtain, and they shine as one, forming 9 palaces of palaces, neither lights nor spirits nor souls, no one can fathom them. The desire of all 9 lights, all existing in thought, the latter numerically one of them, is to pursue them while existing in thought, but they remain unapprehended, unknown. These fathom neither will nor supernal thought, grasping yet not grasping. In these abide all mysteries of faith, and all those lights from mystery of thought downward are called Ein Sof, endless. Until here lights extend and do not extend and are unknown. No will hear, no thought. When thought illumines from whom is unknown, it is clothed and enveloped in Binah, understanding, illumining what it illumines, one entering the other, till all merge as one, as has been established. Through the mystery of the offering, as it ascends, all are bound to each other, illumining one another. Then all engage in ascent, and thought is crowned in Ein Sof. The radiance from which supernal thought shines is called Ayin, nothingness. Once it shines and powers expand from it, thought is concealed, treasured away, unknown. From there, expansion spreads in all directions, and one expansion spreading from it is mystery of the upper world. This is susceptible to questioning, and is the supernal utterance. As has been established, it is called Me, who, as is written, lift your eyes on high and see who created these, the question that created these. Afterward it expands and becomes Yam, sea, end of all rungs, who is below, and from there it begins building below. All is made exactly on the pattern above, one corresponding to the other, matching one another. Thus, protection of all, above and below, consists in this expansion of thought, who is the upper world. This is the meaning of unless Jehovah watches over the city, the watchman looks out in vain, the watchman of whom is written Watchman of Israel, for protection depends not on him but on the upper world. The violet of the dwelling all abides in supernal mystery, as has been established. Violet and purple to be interwoven with one another. As has been said, in the mystery of what is written, for Jehovah your God is a consuming fire, as has been said, there is a fire, consuming and annihilating it, for there is fire fiercer than fire. As has been said, whoever wishes to know the wisdom of holy unification should gaze at the flame ascending from a burning coal or from a candle. And from the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars and overlaid their tops and banded them. We have learned that Moses forgot about those shekels and did not know what became of them, until a voice issued, proclaiming, and from the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars. Rabbi Hizkiah opened, while the king was on his couch, my spikenard yielded its fragrance. This verse has been discussed, however, while the king, the blessed Holy One, when he gave the Torah to Israel and came to Sinai, with numerous chariots accompanying him, all holy, along with all supernal sanctities of holiness of Torah. And Torah was given in fiery flashes, all in the aspect of fire, written in white fire upon black fire, letters flying and rising through the air. The first letter of Torah divided into in all directions, all visible in the air of the sky within the letter Vav on this side, Vav on that side, and so on all sides. These Vovs stood on pillars, and those pillars stood miraculously, with all those Vovs upon them. For the mystery of Torah is based on Vov, and those Vovs, mystery of Torah, are all on those pillars, which are mysteries through which prophets emerge. Their mystery is on every side, and on those pillars stand those Vovs. Supreme Vov is mystery of the audible voice, mystery in which Torah exists, for Torah issues from that inner voice called mighty voice. This is mighty voice, mystery of Torah, of which is written a mighty voice, unceasing. This mighty voice is essence of all and mystery of the supernal holy name. Therefore it has been established that a person must not greet his friend before offering his prayer. This mystery has been established based on what is written: one who blesses his fellow in a mighty voice, rising early in the morning, shall have it reckoned to him as a curse. It is not forbidden unless he blesses him in the mystery of a mighty voice, essence of the holy name. Thus, mystery of Torah issues from that mighty voice, and this is King. On his couch the revelation at Mount Sinai, as has been established. My spikenard yielded its fragrance assembly of Israel, for Israel said, all that Jehovah has spoken we will do and we will heed. The King, Supreme King, as has been established. When the blessed Holy One brought a flood upon the world to destroy everything, he said to Noah, you must hide away and not let yourself be seen by the destroyer, so that he will not overpower you. For there was no one to protect him. Once a sacrifice was offered by Noah, the world became fragrant, though not so fragrant, until Israel stood at Mount Sinai. Once they stood at Sinai, the world became fully fragrant and the destroyer was nowhere to be found. At that time, the blessed Holy One was about to eliminate that destroyer from the world, but Israel sinned after just a few days, making the calf. Then, what is written: the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb. On their ornaments were mysteries of the holy name with which the blessed Holy One had adorned them and which were now taken from them. Then the destroyer regained power over the world, as before when he ruled the world and executed judgment. Rabbi Yos said, in the days of the flood, who placed the destroyer there? For it was simply water overwhelming. There is not a single judgment in the world, nor is the world ever smitten with judgment, without that destroyer moving within those judgments executed upon the world. Here too, there was a flood, the destroyer surging through the flood and named after it. So the blessed Holy One told Noah to hide himself and not be seen in the world, as has been established. Rabbi Yos said, the world remained unsettled and earth did not escape the slime of the serpent until Israel stood at Mount Sinai, grasping the tree of life. Rabbi Elazar said, and from the 1,775 shekels he made vavim, hooks, for the pillars. Why vavim, hooks? Well, they were shaped like a vov. Their tops were overlaid with gold. They themselves were made of silver, and their tops overlaid with gold. For every vov appears on the side of compassion, and all of them were known above by reckoning. Since they derived from the side of compassion, they were called vavim, with all the rest suspended from them. Every single vov consists of gold and silver together, and therefore they are all called vavim of those pillars. Who are pillars? As is said, the two pillars kings. For these stood outside the body, below. Rabbi Yitzchak said, I do not know whether this is holy workmanship or secular, for it is written, and from the 1,000 here is written the 1,000, and there is written the 1,000 is yours, Solomon. Just as in the latter, the 1,000 is secular, so it is here. He replied, not so, for if it were secular, vavim, hooks, would not have been made from them. Furthermore, there it is written the 1,000 and no more, whereas here is written the 1,775. The 1,000 are secular, as is written the 1,000 is yours, Solomon. This is secular, for everything secular is not on the side of holiness at all, but is from the other, impure side. Thus, have de la differentiation between holy and secular, for we must separate between holy and secular. The scriptural mystery is as follows: to divide between the holy and the profane, between the impure and the pure. Yet even so, although holy is separate from secular, the latter has one portion of holiness from the left side, as is written, the 1,000 is yours, Solomon, which are 1,000 secular days, namely days of exile. As there are 1,000 days of holiness, so too there are 1,000 days of the other side. So, those days of exile, and thus the companions have adduced that the days of exile lasted 1,000 years, 1,000 years of exile. So there is 1,000, and then there is 1,000 as for these 1,000 years of exile. Although Israel may remain in exile longer, they are persisting in these 1,000 years, namely, the 1,000 days that we have mentioned. Thus, it has been established that every mention of Solomon in is holy except for this one, which is secular. But the 1,000 here is holy, and everything made from it is holy, so he made hooks for the pillars. We have said that every Vav is in mystery of compassion, and wherever Vav appears in the holy name it signifies compassion. For example, V'Yehovah, and Yehovah, rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire. V'Yehovah, and Yehovah, said to Abram compassion and judgment as one. Why is it different with the flood, where it is written everywhere Elohim? Why isn't it written and Yehovah? Well, we have learned everywhere, and Yehovah indicates he and his court. Elohim, by itself, means judgment alone. Now, at Sodom judgment was executed, yet not destroying the world, so he intermingled with judgment, but in the flood it destroyed the whole world and all those present in the world. Now, you might say, what about Noah and those with him? Well, he was hidden from sight, unseen. So, everything present in the world it destroyed. And Yehovah in the open, not destroying all. Elohim one needs concealment and must beware, for it destroys all. So Elohim was alone. The secret is Yehovah sat at the flood. What does sat mean? If the verse were not written, we could not say it. He sat alone, not accompanying judgment. Here is written sat, and there is written alone. He will sit all alone. I have learned a secret, the blessed Holy One concealed and revealed. Revealed lower court of justice. Concealed the place from which all blessings flow. Therefore blessings settle upon all things kept concealed, whereas everything revealed is occupied by that site of the court, it being a site revealed. All within supernal mystery, corresponding above. While the king was on his couch in that delightful companionship of supernal Eden, as has been established by that concealed, hidden path, unknown, by which it is filled, then flowing in certain streams. My spikenard yielded its fragrance. The last sea, which created the lower world, corresponding above it emits a fine, sublime fragrance, enabling it to prevail and act, shining by supernal light. When this spikenard emits fragrance above, love is bound, and this nard ascends to unite above, and all the holy chariots emit fragrance to be adorned above. Those chariots are all called Alamot Shah, maidens of song, as is said upon Alamot Shah, and they have established what is Alamot Shah well, as is said for Alamot, and maidens, without number. What does this mean? And maidens without number, as is said. Is there any number to his troops' job since they are numberless? It is written and maidens without number. Vavim, hooks, for the pillars all male. All those ascending with anointing oil abide in mystery of the male, and only Vav is called male, mystery of heaven, which is male. All those below are called female, so all those proceeding from the left side, from the female side, are assigned to sing, and they utter song constantly. Therefore it is written upon maidens of song. All of them emerge in mystery of He. He generates many forces according to their kind in mystery of Vav, mystery of the male, poised to provide sustenance to the female. Thus, all those Vavim, hooks, made by Bezalel, provided to settle upon the females. They emerge from mystery of 1000, a complete count 700, a complete mystery 5, so 270, all one mystery. So, from this mystery and this count he made Vavim, hooks all made in mystery of Vov and in the shape of Vov, all in supernal mystery. And the bronze of the elevation offering was 70 talents. Rabbi Yehuda said, all this descends below in the supernal image of mystery of faith. Similarly, the wicked Nebuchadnezzar made that statue. Rabbi Yos said, he did not make it so, rather in his dream he saw it so, for in his dream he saw a head of gold and then silver and then bronze. Now, you might say, why not iron and clay? Because they are not worthy to enter holiness, whereas these others entered. These three entered, and the mystery of the dwelling is in this triad of metal, sand, otherwise for example violet, purple, crimson, and linen, and 4 rows of stones. Rabbi Yehuda said, some of them 3, some of them 4, some of them 2, but every single array consists only of 3. 3 arrays diverge on every side, in 4 directions of the world. Each and every array on every side includes 3 arrays, as we have established. First array, to the east, is 3 arrays, which are 9, since each of those 3 comprises 3 arrays, consequently 9, with many thousands and myriads beneath them. These 9 arrays are all conducted by engraved letters, upon which each of them gazes, as has been established. So it is with every array, all of them moving by engraved letters, these above those, standing over those. When those letters soar through air of spirit, appointed over all, they all stir, as has been established. One letter knocks from below, ascending, descending. 2 letters soar above them, and this letter below ascends, from below above, joining them, becoming 3 letters, all corresponding to the letters Yod, He, Vov, 3 within the resplendent speculum. From these, 3 arrays diverge. Those letters are 2, this letter ascending joins them, and they are 3. Those 2 supernal letters ascending through the air merge with one another, compassion with judgment. So they are 2, from the world above in mystery of male. The one ascending, joining them, is female, embraced by both of them. Just as female is embraced by 2 sides, right and left, joining them, so this letter is female and joins 2 other letters on 2 sides. These above, this below, all is one, male and female, though when the world was created those letters derived from the upper world, engendering all works below according to their pattern precisely. So, whoever knows them and is mindful of them is beloved above, beloved below. Rabbi Shimon said, all these letters are male and female, merging as one in mystery of upper waters and lower waters. All is one, consummate unity. So, whoever knows them and is mindful of them, happy is he in this world, happy is he in the world that is coming, for this is the essence of perfect unity. 3, on this side and on that side, in single unity, in total perfection. All of them, mystery of supernal array, fittingly, corresponding above, for that array is 3, in single mystery. Second array, to the south, mystery of silver, 3 arrays on that side, each array 3, totaling 9, as has been said. Letters divide in every direction, to all join as one, for there are letters in mystery of female and letters in mystery of male, all uniting as one, becoming one in mystery of the complete holy name. Accompanying them, appointed arrays, 3, as has been said. All issues from the array of supernal patriarchs, according to the array of letters of the holy name Yod, He, Vov, as has been said. These arrays are all conducted by these well-known letters, by which they move. Countless forces and princes, all below, move and are conducted within this array. Third array, to the north, 3 arrays on that side, and they are 9. On 3 sides, 3 on each side, and they are 9. Those arrays on 3 sides, as has been said, 27, in mystery of letters that are 27. Although they are 22, fullness of letters is 27. Consequently, as the letters are 27, the arrangement of these arrays is 27, 3 arrays on each side. 3 on this side comprise 9, 3 on this side comprise 9, 3 on this side comprise 9, thus all of them total 27. Mystery of these 27 letters, 9 letters in mystery of female, through which female joins those 18 others through the mystery mentioned, all fittingly corresponding to high letters of the upper world, other letters below. High letters, large low letters, small, all corresponding to one another. In all these mysteries, through mystery of male and female, all is completely one, so all abides in supernal mystery. The universe diffracts into 4 to 5 hues of colored light. 7 disperse into 7 abysses, each one striking its own abyss, stones gyrating. The light penetrates those stones, piercing them, and water issues from them, each one sinking within an abyss, covering both sides. Water flows through those holes, light penetrates, striking all 4 sides of the abyss. Each light whirls around its partner, converging as one, splitting the water. All 7 seas 7 abysses, delving their darkness, which mingles with them. Waters rise and fall, swirling amidst those lights. Light, darkness, and water blend as one, becoming invisible, darkened lights. Each strikes its partner, splaying into 7 to 5 abyssal channels, water streaming through. Every channel roars, abysses quake. As the roar sounds, each abyss calls to its partner, split your waters and I will enter you, as is written, abyss calls to abyss at the sound of your channels. Beneath these lie sinews, some white, some black, some red, intertwining, turning into one color. These sinews interweave into 17, each one called a sinew web. Interwoven, they sink to the depths of the abysses. Beneath these lie 2 webs like iron and 2 others like copper. Upon them stand 2 thrones, one on the right and one on the left. All those webs join as one, and water pours down from the channels through the webs. Those 2 thrones, one is the throne of black expanse, the other, the throne of multicolored expanse. When those 2 thrones ascend, they ascend through the throne of black expanse. When they descend through the throne of multicolored expanse. These 2 thrones appear on the right and the left of black expanse on the right, of multicolored expanse on the left. When they ascend through the throne of black expanse, the throne of the expanse on the left sinks and through it they descend. Spinning around one another, the thrones catch all those webs, drawing them into the depths of the lowest abyss. One throne rises above all the abysses, the other lies below them all, while in between these thrones all abysses swirl and all channels are inserted. There are 7 to 5 channels, 7, highest of all the others connected to them. All are inserted in the wheels of the throne on this side and in the wheels of the throne on that side. Through them waters rise and fall. Falling, they penetrate the abysses, splitting them. Rising, they enter the holes in the stones, filling 7 seas. Until here, 7 colors of light in supernal mystery. The bronze of the elevation offering, which we mentioned, is bronze mountains, called mountains of bronze Zesharia, and they are called bronze sockets. These stand as gates in all those openings, surrounding all those who stand within, for these are the gates standing at the openings, and they enter and emerge from the palace. From this bronze derive all the ministering vessels of the altar. These are vessels for the altar, for when souls approach to ascend the altar, these perform the service of the altar, all helping to officiate, and they are called vessels of the altar. All of these and all those pegs of the dwelling are called by name, ministering vessels to serve in the sanctuary. Thus all of them stand as recognized chieftains, chariots, and spirits, every single one fittingly In palaces of holiness, well known, they are all numbered. Gold is linked to gold, silver to silver, bronze to bronze. These of bronze below draw power from bronze above, and so with all. All those colors intermingle, uniting, joining with one another. Golden clasps, to bind those curtains to one another, bronze clasps, to bind the dwelling. These corresponding to those, all like stars in the sky. As stars shining in the sky, so those clasps shine in the dwelling, as we have established. Those clasps shine like stars standing out and sparkling, 50 of gold and 50 of bronze, shining upon one another. Out of supernal light issues a spark, sparkling and shining in the speculum that does not shine, and that spark comprises all radiant colors and is called purple. When this purple strikes that dark color, another spark issues, not glowing, and they mingle with one another, becoming garments of holiness in which Michael the high priest is dressed. When he wears those garments of glory, he enters to minister in the sanctuary, and without wearing these garments, he does not enter. Similarly, Moses entered within the cloud and went up the mountain. We have learned that he was dressed in the cloud. Once he was dressed in the cloud, he went up the mountain, and until he was dressed in it he could not enter within. Similarly, the high priest did not enter the sanctuary until he was dressed in these garments, enabling him to enter. Since they issued from supernal mysteries and correspond to the pattern above, they are called Bigdei Esrog, residual garments, for they remained from those supernal garments. They were made of the residue of the light of supernal radiances of violet and purple, colors of mystery of the holy name, called the complete name Yehovah Elohim. This is the mystery of what the high priest wears to enter the sanctuary. Crimson, the colors red and violet. Purple comprising all those colors. And since he was dressed in garments of these colors, he entered within and was not thrust out. All was fashioned in mystery of faith, so that all corresponded to the supernal pattern. Thus it is written, the residual garments to serve in the sanctuary. They are called holy garments, for they are only called holy when those colors are imbued in them, as is written, they are holy garments, and it is written, holy is Israel to Yehovah, the first fruits of his harvest. Holy is Israel, because in Israel all colors appear, priests, Levites, and Israel, who are colors to be displayed. The soul does not ascend to appear before the Holy King until she is worthy of being clothed in a supernal garment. Similarly, she does not descend until she is clothed in a garment of this world. Similarly with a holy angel above. Of the angels is written, he makes his angels spirits, his ministers flaming fire. When they carry out a mission in this world, they do not descend until they are clothed in a garment of this world. All is according to one's destination, and we have established that the soul ascends only in a radiant garment. When Adam was in the Garden of Eden, he wore a garment on the supernal pattern, a garment of celestial light. As soon as he was expelled from the garden and needed fashions of this world, what is written, Yehovah Elohim made kotnot, or coats of skin, for Adam and his wife, and he clothed them. Originally, they were kotnot, or garments of light, of that supernal light that functioned in the Garden of Eden. For in the garden a supernal radiant light functions, so as Adam entered, the blessed Holy One clothed him in a garment of that light, conducting him in. If he had not been clothed first in that light, he could not have entered there. As soon as he was expelled from there, he needed another garment, and so, Yehovah Elohim made coats of skin for Adam and his wife. All as it should be. And here, similarly, they made residual garments to serve in the sanctuary, to enter the sanctuary. As has been established, the good deeds that a person performs in this world draw from the light of supernal radiance a garment, in which he will be arrayed in that world to appear before the Holy King. Clothed in that garment, he delights and gazes in the resplendent speculum, as is said, to gaze upon the beauty of Yehovah and to seek in his temple. Thus, The soul is clothed in two worlds, attaining total perfection, in this world below and in the world above. Of this is written, surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence, surely the righteous will acclaim your name in this world. The upright will dwell in your presence in that world. He made the ephod of gold, as has been established. Rabbi Yos said, the ephod and the breastpiece were as one. As has been established, in the place of existence all those 12 stones exist, all bearing the names of the children of Israel, all 12 supernal boundaries in mystery of the tribes of Israel. This is the mystery written, their tribes ascend, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, to praise the name of Jehovah. Their tribes ascend, those 12 supernal tribes above, who are tribes of Yah, for this name is a testimony to Israel. Rabbi Yehuda said, tribes is written twice. Their tribes ascend, tribes below. The tribes of Yah, tribes above. A testimony to Israel, mystery of the supernal holy name, called testimony, as is said, my testimony that I will teach them. Those 12 supernal holy tribes are 12 holy stones, and so they exist below corresponding to the pattern above, and all those names of the 12 tribes are engraved on those stones and carried by the high priest. When Jacob was journeying to Haran, what is written, he took of the stones of the place and put them at his head. These are 12 holy stones, and they all became one stone, as is written, this stone that I set as a pillar, he called it a stone. Why? Because all 12 stones coalesced into one supernal holy stone above them, as is written, this stone that I set as a pillar will be a house of God. So here, the high priest places them on his heart, to cherish them constantly, as is written, Aaron shall carry the names of the children of Israel upon his heart before Jehovah perpetually. Thus all is in mystery of 12 supernal entities concealed above, hidden in holy sublime mystery of Torah issuing from a single subtle voice, as has been established. 12 others concealed below, resembling them, issuing from within another voice, who is stone, as is written, from there feeds the stone of Israel. So they have interpreted it in mystery of the verse, when all the flocks were gathered there, they would roll the stone Shekinah, who is called stone of testing, stone of Israel, whom they roll into exile. And it is written, and they would put the stone back in its place on the mouth of the well after her name, they are called stones. How many types of stones there are! Some stones are the foundation of the house, as is written, the king commanded, and they quarried great stones, costly stones, to lay the foundation of the house with hewn stone kings. And there are precious supernal stones, namely, these 12. These 12 are 4 arrays, with 3 in each array, in the 4 directions of the world, totaling 12. Correspondingly, those 4 standards that journeyed in the desert, and those 12 tribes, 3 on each side, in the 4 directions of the world. All is one mystery, as has been established. When the high priest placed these 12 stones, wearing them in the breastpiece on the ephod, Shekinah settled upon him. Those 12 stones were engraved with the names of all the tribes, every single tribe engraved on one stone. The letters were sunk into the stones, and when they shone the letters protruded, shining however was required. Among all the letters, the 2 letters Het, Tet were not to be found, because there was no sin in any of them. Rabbi Hizkiah said, if so, this is fine for Het, whose name is determinative, but what about Tet, which is a Tav, good, letter, and we have learned whoever sees Tet in his dream, it is Tav, good, for him, because Torah inaugurated it with Kitov, that it was good, as is written, God saw the light, that it was good. Now, since it is a good letter, why is it not written among those tribes? He replied, because the 2 letters adjoin one another. Furthermore, the letter Tet is hidden and concealed, and it transmits radiance of them all, for this letter is radiance of them all, and radiance derives only from this letter, as is written, God saw the light, that it was Tov, good. It is the radiance of that light that is hidden and concealed, of which is written, He does not withhold tov, goodness, from those who walk blameless. This is the light of all the tribes, so it is not engraved among them. Furthermore, all 12 issue from this concealed portico, which is in mystery of the letter Tet, and therefore it is concealed and hidden, not appearing among them. All these stones exist miraculously. When all of them shone, the face of the high priest shone, and the letters shone and protruded, to be perceived outwardly. When the face of the high priest shone, it was clear that the protrusion of the letters was favorable, and thereby it was known whether the priest was virtuous or not. Thus all was miraculous, as has been established. Rabbi Abba was in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, regarding what is written, You shall place in the breastpiece of judgment it ha-Urim it ha-Thummim, the Urim and the Thummim, and we have learned Urim, for they illumined what was required, Thummim, for they fulfilled their words. We need to know more. He replied, Certainly so. The breastpiece and ephod correspond to the Urim and Thummim, and this is mystery of Tefillin and the knot of Tefillin, corresponding to these two. He opened, saying, You will see my back, but my face will not be seen. You will see my back. We have learned that the Blessed Holy One showed Moses the knot of Tefillin. But my face Tefillin themselves. But my face Tefillin, supernal mystery of the holy name. My back mystery of the knot of Tefillin. This is well known to the companions, for one is the speculum that shines and one is the speculum that does not shine. Correspondingly, Urim, for they illumined with their words, Thummim, for they fulfilled their words. One is face, the other back. This mystery is voice and speech. Voice illumines, uttering speech completes the word. One arises with the other, never separating from one another. Thus, breastpiece and ephod, one is face, the other back, and all one mystery, with no separation whatsoever. He said to him, If so that they never separate, and one who separates them, as we have learned, separates an intimate. Why is it written, It happened when Abiathar the son of Ahimelech fled to David at Keilah, that the ephod came down in his hand, whereas the breastpiece is not mentioned? He replied, Certainly so. Whatever is important is hidden and concealed and not mentioned much. Similarly, who wore the linen ephod, what is more revealed is mentioned, so that whatever is concealed and hidden may be kept covered. Thus, whatever is more revealed is mentioned. Therefore, the supernal name is a mystery hidden and concealed, and is mentioned only through a name that is revealed. One is mentioned, the other treasured away. One is revealed, the other secret, and whatever is revealed is always mentioned. The name that is hidden is Yehovah, the name revealed is Adonai. So it is written with concealed letters and read with these letters, one covered by the other, so that supernal glory may be hidden and concealed forever. All the ways of Torah are like this, revealed and secret. And all matters of the world, whether of this world or the world above, are entirely concealed and revealed. He opened, saying, They said to him, Tell us, on account of whom has this calamity come upon us? What is your work, and where do you come from? What is your country, and of what people are you? Jonah. This verse should be contemplated. Everything they asked was in mystery of wisdom, as is written, Tell us, Ba Asher, on account. Here they asked a mystery that is revealed, to discover whether he derived from the seed of Joseph, at the sight of whose coffin the sea immediately split, becoming dry land, as is written, The sea saw and fled. The sea saw the one of whom is written, He fled and went outside immediately, the Jordan turned back. That is why they asked him, Ba Asher, on account, since it is written of Joseph, Ba Asher, inasmuch as you are his wife. If you derive from that seed, pray that the sea subside from raging against us. Lami, of whom Jonah, and if you derive from the seed of Jacob, of whom is written, Lami, whose are you, and where are you going? And they were holy angels, whom he sent on a mission, and he was saved from that calamity. Then pray to your master, so he will send his angel and we will be saved from this calamity. And if not, what is your work, Jonah? What is your daily occupation, and where do you come from? Who are your ancestors? What is your country? Is it a country deserving punishment? And of what people are you? Is it Amalek or one of the 7 nations that deserve punishment? They asked him everything fittingly. What is written? He said to them, I am a Hebrew, Jonah, from the seed of Abraham, who sanctified the name of his master throughout the world. And I revere Jehovah, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land. They asked him both openly and covertly to know about him, whereas he replied altogether openly. What is written? The men were greatly terrified, Jonah, as soon as they heard the name of the blessed Holy One. They were immediately afraid, for they all knew of the miracles and mighty deeds that the blessed Holy One performed at the sea. So as soon as he told them the blessed Holy One's name, they were immediately greatly terrified of him. Furthermore, he told them that he was fleeing from him, so they said, What have you done, Jonah? For you are fleeing from him and not fulfilling his commands. Thus, what have you done? For you have transgressed your master's commands. Afterward they all converted, when they saw the miracles and mighty deeds that the blessed Holy One performed for Jonah on the sea. They all saw him falling into the sea, and that fish coming up and swallowing him in front of them. And when that great fish appeared before their eyes and vomited him onto dry land, they came to him and all of them converted, as is written, those devoted to vaporous lies will forsake their shame. Jonah. All of these became righteous converts, wise in Torah, and eminent sages. For the blessed Holy One delights in all those who approach him and sanctify his name openly, because when his name is sanctified openly, the concealed name ascends his throne of glory, as is written, I shall be sanctified in the midst of the children of Israel. What is written? They fastened the breastpiece from its rings to the rings of the ephod with a violet strand. Why with a violet strand? To show that this violet is bound to all, so all is in supernal mystery. What is written? A golden bell and a pomegranate, as we have established, and all is in supernal mystery, as we have said. What is written? So that its sound may be heard when he comes into the sanctuary before Jehovah, for the sound that is heard is essential, and blessings settle upon the world by virtue of the priest who blesses all and performs all. A golden bell, as we have established. A pomegranate filled like a pomegranate, which is filled with all, and we have established all. He made the rope of the ephod, weaver's work, all of violet s already mentioned in mystery of the breastpiece and the ephod, and all is one. All of violet fittingly so, as we have established, for violet is mystery of the light of the throne, violet, joined with white radiance, all as one, and so violet for the ephod. Rabbi Shimon said, these various priestly garments are all a supernal mystery, so that garments below follow the pattern above. Since Michael is the high priest, coming from the right side, why is it written of Gabriel the man clothed in linen? For these garments are for the high priest. Well, from here we learn that left is always included in right and clothed in those garments. Furthermore, Gabriel is appointed as messenger in this world, and every messenger appointed in this world must be clothed in garments of this world. As we have established in mystery of the soul, when she ascends, she is clothed in a garment formed on the pattern above, in order to be there. Similarly, when she descends from above, all according to her destination. Likewise, all those messengers appointed for a mission in this world, as we have established. This robe of the ephod covered him when he wore it. It is written, behind and in front you formed me, and you placed your palm upon me. This verse has already been established, but when the blessed Holy One created Adam, male and female were created attached to one another, female behind and male in front, until the blessed Holy One sawed them apart, and he arrayed her and brought her before Adam so that they could see each other face to face. Once they did, love increased in the world and they generated offspring in the world, which had not happened previously, as we have established. After Adam sinned and the serpent copulated with Eve and injected her with slime, she gave birth to Cain, whose image was of above and below, from mystery of filth of the other side and from the side below. Therefore he was the first to perpetrate death in the world, caused by his side. It is the way of the serpent to lurk so as to kill. The one who issued from him followed his way. Thus it is written, when they were in the field, Cain rose against Abel his brother and killed him. We have found in ancient books that when Cain killed Abel he bit him repeatedly like a snake, until he plucked out his soul and killed him. All things revert to their primal element. If Cain had not derived from that side, he would not have behaved so toward his brother. So, when Adam saw that Abel had been killed and Cain banished, he said, "From now on, why should I engender children?" He separated from his wife for years, and impure female spirits would come and be inflamed by him, and he engendered spirits and demons, called afflictions of the children of Adam, as we have established. Afterward, he became jealous, clothed in jealousy, and he joined his wife and engendered Seth, as is written, he engendered in his likeness, according to his image, and called his name Seth. This one was in his likeness, according to his image, which was not so previously with those first sons before. For previously, he had another conjoining, as has been established, until Eve arrived and the blessed Holy One arrayed her for Adam and they joined face to face. Thus it is written, this one shall be called woman, this one is woman, but the other one is not called so, as has already been established. Thus, Adam and Eve were created as one, as is written, male and female he created them, and he blessed them, the two of them were as one, so, behind and in front you formed me. The ephod and the breastpiece were behind and in front, and when the high priest wore them he resembled the supernal image. As has been said, then his face shone, letters protruded and rose radiantly, and the matter was known. Thus, the arrangement of the ephod and the arrangement of the breastpiece are joined as one. Although their arrangements differ, all is in one mystery, one linked to the other, ephod united with breastpiece by 4 rings connected to this place and to that. They are mystery of those chariots linking this side below to those above, all in mystery of Aphanim and Hayo. It is written, in the beginning God created heaven and earth, and they have established that the dwelling was made entirely in this manner. Just as he fashioned the lower world after the pattern of the upper world, all its works resembling those above, so too all the works of the dwelling follow the pattern of the upper world. This is the mystery. All the works of the dwelling are works perfected above and below, to ens cons Shekinah in the world, in upper habitations and lower habitations. Similarly, the lower Garden of Eden follows the pattern above and the pattern below, with all forms and images of the world appearing there. So, the making of the dwelling and the making of heaven and earth are all as one. It is written, lift your eyes on high and see who created these. This verse has been established, but could a person, by gazing above and lifting his eyes on high, be able to know and behold what it is not permitted to know and see? Rather, lift your eyes on high. Whoever wishes to behold and know the works of the blessed Holy One, let him lift his eyes on high and see countless forces and camps, diverse works, one mightier than the other. Then, see and ask, who created these? Who created these? We have already established the mystery who created these, for it is a place existing on high, hidden, concealed, and unknown, always susceptible to questioning, since that place is not revealed. The one who brings forth their array by number. What does this mean? The one who brings forth, well, because that concealed, hidden place brings forth all in mystery of the sound issuing from the shofar, and that sound is all the supernal forces and the count of all. From there appears mystery of sublime faith in all those supernal sides, until rungs extend downward and numerous forces diverge according to their kinds, all numbered and called by name. Because of his great might the right side, and vast power the left side. Not one is missing, aspects extending from 2 sides. Alternatively, lift your eyes on high and see who created these. This verse pertains to when the dwelling was erected and arranged. Whoever saw the dwelling, gazing above and below, saw all in the dwelling, for all works of the world were arrayed in the dwelling, as we have established. Whoever saw the clasps of the dwelling, gazing upon them, saw in their gleam the radiance of the stars, for so the stars appear in the sky. He opened, saying, Hallelujah, praise Jehovah from the heavens, praise him on the heights. Praise him, all his angels, praise him, all his hosts. Praise him, sun and moon, praise him, all stars of light. Praise him, the heavens of the heavens, and the waters above the heavens. Let them praise Jehovah's name, for he commanded and they were created. David uttered this praise corresponding to mystery of the holy name, totality of all praise. Two praises resemble mystery of the supernal holy name, this one, and the final praise of all, as is written, Hallelujah, praise God in his sanctuary. But the latter is for 10 faiths, and the former is for 7, and all is one mystery in the holy name. Hallelujah, praise Jehovah from the heavens, beginning of 6 directions expanding below, which is mystery susceptible to questioning, as is said, for ask now of primal days that were before you, from the day God created a human on the earth, and from one end of the heavens to the other end of the heavens until here, one is permitted to ask from here on, one is not permitted to ask, for it is a place concealed and hidden. Thus, praise Jehovah from the heavens. Praise him on the heights, 2 directions that are height of beginning, right and left, whence expand all others below in mystery of rungs, fittingly arranged. Praise him, all his angels, 2 pillars standing beneath the body, supporting the body. Those pillars supporting the body stand here in mystery of angels, for the thighs are messengers moving from place to place, and from this mystery emerge those called angels who are messengers going from place to place on a mission of their master. Praise him, all his hosts, the place from which issue all supernal holy forces, mystery of the sign of the holy covenant, who is distinguished from all the other myriads, as we have said, for it is written, Jehovah of Sivaot, hosts, is his name, he is Ot, an ensign, among all other hosts and myriads. Praise him, sun and moon, in him abides this mystery, and he is the sun, shining in him appear supernal gleaming stars and constellations, as we have established. Then scripture returns above, to that place in the height of heights where all is embedded. And then, praise Jehovah from the earth, corresponding to fire and hail. Those stars below exist by the flow drawn from sublime mystery, for all bears the supernal image, as we have established. Thus, all those stars and constellations from the height of the firmament stand poised to conduct the world below it. From there extend rungs, reaching those stars below, none of whom exists on its own power at all, as we have established all of them exist under the power above. Thus it is written, let them stand and save you, the astrologers, the stargazers, all is controlled, as has been said. They made the tunics, shish, linen, and the turban, linen, and the ornaments of the caps, linen, and the breeches of linen, twisted linen. Rabbi Yos opened, in the end of days, the mount of Jehovah's house will be established at the head of the mountains and elevated above the hills, and all the nations will stream to it in the end of days, when the blessed Holy One attends to the daughter of Jacob and raises her from the dust, and the sun unites with the moon. Then, the mount of Jehovah's house will be established, Jerusalem above, who will be arrayed in her adornments, shining with supernal light, since all light is perfected only by supernal light. For at that time, supernal light will shine upon her 7 times more than previously, as is written, the light of the moon will be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be 7-fold, as the light of the 7 days. At the head of the mountains, the verse should read, at the heads, why at the head? Well, this enhancement that she will have is at the head of the mountains. Who is the head of the mountains? The high priest. Who is the head of the mountains? Head of all on the right side. It is he who adorns the house constantly, blessing her, illumining her face. Therefore, it will be established. With what will he adorn her? With those garments made on the supernal pattern, as has been established. Those garments all abide in mystery of 6. When this house will be adorned by the head of the mountains, who is the priest, it will be elevated above and joined with supernal existence, and the world will be illumined by that sublime radiance. Then, it will be elevated above the hills, above all other supernal forces and camps, and then, all the nations will stream to it. When the priest spreads his hands, a supernal spirit shines and emerges, and all lamps glow and lights flow, joining one another until the face of assembly of Israel is illumined all by means of the primordial light, who is the priest. When the priest is aroused below, the priest is aroused above. By actions below, an arousal is stimulated above. Thus, the mount of Jehovah's house will be established by the head of the mountains. All the nations will stream to it, for now, all other nations have chieftains appointed over them in heaven, but in that time the blessed Holy One will eliminate them and cast them down from their sovereignty, as is written, I will punish the host of the heights on high. Once they are all removed from power, the blessed Holy One will be empowered alone, as is said, Jehovah alone will be exalted on that day. Then, all the nations will stream to it, as is written, many peoples will say, Come, let us go up to the mountain of Jehovah, to the house of the God of Jacob. All when the priest, who is the head of the mountains, will illumine her. All in mystery of 6:6 on all sides, illumining her, for he illumines in mystery of 6. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yitzchak, and Rabbi Yehuda were traveling on the road. Rabbi Elazar said, It is time to proceed with Shekinah, for Shekinah will settle upon us only through words of Torah. Rabbi Yehuda said, Let the leader open first. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, Puny am I and despised, yet your precepts I have not forgotten. Puny am I and despised. Sometimes King David praises himself, saying, showing kindness to his anointed, to David, and it is written, utterance of David son of Jesse, utterance of the man raised on high, anointed of the God of Jacob. And sometimes he describes himself as poor, as is written, for I am poor and needy, and it is written, puny am I and despised. He also said, the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Well, when he reached the rung of peace and attained true justice, he praised himself. And when he saw himself in distress, harassed by his enemies, he abased himself, calling himself poor, the least of all. Why? Because sometimes he dominated his enemies and sometimes he was distressed by them. Nevertheless, he always prevailed, and they could not overpower him. King David humbled himself before the blessed Holy One, for whoever does so, the blessed Holy One elevates him above all. Thus, the blessed Holy One favored him in this world and in the world that is coming. In this world, as is written, I will protect this city, delivering it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. In the world that is coming, as is written, they will seek Jehovah their God and David their king, whom I will raise up for them. Hosea, David was king in this world, and David will be king in the time to come. Therefore he said, the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. When the moon is deprived of light and does not shine, she is impoverished on all sides and darkened, without any light at all. And when the sun turns back toward her, illumining her, she adorns herself for him, like a female adorning herself for a male. Then she gains dominion throughout the world. So David adorned himself in the same manner. Sometimes he is poor, and sometimes he is reveling in riches. Thus he said, puny am I and despised, nevertheless, your precepts I have not forgotten. Similarly, a person should humble himself in every way, becoming a vessel in which the blessed Holy One delights. This has already been established, as is written, with the crushed and lowly in spirit now I will open first. He opened, saying, He brought me there, and behold, there was a man whose appearance was like bronze, with a cord of flax and the measuring reed in his hand, and he was standing in the gateway. Ezekiel saw this in a vision of prophecy, and this man was a messenger in those garments. Yet here, he said only a man, and not the man clothed in linen. Because when he is on a mission to execute judgment or manifest judgment, he is called clothed in linen, and when he comes for another purpose, he changes his manner. According to the mission, his appearance in those garments changes, and he changes from garment to garment. For he always occupies the left side, and there are various fashions that he wears, as do all those who come from his side. Whose appearance was like bronze in the garment of bronze mountains, called mountains of bronze Zesharia. This one brought measuring tools, to measure. This is not the lamp of adamantine darkness, concealed and hidden. From there emerged this reed below, congealed from the radiance remaining from the lamp of darkness when it ascended, and was engraved in unknown saphirine scintillation. So that measuring reed pertains to measurement below. Sometimes the measuring reed, and sometimes the measuring line, and so, a cord and a reed, all to measure. There, all measurements of Ezekiel were by that measuring reed, whereas in the construction of the dwelling, all was by the measuring line. In the dwelling, by that measurement below, the measuring line, resembling that cord, for as it begins to extend, there is one not every cubit, and by that measurement it is measured, and it is called a cubit. Thus, 28 by the cubit, for this is the length, and the width 4 by the cubit, and it is not written 4 cubits, since the cubit measures on all sides. This emerges from mystery of the lamp above, for the measurement of this below derives from that measurement above. The miniature measurement below includes 1,500 aspects, each aspect being 12,000 cubits. Thus, 1 cubit advances through them all, and as for the cubit measuring this, the line of measurement extends and a cubit is revealed, measuring, and so with all those measurements. 28 by the cubit, the length by 1 cubit, and the width 4 by that cubit. Consequently, 1 cubit, that is 32 measures, as is said and held in a measure the dust of the earth. These 32 correspond to 32 paths issuing from above. When the length is measured by this measurement, that length includes 4 aspects, each aspect being 7 cubits. Thus, those 7 cubits attain 4 aspects, in mystery of 7, amounting to 28 in length. For 7 is supernal mystery entirely, and all those 32 paths are included in 7, in mystery of the holy name. Now, you might say, but it is written a single measure for all the curtains. Certainly it is a single measure, although it extended cubit after cubit, one after another, all proceeding in mystery of the lamp above, so that above and below share one measurement. This is a measurement of intense holiness, for there is another measurement intended to cover this one, which is within. The other measurement, covering this one, amounts to a total of 34, whereas within, a total of 32. This is mystery of one covering another 32 within, 34 existing inside, 34 outside. For the first measurement is holy, in holy colors, namely twisted linen, and violet, purple, and crimson holy colors, and its total amounts to 32. The second measurement, which is outside, covering this one, amounts to a total of daily, lamed, 34, which is the mystery written, happy is one who considers Dal, the poor on the day of evil. Jehovah will deliver him on the day of evil. Precisely, Jehovah will deliver him. Mystery of the count within, mystery of 32. And of that count outside, what is written, you shall make curtains of goat hair for a tent over the dwelling. Curtains of goat hair, why goat? Well, mystery of its aspect, provided a place in mystery of holiness. So, curtains of goat hair, surely. It is written, I went down to the nut grove to see the verdure of the valley. This has already been established. However, just as a nut has a shell surrounding and covering the kernel resting within, so too with everything holiness within, the other side without. This is the mystery of the wicked one surrounds the righteous Habakkuk, therefore it is called a nut, as has been established. Whoever increases, decreases. Yom mnemonic is the bulls of the festival which keep diminishing. Here too of what is within is written, the dwelling you shall make of 10 curtains, of what is without is written Ashtir Esri, 11, curtains, increasing letters and decreasing the amount and decreasing. Increasing the amount, as is written, the length of the one curtain, 30 cubits, and a width of 4 cubits, amounting to a total of daily, lamed, 34, for the most extreme type of poverty is called dal, impoverished. Thus, increasing in amount, it increases in deficiency. And when the other decreases in amount, decreasing, it increases, attaining mystery of 32, mystery of all faith, mystery of the holy name. So this ascends and that decreases, this ascends and decreases, whereas that decreases and ascends. This one within, that one without. The measuring line begins to extend and measures out the boards, as is written, they made the boards for the dwelling of acacia wood, upright. These are mystery of seraphim, as has been established, for it is written acacia wood, omedim, upright, and it is written seraphim omedim, were standing. This measurement is 10 cubits the length of the board, and a cubit and a half the width of the single board. Here is written 10 cubits, and not 10 by the cubit. These are 3 triads, which are 9, and one resting upon them, namely one spirit resting upon them. We have already mentioned the extent of the cubit. This is mystery of extent 11.5, ascending yet not ascending, for they are less than the Aphanim. They have established this in mystery of the holy chariot, and there are 10 on this side and 10 on that side, attaining the mystery of supernal seraphim. Then, mystery of holiness rises until all are aroused in mystery of that central bar, as has been established. Thus, it has a half, incomplete. Mystery of this measurement of 20 planks totals, all based on measuring and counting. Such is the sum emerging from this measurement in mystery of those seraphim. Curtains of the dwelling, which we have mentioned, are supernal mysteries of mystery of heaven, as has been established, for it is written spreading the heavens like a curtain. This mystery lies in the count that we have mentioned. There are curtains that we have mentioned in one mystery, and there are curtains in another mystery, all in mystery above. Thus, all is in order to know wisdom of every aspect, of every entity. Thereby one discerns between good and evil, between mystery of wisdom and what does not pertain to wisdom. The mystery of the first measurement, as has been said, embraces many aspects. Mystery of the ark, based on calculation, regarding what it obtains, what it receives, and what it possesses. What it receives 2 sides, and it obtains from those 2 sides. So it is a cubit on this side and a cubit on that side, thus, 2.5 cubits its length, 2 cubits from 2 sides, and a half of its own. This is the length. As for the width and height, a cubit and a half one from that side, obtaining more, as on the right and the left, and a half of its own. For a thing can settle only upon something else, so there is a half in each enumeration. Thus the ark receives from all, and abides totally in mystery of calculation. It has already been established why the ark is overlaid with gold inside and outside. Its measure is based on the first measurement, all abiding in one mystery. The table, similarly measured by that first measure. However, this measure, abiding in mystery of Torah and by that first measurement mentioned by Father, is not to be used for measuring any more, as this remains in mystery for the supremely wise to know thereby mystery of wisdom, to discern between good and evil, between supernal wisdom and other wisdom. All other works were measured by the cubit, by that measurement, except for the breastpiece, which was measured by the span, as has been established. The tunic, although they were all made in mystery of holiness, all is in mystery of shish, 6 made of shish, linen based on 6. All those enhancements to be clothed and arrayed in 6 and in mystery of 6, and all in mystery of the measuring line. The measuring reed, in the measurements of Ezekiel, for that is a house to endure in its place, with those partitions, those walls, those entrances, those doors, everything measured. But regarding the time to come, what is written of that measurement? The side chambers widened as they wound higher and higher. Ezekiel, when the measuring reed presides, it will mount higher and higher in length and in breadth, so that the house expands in all directions, with none to look upon it malevolently, as has been established, for it is written, Damascus shall be his resting place, Zechariah. From that time on, judgment will not be found in the world, for all will be firmly and completely established, as is said, they shall no longer tremble, and the wicked shall afflict them no more. All measuring and measurements exist in the world so that this world may be established in mystery of the pattern above, linking this world to the world above, becoming all one in one mystery. At the time when the blessed Holy One will be aroused to renew the world, all worlds will share one mystery, and the glory of the blessed Holy One will pervade all. Of then is written, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one, Zechariah. Rabbi Yehuda opened after him, saying, The secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him, and to them he reveals his covenant. This verse has already been established. However, the secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him, that supernal mystery abiding in secrecy, concealed and hidden away, is accessible only to those who revere him, who are constantly in awe of the blessed Holy One. They are worthy of those supernal secrets, keeping those sublime secrets hidden and concealed fittingly, since they are supernal mysteries. But, to them he reveals his covenant mystery abiding in the enduring covenant. To them he reveals, for it is a place susceptible to revelation, to being known. Furthermore, the secret of Jehovah is for those who fear him, for they are secrets abiding in fear, and those fearing sin fear those supernal secrets. But, to them he reveals his covenant to know and explain things, for these are matters susceptible to explanation. By 42 letters the world was engraved and established, all of them a crown of the holy name. When they combine, they ascend by its letters above and descend below, adorned with crowns in the 4 directions of the world, so that it may endure. Then those letters emerged and created the world above and below, in the world of unity and in the world of division, and they are called mountains of better, mountains of division, which are watered when the south side begins to draw near. Then water flows, and through this energy flowing above, all is in joy. When thought arises in joyous will, from concealed of all concealed, one radiance extends, flowing out of it they approach one another, as has been established. Those 42 letters are supernal mystery, by which were created the upper world and the lower world. They are vitality and mystery of all worlds. Since this is the secret of all worlds, it is written, the secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. And to them he reveals his covenant secret of engraved letters, patterns leaping in their engravings openly. It is written, you shall place in the breastpiece of judgment it ha Urim ve it ha Thummim, the Urim and the Thummim, and this has been established, the Urim that shine, mystery of the speculum that shines, and this is engraving of letters of the holy name, in mystery of 42, by which worlds were created, and they were embedded in it. And the Thummim, mystery of those letters contained in the place of the speculum that does not shine, which is conducted by 72 engraved letters, mystery of the holy name. All of them are called Urim and Thummim. When those letters are embedded there, by that power shine other letters, engraved among names of the tribes, shining or darkening, all by the mystery of those letters of holy names, as we have said. those letters of holy names proceed according to mystery of Torah, and all worlds proceed in mystery of these letters. These names were hidden, embedded there, and as for the names of the tribes, their letters protruded above. Thus, all derives from mystery of those letters, and we have established all. As has been said concerning mystery of the letters of Torah Bet, with which Torah begins, and as we have established, Bet bara, Bet created, surely by supernal power, by potency of mystery of those letters. Bet, female Aleph, male. Just as Bet created, so Aleph generated letters, totality of 22 letters. He coupling with Shemayim, heaven, enlivening and ensconcing him. Vov, Haares, the earth, nourishing her, arraying her, providing her the satisfaction she deserves. This mystery is Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-Shemayim v'et Haares, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Vov, v'et totality of 22 letters, and earth is nourished, absorbing them within, as is said all the streams flow to the sea, corresponding to mystery of v'et Haares, and the earth, gathering all within her, receiving them. The earth absorbs Vov, receiving it as nourishment. This mystery is the dwelling was established only by Moses, since from that side another supernal rung was aroused to sustain it, yielding sustenance for all. This is the mystery of Moses erected the dwelling, erecting it by those letters with which heaven and earth were created. So all the works of the dwelling were fashioned by Bezalel, by mystery of engraved letters with which heaven and earth were created. He was therefore called Betzalel, since he knew the engraving of letters by which heaven and earth were created. If he had not known them, he could not have fashioned those works of the dwelling. Why, well, just as the supernal dwelling existed and was arrayed only by the mystery of those letters, so here, the dwelling below existed and was arrayed only by mysteries of those letters. Bezalel would permute those letters, and by the mystery of each permutation he fashioned artistry. For every task of the dwelling, with each permutation he produced one work of artistry, all fittingly. So with all works of the dwelling and all limbs and enhancements of the dwelling, all was by permutation of letters of the holy name. Yet when he came to erect it, he could not do so. Why? Because the intention aroused by those letters was transmitted to Moses alone. He knew the intention aroused by all those letters, so the dwelling was erected by him, as is written Moses erected, Moses placed, Moses set up, whereas Bezalel did not know and could not erect it. Rabbi Yitzchak opened after him, saying, Yehovah, in your strength the king rejoices, and in your victory how greatly he exalts his heart's desire you gave to him. Life he asked of you, you gave it to him. This song was uttered by David solely for the praise of assembly of Israel, who is gladdened by the blessed Holy One with joy of Torah, called strength, as is written Yehovah gives strength to his people. The king rejoices, assembly of Israel, who is called king, as is written he became king in Jeshurun. And in your victory how greatly he exalts victory of the right, as is said my right hand gave me victory, and give victory with your right hand and answer me. Alternatively, how greatly Yajal, he exalts an extra yod, mystery of holy enduring covenant, joy of all. And all refers to this king. Life he asked of you, you gave it to him. From here we learn that King David had no life at all except that Adam gave him some of his own. As has been established, King David endured for 70 years, and those 70 years were given to him by the blessed Holy One from the years of Adam. By these he endured, and he was given length of days in this world and in the world that is coming. Thus, life he asked of you, you gave it to him. Great is his glory through your victory, for he is great, as is written great is our Lord and mighty in power, he is surely called great. This is the mystery of God made the two great lights, they were surely great. Nevertheless, he is called great, as is said, great is our Lord and mighty in power, and the blessed Holy One is called great only by this, as is written, great is Jehovah and highly praised in the city of our God, his holy mountain. How is he great in the city of our God, his holy mountain? For you granted him blessings forever, for this is blessing of the whole world, and all blessings of the world issue from here. This is blessing, and this is the mystery of, and you will be a blessing, for here dwell all blessings above, emerging from here to the whole world, so it is called blessing. You will gladden him with joy. Here is written, you will gladden him, and there is written, Jethro was glad, for the blessed Holy One will eventually raise assembly of Israel from the dust, embrace her in mystery of the right, and renew her with renewal of the moon by the sun, as is written, you will gladden him with the joy of your presence. Of your presence being before you, joyfully facing you, in the fullness that you will perfect at that time. For when the temple was destroyed, she was emptied of all her fullness, as is said, dwindled is she who bore 7, and it is written, I shall be filled with what had been destroyed. Ezekiel. When Moses was about to erect the dwelling, he gazed upon all the components, which were perfect, and then he erected it. All those works in the dwelling were brought before Moses, one by one, and this is the mystery of virgins behind her, her companions, are brought to you, as is written, they brought the dwelling to Moses. Why did they do so? Because that was the moment for Moses' coupling to be consummated, so they brought the dwelling to Moses, as a bride is brought to the house of the groom. For first the bride must be brought to his house, as is said, my daughter I have given to this man as a wife, and afterward he comes to her, as is written, and he came to her, and it is written, Moses came to the tent of testimony. Here, what is written, Moses could not come into the tent of meeting, for the cloud had settled upon it, and the glory of Jehovah filled the dwelling. Why? Because it was arraying itself like a woman arraying and adorning herself for her husband, and while she is adorning herself, it is not fitting for her husband to enter. So, Moses could not come into the tent of meeting, and therefore, they brought the dwelling to Moses. What is written, Moses saw all the tasks, and, look, they had done it as Jehovah had commanded. Throughout all the works of the dwelling, the color violet appeared, for violet is a color to be adorned with mystery of all colors. What is written, they made the medallion of the holy diadem, and they put on it a strand of violet. This has already been established in mystery of what is written, you shall make a medallion of pure gold and engrave upon it with seal engravings holy to Jehovah, and they wrote upon it an inscription of seal engravings holy to Jehovah. In mystery of the dwelling abide supernal mysteries, in mystery of the supernal holy name. Adonai, mystery of the dwelling, mystery corresponding to the pattern above, mystery of the ark, as is written, see, Ark of the Covenant, Adon, Lord of all the earth. Joshua. Adon, Lord of all the earth. Holy mystery of the name Aleph, Dele, Nun, Yod, corresponding to mystery of the supernal holy name Jehovah, and these letters correspond to those. Aleph is Yod, this mystery resembling that, as has been established. Dele is mystery of He, this resembling that, all one pattern and mystery. None is mystery of the letter Vav, although one is male, and the other female, yet one is comprised in the other, as has been established. None, Vav in the middle, since it is one whole. He is mystery of the letter Yod, for here this is small wisdom, called wisdom of Solomon. These letters combine with those, all one mystery, coalescing with one another, all is one, and all one mystery in holy letters. Thus, the dwelling below on earth abides in mystery of the higher dwelling, and that dwelling abides in mystery of another dwelling, highest of all. All are comprised within one another, becoming one, and thus it is written, the dwelling will be one. It is written, first of nations, Amalek, and his end unto destruction. On the day that the dwelling was erected, it was erected by Moses, as has been said. For it is written, Moses erected the dwelling, it could not stand until he himself erected it. This may be compared to a matronita, whom no one but her husband is permitted to raise up. So too, all those artisans came to erect the dwelling, but it could not be raised by them, until finally Moses came and erected it, for he is master of the house. Once Moses erected the dwelling below, another dwelling was erected above, as has been established, for it is written the dwelling was erected. Why was erected, without explaining by whom? Well, it was erected by mystery of the upper world, concealed and hidden by means of mystery of Moses, to be arrayed with him. What is written above? All the wise ones who were doing all the holy work came. These are the wise ones who form right and left and all those other aspects, which are ways and paths entering the sea, filling it. They fashioned the dwelling above and arrayed it. Similarly, Bezalel and Aholiab, one on the right side and one on the left, Bezalel to the right and Aholiab to the left, one from Judah and one from Dan. Then, and every wise-hearted man, all the wise ones who were doing all the holy work, as we have established, all corresponding to the supernal pattern. On the day that the dwelling was erected, death was abolished from the world. Do not say abolished, but rather withdrawn from the world, since it could not prevail, as we have established. For the evil impulse will not be abolished from the world until King Messiah arrives and the blessed Holy One delights in his works, and then, he will swallow up death forever. When the dwelling was erected by Moses, the power of the evil impulse was isolated and subdued, and could not prevail. At that moment, mighty Samael, fury of the left, was removed from potency of the evil serpent and could not dominate the world nor attach himself to a human, leading him astray. Rabbi Yehuda said, when Israel made the calf, what is written? Moses took the tent and pitched it for himself outside the camp. Why? Because he saw the evil impulse moving among them. Moses said, the side of holiness should not dwell within the side of impurity. Rabbi Elazar said, as long as the side of holiness rules, the impure side cannot rule and is subdued before it. Thus we have learned, as long as Jerusalem is full, wicked Rome will be desolate. He opened, saying, she said to the servant, who is that man walking through the field toward us? The servant said, he is my master. What is written previously? Rebekah raised her eyes and saw Isaac, and she alighted from the camel. Now, why did this verse have to be written in the Torah? If it is because she saw the beauty of Isaac, why did she alight from the camel? Well, this verse constitutes a mystery. She saw Isaac. How did she know that he was Isaac? Well, she saw Isaac at that moment. She saw something she had not known. She saw him in wrath of harsh judgment, and she saw that the completion of harsh wrath is a camel below. This is mystery of death, and therefore she alighted, slipping herself off that camel. For when harsh judgment gazes, that camel is empowered, so she slipped herself off of it and sat there no longer. This camel, corresponds to the mystery written Yugmulo, and his due, he will repay him Gemal, requital, of the wicked. This is the camel poised to devour all and exterminate all. This one is always ready to confront human beings. Therefore, whoever sees a camel in his dream is being shown death decreed upon him, from which he has been saved. This side of impurity is called so because it brought death upon the world. This is the one who seduced Adam and his wife, and its rider is Samael, who comes to lead the world astray and inflicts death upon all. Thus he comes and dominates all. Adam drew him upon himself, and consequently he was drawn after them until he seduced them. Therefore, Solomon said, do not come near the door of her house, for whoever comes near her she emerges, adorned, and is drawn to him. So, when Rebekah saw that she was supposed to join the side of harsh judgment as soon as she saw Isaac, mystery of harsh judgment, and saw that from that side issues another, fierce judgment from slag of gold, immediately she alighted from the camel, to break herself loose from judgment, from that slag. When Israel did that deed, causing that sin, why a calf and not another aspect? Now, if you say that they chose a calf, not so, rather, they said, rise up, make us Elohim, gods, that will go before us, and Aaron sought to delay them. However, surely the deed was done fittingly. For from the side of gold emerges dross when gold is refined, and from there spread all those aspects of the left, smelting of that dross of gold, diverging in many directions. All those appearing red, hue of gold, exist in the mountains when the sun shines intensely, for the intensity of the sun manifests gold, generating it in the earth. The one appointed over the sun's intensity has the appearance of a calf, and is called scourge raging at noon, issuing from a calf, red smelting of gold. All of these come from that redness, impure spirit. All those branching out from impure spirit spread throughout the world. This impure spirit is the evil serpent, and there is one riding on it. They are male and female, called Ele, these, for they appear in the world in all their aspects. And the Holy Spirit is called Zot, this mystery of covenant, holy mark always present in a man. Similarly, Zir, this, is Jehovah Zir, this, is my God. But those are called Ele, these. So it is written Ele, these, are your gods, O Israel. Therefore it is written even Ele, these, will be forgotten, ve Enoch high, yet I mystery of Zot, this will not forget you. Similarly it is written over Ele, these, I weep, for that sin caused them much weeping. Alternatively, over these I weep. Why? Because this realm was empowered to dominate Israel and destroy the temple. Therefore it is written over these I weep. Mystery of the word over these side of defilement, empowered to dominate. Ani, I, weep. Holy Spirit, called I. Now, you might say, look at what is written Ele, these, are the words of the covenant. Certainly so, for all of them are fulfilled only through Ele, these, sight of all curses, as we have established, for he is cursed, as is written, cursed are you among all animals. Therefore Scripture anticipates by saying Ele, these, which stands poised for one who transgresses the words of the covenant. Ele, these, are the commandments that Jehovah commanded, because a commandment of Torah is for a person to be purified, not to deviate to this path, to be on guard, to disengage from them. Now, you might say, Ele, these, are the offspring of Noah. Certainly so, for look, Ham issued, who is father of Canaan, and it is written, cursed be Canaan, he is mystery of these. So all these are smelted dross of gold. And Aaron offered gold, which is his other side, for he is included in power of fire. All is one side, gold and fire. The impure spirit, always haunting the desert, found a place at that moment on which to fasten. Whereas when Israel stood at Mount Sinai, they were purified from the primordial slime that he injected into the world, inflicting death upon all. Now he prevailed over them as before, defiling them, overpowering them, bringing death upon them and upon the whole world and upon generations after them, as is written, I myself said, you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. But like Adam you shall die. Therefore, afterward Aaron purified himself in mystery of supernal faith during those 7 holy days, finally being purified by a calf. Aaron had to be purified completely, because if not for him, the calf would not have emerged. Why? Because Aaron is the right power of sun and gold. Impure spirit descended and blended there, so Israel was defiled, and he was defiled until being purified. Why was he defiled? Because the calf emerged, which is of the left side, which is a bull, whence comes a calf. This is the left, as has been said, for it is written, and on the left, the face of a bull. Ezekiel. Aaron, who is the right, includes the left, and it emerged by him. Therefore, he was given a calf, corresponding to what he induced. Thus, this impure spirit was empowered and ruled as before over the world, for when Israel sinned they drew upon themselves that evil impulse as before. And when Israel became purified and sought to purge themselves, they had to offer a goat, since the goat is a portion of that evil impulse, that impure spirit, as we have said. It is written they exchanged their glory for the image of a bull. What is the image of a bull? A calf. A bull is from the left side. Aaron, the right, absorbed the left, which was strengthened by him and emerged through him. They exchanged their glory. Shekinah, who went before them, and they exchanged her for an impure realm, another god. Therefore this filth will not be removed from the world until the time when the blessed Holy One eliminates it, as is written, I will eliminate the spirit of impurity from the earth. Zechariah, as we have established. It is written he made it into a molten calf, yet it is written I threw it into the fire and out came this calf, indicating that he did not make it. If so, what is the meaning of he made it? Well, surely, as we have established, were it not for Aaron, the impure spirit would not have been empowered to blend with gold. But every necessary enhancement it found available to be formed. One person practices sorcery and succeeds, while another does exactly the same and fails, because for these practices a qualified man is required. From Balaam, who was qualified for his sorcery to succeed, for it is written, utterance of the man Setem Ha'ayin, whose eye is closed, Shetem Ha'ayin, all is one, for one eye was always closed, and his vision was askance, his eyes were blemished. It is written he shall send it off in the hand of Ishiti, a timely man totally prepared, his vision unfit. But of one who serves with the Holy Spirit, what is written, no man in whom there is a defect shall come forward, no blind man nor lame. Here, all was arranged for the impure spirit, providing it a place to rule. It found a desert, completely desolate, as is written, fiery serpents and scorpions and thirst, for there is its dominion. It found sufficient gold. It found Aaron, to be empowered by the right and absorbed in it. Thus it perfected its domain fittingly, and emerged complete. How do we know it was the impure spirit? As is written, please, this people has committed a great sin. A great sin, the impure spirit, primordial serpent, as we have mentioned in various places. When Aaron wished to be purified, he offered a calf, from that side, to execute judgment upon it. At first, he enabled it to rule, now, executing judgment upon it, overpowering it, for once judgment is executed upon this side, all those who rule from its side are subdued. In Egypt, of their side is written, do not eat of it raw, but fire roasted, so that a spreading aroma may rise. Its head with its shanks to break it and subdue it, so that all those deriving from its side are powerless. Similarly, a perfect red cow that has no blemish to subdue all those aspects of impurity so that they may not rule. Rabbi Abba said to him, but the cow is holy and pure, so why? He replied, so it is. As they have established, it is totality of 4 kingdoms. A cow, as is said, for like a stubborn cow Israel is stubborn. Hosea, red kingdom of Babylon, as is written, you are the head of gold, perfect kingdom of Media. That has no blemish, kingdom of Greece, who are near the paths of faith. On which no yoke has been put, kingdom of Edom, on which no yoke was put. Mystery of this matter, although these verses lend themselves to various interpretations, all are one. As has been said, it is written, who can produce pure from impure? Is it not the one job who can produce pure from impure? This mystery is as follows. This is pure issuing from impure, for at first it is impure, but now that judgment has been executed upon it and it has been burned in blazing fire and turned into ashes, it is pure from impure, pure emerging from impure. So all those occupied with it become impure, for it is certainly so, and when it is turned into ashes, until these are gathered and removed, they defile all, as is said, he who gathers the cow's ashes shall wash his garments and will be impure until evening. Ashes, as is said, you will trample the wicked, for they will be ashes under the soles of your feet. Malachi. But as soon as water is poured over these ashes, they become pure from impure. Mystery of the matter, as is written, waters of Hatat, expiation, as is said at the opening, crouch is Hatat, sin, since it is surely Hatat, sin, at first is written he shall take it outside the camp, and so it is given to the prefect and not to the high priest. This is pure from impure, at first impure, and now pure. As soon as every aspect of impure spirit sees this, it flees and abandons that place. Waters of Hatat, sin, surely waters of Niddah, defilement, total impurity. Thus, Holy Spirit prevails, and impure spirit is subdued, deprived of all power. This is judgment of impure spirit outside the camp, since it is impure spirit, and it is written your camp shall be holy. Rabbi Abba came and kissed him. Rabbi Shimon said, although all these words are accurate, and the impure spirit must be subdued on all sides, come and I will tell you one secret, which is permitted to be revealed only to holy ones of the highest. To this realm, which is impure spirit, the blessed Holy One has conferred power to rule in the world in various respects. He can inflict harm, and one is not allowed to treat him with disdain, for we must be on guard against him so that he may not denounce us in our holiness. Therefore, we have one secret: we must provide him a tiny place within our holiness, since from holiness his power issues. In mystery of Tefillin we must conceal one hair of a calf, sticking out visibly. For this thread of hair does not defile except when combining and becoming the size of a barley grain, but less than this does not defile. That hair must be inserted in our supernal holiness, providing him a place so that he may not denounce us in our holiness. And a bit of that hair should stick out visibly, for when he sees that person in supernal holiness, with his own share participating there, he will not denounce him and cannot harm him above or below, since he has been given a place. But if this portion is not given to him anywhere in this holiness, he can harm that person below and ascend, accusing above, saying, so and so who is acting holy now did such and such on a certain day, and these are his sins. Consequently, judgment is rendered against that person and he is punished by him. So did Israel act, for they knew this secret. When they began to sanctify themselves in supernal holiness on Yom Kippur, they would be careful to immediately provide a portion to this realm, giving him a share among themselves, so that he would not loom as an accuser against them and they would not come to mention Israel's sins, for numerous ravaging bands and numerous camps are poised to grasp a word from him when he begins to accuse. Happy is the share of one who can be saved from having his sins mentioned above, from being looked upon adversely. Meanwhile, Rabbi Abba's eyes were flowing. He said to him, Abba, Abba, go untangle your knot and mind your absorption, for mysteries of Torah have been given to the righteous, as is written, the secret of Jehovah is for those who revere him. On the day of Rosh Hashanah, the world is judged, and the holy court, the blessed Holy One, sits and judges the entire world. The other side stands on one side, staring at all those condemned to death, who are recorded before him. When Israel arouses compassion upon themselves by the sound of the shofar, he is totally confounded, unaware of the condemned and not noticing them. Eventually, for all those who have not turned back in repentance and are condemned to death, decrees are surely issued from the palace of the king and are delivered to him. Once delivered, the decrees cannot be revoked until judgment is executed. All of Israel should beware of him, especially a person alone. And especially regarding a supernal mystery above, we should be on guard, giving him every single month as the moon is about to be renewed one goat, so that he will not contest the joyous renewal, but will take his rightful share, while the sacred moon imbibes holiness, fittingly renewed. When it is renewed each month, it is called youth as we have established, whereas this other one always immersed in defilement, never to emerge, is called an old and foolish king. Thus, holy Israel, one nation in holy unity, has been given advice by the blessed Holy One on how to be saved from all. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming, as is written, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever, sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may be glorified. They brought the dwelling to Moses. It is written above the expanse over their heads, Ezekiel, above the expanse placed over the living beings. When they ascend within a certain air striking them, they do not raise their heads to gaze above, for the spirit of the living being strikes all of them, and by that spirit they all ascend, as is written, when the living beings rose off the ground, the wheels rose alongside them, and it is written, for the spirit of the living being was in the wheels. Why do they ascend? Well, when that air strikes them, it lifts these four that are beneath the living being, and they raise her above, finally bringing her to supernal radiance. This corresponds to the mystery written. Virgins behind her, her companions, are brought to you, for these four are called so. They never move from this living being, who is the eternal throne, and they raise her from below to above, preparing the throne for the one above. This is the mystery written. They lifted the ark and it rose above the earth. When she rises and they raise her, then it is written, they brought the dwelling to Moses. They brought the dwelling, as is said, are brought to you, and it is written, they lifted the ark to Moses, as is said, an image like the appearance of Adam, a human being, upon it above Ezekiel, namely mystery of Adam. How do we know that he is called Adam? As is written, my spirit shall not abide be a Adam, in the human, forever, Bishagam who, for he is but flesh, equivalent to Mosh, Moses. Thus, upon this throne appears the image of Adam, namely Moses. They brought the dwelling, these four living beings, when they ascend, as we have said. They brought the dwelling, all members of the body, all in holy desire, all grasping it, so that male and female unite as one. They brought the dwelling, bringing the bride to the bridal chamber. First they must raise her and bring her to him, and then he will always come to her, as we have established. They brought the dwelling, mystery of all those who bind, unification, unifying mystery of faith every day. These four living beings raise this throne until they bring her to Moses. Once they join her to Moses, those below are the ones who gain blessings from the source of life through this mystery of their binding unification. This mystery applies when they bind unification of all fittingly. This is the mystery written. Moses saw all the work and Moses blessed them, gaining blessings from the place where Moses dwells. This is the holy work, for he knew how to arrange the holy work properly. So whoever offers prayer and binds unification is examined to see whether that prayer and unification are fitting. And if they are, then he is blessed first from the place whence all blessings issue, as is written, and, look, they had done it as Jehovah had commanded Moses. Immediately, Moses blessed them. Therefore, they brought the dwelling to Moses, for he is master of the house, to see how his house was arranged. He should observe her array and her mysteries, for no one else is allowed to gaze upon those secrets and mysteries of hers, only Moses. So, they brought the dwelling to Moses. And when they did so, they brought him everything, specific members, every single one to arrange member with member, inserting one into the other. When they sought to arrange these with one another and to insert one into the other, they did not succeed. Once they brought it to Moses, he immediately succeeded, and every single member rose and fit in place, as is written, Moses erected the dwelling, and it is written, the dwelling was erected, as we have established. At that moment, when Moses began to erect the dwelling and began to arrange the members, inserting one into the other, all the members and the whole configuration of the impure other side became enfeebled. As this side, which is holy, begins to strengthen, the impure other side weakens, one is strengthened and the other weakened. As we have established, when this one strengthens, as long as it maintains potency, all members of the other side are enfeebled. One is full, the other desolate. This mystery is Jerusalem and wicked Rome. When one is full, the other is desolate. So when one is strengthened, the other is weakened. Thus, Moses erected the dwelling to be strengthened by mystery above, not by mystery below. So Moses, who was of mystery within the resplendent speculum, had to be the one by whom the dwelling was illumined, not by another. The moon must be illumined by the sun, not by another. Assembly of Israel must ascend and cleave to the sun. He opened, saying, "This is the teaching of the ascent offering. It is that which ascends." Rabbi Shimon said, "Although we have spoken of this, it is written, human and beast you deliver, O Jehovah. The ascent offering is ascension and binding of assembly of Israel above, and her union within the world that is coming, so that all becomes one. She is called ascent offering, Holy of Holies. She is called ascent offering because she ascends, adorned, all becoming one in a single bond in joy. Since she ascends higher and higher, it is written, this is the Torah of the ascent offering, mystery of male and female as one, written Torah and oral Torah. The ascent offering ascending within the world that is coming, to be bound within that which is called Holy of Holies, and ascent offering is surely Holy of Holies. Consequently, the arrangement of its slaughtering is on the north side, which is the left side, for oral Torah ascends in love only when the north side is aroused, as we have established, for it is written, his left hand beneath my head. Then she ascends in love and is adorned with the right and joined with the center, and all is illumined from mystery of Holy of Holies. This derives from mystery of Adam, human, through aspiration of the priest, prayer, and song. As we have established, the ascent offering is Holy of Holies in mystery of supernal spirit. For three spirits are bound as one lower spirit, called Holy Spirit, inner spirit in the center, called Spirit of wisdom and understanding. Lower spirit is also called so, but this spirit, issuing from the shofar, is comprised of fire and water, and supernal spirit, sealed in silence, in which abide all holy spirits and all shining faces. Therefore, the ascent offering turns back into actual spirit. Afterward, from mystery of beast they are supplied and nourished, so that another spirit, within impurity, may be bound from those fatty portions, as has been said. Thus, the ascent offering is Holy of Holies. Other offerings, to make peace in the world, all of them from many sides and masters of judgment, to be removed, illumined by the will, assuaged. They are called offerings of lesser holiness, since they are not crowned above in Holy of Holies, so they are of lesser holiness and may be slaughtered anywhere, as has been established. But the ascent offering, mystery of Holy of Holies, is not like other offerings, for it is entirely holy. What is written, the priest shall wear his linen ornament garments intended specifically for holiness. Bad, linen unique, designated for holiness. It is also written, they are holy garments. He shall bathe his body in water and put them on. Why is this holy? Well, mystery of the matter is, as we have said, it is Holy of Holies, for all ascends and is crowned in Holy of Holies in a single bond. Afterward, it removes and eliminates the spirit of impurity defiling all, so that this does not rule and cannot approach the sanctuary. This disappears from all aspects of holiness, and all remains sacred in unique sanctity. Rabbi Shimon also said, the following verse has already been discussed, human and beast you deliver, O Jehovah. Thus mystery of Adam, human, ascends from the aspect of Adam, surely beast from the aspect of beast. So it is written, when Adam, a person, from among you brings an offering, damn, precisely, for this is an offering above, to bind a bond. Then, from beasts, and all is included in the verse human and beast. This is the mystery of why an offering requires human and beast, as we have said. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he made human and beast in this way. Now, you might say, look at what is written, let fowl fly over the earth, for offerings are brought of them, even ascent offerings, as is written, if his offering is an ascent offering of birds, of all those birds, the only ones offered are from the turtle doves or from the young pigeons. This mystery is what qualifies the one, disqualifies the other. One is right and the other left, and all is one. Of Yufef, let fowl fly over the earth as we have established. They are mystery of the chariot, by whom Holy Spirit ascends, rising above, for they are two, one on the right and one on the left of fowl, on the right, namely Michael. Yufef, let fly, on the left, namely Gabriel. One on the right, the other on the left. Therefore these two are offered, to raise Holy Spirit. The left below adorns and equips that left side, and the right, and the woman is joined with her husband, becoming one, and all ascends and is bound as one above and below, and the blessed Holy One is exalted alone and strengthened. In books of the ancients a poor man does not provide a nourishing portion, only joining above. But all, above and below, is joined, each on its side fittingly, as we have established. Rabbi Elazar asked Rabbi Shimon, surely, the bond of all is bound to the Holy of Holies, to be illumined. Joining of will of priests, Levites, and Israel above, how far does it ascend? He replied, as we have established, to Ein Sof, for all binding, union, and consummation are to be secreted in that secrecy ungrasped and unknown, containing will of all wills. Ein Sof is not susceptible to being known, nor does it produce end or anything, as primordial Ein generates beginning and end. Who is beginning? Supernal point, beginning of all, concealed one abiding in thought. And it produces end, called end of the matter, but there, Ein Sof, no end, no wills, no lights, no lamps in that Ein Sof. All these lights and lamps depend upon it for their existence, yet are incapable of grasping. The one who knows and does not know is none but supernal will, concealed of all concealed, Ein. And when the supernal point and the world that is coming ascend, they know only the aroma, as one inhaling an aroma is sweetened. This is not pleasure, for it is written, I will not smell your pleasing aroma, for pleasing aroma is the aroma of aspiration of all these, aspiration of prayer, aspiration of song, and aspiration of the priest, all mystery of Adam. Then all of them become one will, and this is called pleasing Ra'eva, will / pleasure, according to its translation. Then all is bound and illumined as one, fittingly, as has been said. Thus, this other side is delivered into the hand of the priest, as is written, command Aaron and his sons, saying a mystery here, for we have established command means nothing but idolatry, and here it was given to Aaron to burn that evil thought, eliminating it from holiness by this ascending aspiration and by this smoke and burning fat, removing it from holiness. This command is under their control, to separate it from holiness through this offering. Now, if you say, command the children of Israel so too, it is under their control as long as they fulfill the will of their Lord, unable to dominate them. This entire verse demonstrates mystery of the matter, to crown this Holy Spirit high above, and to separate this impure spirit, bringing it far below, one by aspiration and prayer, as we have said, and the other by action, all fittingly. This verse proves these, as is written, command Aaron and his sons, saying, command idolatry, impure spirit. Saying woman, called in awe of Jehovah, here is written saying, and there is written saying, if a man divorces his wife, as has been established. Thus, all has been said, and the priest is poised to perfect all in mystery of human and beast. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, for they know the ways of Torah and follow it truthfully. Of them is written, my Lord, by these things people live. What are these things? Ways of Torah. People live enduring in this world and in the world that is coming. It is written, this is the teaching of the ascent offering. Rabbi Hiya said, we have established the ascent offering as follows. This is the teaching of Assembly of Israel. The ascent offering, for she ascends and is crowned high above, to be joined fittingly up to the place called Holy of Holies. Alternatively, this is the teaching of Assembly of Israel. The ascent offering, an evil thought, mounting a person's will to divert him from the way of truth. It is that which ascends, ascending and leading the person astray. One must burn it in fire, so as not to allow it to grow. Thus, upon its hearth on the altar all night. Who is night assembly of Israel, coming to purify the person from that desire. Upon its hearth for a river of fire is designated to consume all those who do not endure abidingly. They are cast into that blazing fire and their dominion is eliminated from the world. Thus in order that it not prevail, it must be upon its hearth on the altar all night, so it is subdued and powerless. Thus, when this is subdued, assembly of Israel, who is Holy Spirit, ascends, rising to be crowned above. For her ascent transpires when this other power is subdued and separated from her. So, in mystery of the offering, we must separate this side from Holy Spirit and give it a portion, so that Holy Spirit may rise above. When the dwelling was built, the other side was removed and subdued, disappearing from the world. Once it disappeared and the dwelling was erected by Moses, it was erected above and below, as is written Vayakum Mosh, Moses erected, the dwelling. What does Vayakum, erected, mean? Well, Ochim, he raised it, so that it would ascend higher and higher. So, Moses raised whereas it had been low, he raised it, like raising someone who has fallen. Similarly, of the time to come is written, I will raise the fallen booth of David. Amos. And it is written fallen, not to rise again, is virgin Israel. Amos. Why not again, which implies that at another time she did rise. Why not again? Well, she did rise at another time she rose, though the Blessed Holy One did not raise her, for in the exile of Egypt the Blessed Holy One raised her, performing many miracles in order to raise her, whereas in the exile of Babylon he did not raise her, but she rose and the exiles went up to Jerusalem as if they had no Redeemer. The Blessed Holy One had no desire for them, in consequence of that sin of foreign women, so he did not raise assembly of Israel nor perform miracles and mighty deeds fittingly at that time. Therefore, it is written not to rise again, not again, precisely, but the Blessed Holy One will raise her, as is written, I will raise the fallen booth of David, and similarly, and David their king, whom I will raise up for them. Thus, here is written, Moses raised the dwelling. When Moses erected the dwelling, another dwelling was erected along with it. And the supernal dwelling established and supported all, for the supernal dwelling is concealed and hidden high above, and the other dwelling was erected above the dwelling below, standing over it by the power of that highest dwelling of all. As the dwelling below was erected by Moses, so too above. How do we know? As is written, Moses erected it, the dwelling it, precisely, indicating that two dwellings were established by mystery of Moses. Rabbi Yos said, Moses erected, but not everything was arranged yet, and there can be no erection until all is completed, member entering member. So why, erected? Rabbi Yitzchak replied, by three aspects Moses erected the dwelling. What is written, Moses erected the dwelling and placed its sockets and set up its boards. By these three aspects Moses erected the dwelling, and by these three aspects the dwelling ascended and the other side was subdued. So when Moses erected this side, the other side was subdued, therefore Moses erected it, and no one else. It is written, he placed its sockets. At that moment, Samael was jolted from his place, along with his 40 chariots, and he fled 400 parazans into the demonic dazzle of the chasm of dust. Moses inserted those sockets, and this side was strengthened. Then the sockets of the other side loosened and its pillars fell. He opened, saying, on that day I will raise the fallen booth of David. Amos. What does on that day mean? On the day when the Blessed Holy One will execute judgment upon the world and requite the wicked of the world according to their deeds. For assembly of Israel cannot rise from the dust as long as the wicked of Israel stand in the world. What is written previously, all the sinners of my people will die by the sword, who say, evil will not overtake or confront us, and following this is written, on that day I will raise the fallen booth of David. This verse should be contemplated. I will repair their breaches. Amos, this should read her breaches. And his ruins, this should read her ruins. However, I will repair their breaches. Whose of the wicked, as is written, all the sinners of my people will die by the sword, for then breaches will be made in Israel. So, I will repair their breaches. And raise up his ruins. Whose? David's. For when the wicked kingdom is strengthened in the world, then this holy kingdom is weakened and its structure is destroyed. So, and raise up his ruins. For we have learned, as long as one is strengthened, the other is weakened, this one is full, and that one is desolate. So until that day, the wicked kingdom remains strong. On that day, this holy kingdom will be strengthened and the blessed Holy One will raise it. Thus, and raise up his ruins. And rebuild her as in days of old. Amos. What does this mean? Corresponding to what is written, the light of the moon will be as the light of the sun. Moses erected the dwelling. How did he erect it? As is written, he placed its sockets, she placed those sockets underneath, on which the boards stood, and in which hinges of the doors revolved, for those sockets underneath enable revolving. Why? He conveyed, he arranged and strengthened them potently. At that moment, the other sockets of the other side were eliminated. Similarly, it is written, remember, O Jehovah, the Edomites, on the day of Jerusalem, saying, raise it to its foundation. So, the blessed Holy One will one day build the foundations of Jerusalem out of another element that will prevail against all. What is that? Sapphire, as is written, I will lay your foundations with sapphires, for these are supernal, mighty foundations and supports, without any weakness like the first ones. How so? Over the former stones of the foundations, other nations could prevail. Why? Because they lacked suitable supernal radiance. But these will shine with supernal radiance and be embedded in the abyss, so that no one can overpower them. These are sapphires that will shine above and below, for at that time supernal radiance will increase above and below. Now, if you say, those former foundations will be nullified, look at what is written, behold, I will set your stones be a puke, with antimony will set mending what is broken. What is be a puke? As is said, she painted her eyes be a puke, with coal kings there are stones called puke. Why this? Rabbi Elazar said, it is secret transmitted to the reapers of the field. Heaven forbid that those foundation stones of Zion and Jerusalem ever fell into the power of other nations or were burned by them. They were not burned, but rather all hidden away, treasured by the blessed Holy One. All those foundations of the holy house were treasured away, not even one of them was lost. And when the blessed Holy One will once again establish Jerusalem in its place, those original stones will return to their positions. No other eye will be empowered to see them except when a person paints his eyes with that puke, antimony, filling his eyes with it. He will then see all the stones and foundations of Jerusalem arranged in place, not dominated by other nations, and all other precious stones and stone buildings standing erect. Then, for eye to eye they will see Bishav Yehovah Sion, as Yehovah returns to Zion. What does this mean? Bishav Yehovah, as Yehovah returns. Well, when other nations ruled over her, the blessed Holy One raised her above, but at that time he will return her to her place, as is written, Bishav Yehovah Sion, as Yehovah returns Zion, as Yehovah returns, surely. Anything concealed from the eye, which the eye is not empowered to see, cannot be apprehended by the eye except by applying a certain substance to the eye coal. Thus, behold, I will set your stones with puke, antimony. All those stones will occupy their positions, forming foundations as before, and other foundations of sapphire will occupy other places around them, widthwise and lengthwise, as is written, I will lay your foundations with sapphires. Of the time when the blessed Holy One will erect his house, What is written, he will swallow up death forever, he will swallow up, as is written, Jehovah has swallowed up without pity, the cup drunk by one will be drunk by the other. Now, you might say, that prediction he will swallow up applies only for a certain fixed time like Israel. Not so, it is written forever. What does this mean? For generations upon generations. Not like Israel, and not like that time when Moses erected the dwelling, rather, the blessed Holy One will raise assembly of Israel and set up pillars and pegs and all the ceilings of the house firmly forever and ever. For the other side will be swallowed up, never to rise again, and then, the disgrace of his people he will remove from all the earth, for Jehovah has spoken. Moses erected the dwelling at the time when these sockets were set up and put in place. The sockets of the other side were loosened and removed from their places. Thus, Vayatan, he conveyed, its sockets. Why Vayatan, he conveyed? Well, we have learned that Moses saw wicked Samael coming right toward him to accuse him. Then Moses seized him and bound him, and he erected it and set its sockets, as is written, Vayatan, he conveyed, its sockets, conveying forcefully, for no other human could overpower him and set the sockets in place except for Moses, who erected it so potently. The day that the dwelling was erected, when Moses began erecting it, was the 1st of Nisan. And that is the time when the power of the other side prevails in the world, for in the days of Nisan, as we have learned, the ox's head is in a basket. In Nisan Moses began, and he saw Samael walking around him to confuse him. Moses overpowered him, and then he placed its sockets. He began, placing below, and the one beginning began, placing above one corresponding to the other. On the day that this one was erected, another holy one was erected above, and a higher dwelling, concealed and hidden, radiated lights in every direction, and worlds were illumined. Rabbi Yos asked Rabbi Shimon, we have learned that we see 3 dwellings in a verse. On the day the dwelling was erected, the cloud covered the dwelling, and in the evening it remained over the dwelling. Look, 3 dwellings here. Why a dwelling and not a house, since a house is required, not a dwelling? He opened, saying, Thus says Jehovah, the heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house you will build for me, and where is my resting place? The blessed Holy One delighted in Israel as his inheritance and share, and drew them close to him. As we have established, he formed them into certain rungs in this world, corresponding to the pattern above, so as to complete all the worlds as one, above and below, as is written, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool, to complete above and below, becoming one. Alternatively, the heaven is my throne, the firmament in which Jacob dwells, who is the supernal image for the holy throne. And the earth is my footstool, the firmament in which King David dwells, basking in the splendor of the resplendent speculum. Since he wished to extend further below, he said, Where is the house you will build for me, the building of the temple? And where is my resting place, the Holy of Holies below? But the whole time that Israel journeyed in the desert, they had a dwelling, until they came to Shiloh, where it remained. This is the mystery of continuing one to the other, conveying one into the other, linking one another so as to illumine but not for rest. For there was no rest until the temple was built in the days of King Solomon. Then there was rest above and below, for their rest was embedded, no more journeying from place to place. So there is a dwelling, and there is a house. A dwelling, as is said, I will place my dwelling in your midst, and my soul will not loathe you. Why my dwelling? The dwelling places of the blessed Holy One will be near Israel. Why? Because it is written, my soul will not loathe you. What is the difference between one and the other? Well, a dwelling is like when a king comes to his friend's house and does not bring all his troops with him so as not to trouble him. He comes with just a few soldiers. A house, all his soldiers and all his troops accompany him to stay in that house. This is the difference between a dwelling and a house. The temple is an eternal resting place, with all those chariots, with all those forms, with all those works, corresponding to the pattern above to join works below, corresponding above. The dwelling with a few forms, a few works, so that it could journey from place to place. All in mystery above. When the Blessed Holy One commanded Moses concerning the dwelling, he could not comprehend it until the Blessed Holy One showed him the design of each and every element. How did he display it to him in white fire, in black fire, in red fire, and in green fire? What is written, see, and make it by their pattern that you are shown on the mountain. Even so, it was difficult for Moses. Although he showed him eye to eye, Moses did not want to make it. Now, if you say that he did not know how to make it or that he lacked wisdom, what is written of Bezalel and Aholiab and all those others, even though they did not see what Moses saw all the work, and look, they had done it as Jehovah had commanded. If those who had not seen did so, then Moses, who saw, how much more so. However, although Moses withdrew from the work of the sanctuary, all was done by him, and it was named for him, see, and make it. Alternatively, Moses withdrew from this and gave his place to another. So the Blessed Holy One said to him, see, I have called by name Bezalel son of Uri son of Hur, and with him Aholiab, and it is written, Bezalel and Aholiab shall do. If this honor was reserved for Moses, for him to fashion it, this should have remained with him permanently. Even so, since he gave the orders and the work was done by his command, he did it all. Furthermore, all work endures only when completed. Thus, Moses erected the dwelling. All those wise-hearted ones wanted to erect it, but it did not stand, in honor of Moses, until Moses came and erected it, as we have established. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, do not rejoice over me, O my enemy, though I have fallen. I rise. Micah, who is my enemy, enmity of the wicked kingdom against the holy kingdom. This verse was uttered by assembly of Israel. Do not rejoice over me, O my enemy, though I have fallen. I rise, which is not so with her, for once she falls she will never rise. But although assembly of Israel has fallen, she will rise, as she has risen other times, as is written, though I have fallen, I rise. Though I sit in darkness, Jehovah is my light. For many times assembly of Israel has fallen into exile and dwelled among enemies. All other nations rose against Israel to exterminate them from the world, but they could not, as is written, against your people they devise cunning counsel, for they have conspired with a single heart. Against you they sealed a pact. Even so, although other nations rose against them, the Blessed Holy One did not abandon them in their hands, and if they fell, they rose, as is written, though I have fallen, I rise, for the Blessed Holy One always raises her. In the time when the Blessed Holy One will raise her from the dust of exile and she will ascend, assembly of Israel will say, do not rejoice over me, O my enemy, though I have fallen. I rise, though I have fallen into exile and they have subjugated me, now I rise. Thus, when Moses brought Israel out of Egypt, when the Blessed Holy One performed for them those miracles and mighty deeds, then it is written, Moses erected the dwelling, for it is always raised by Moses. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, when they moved, and when they stood, and when they rose off the ground the wheels rose alongside them, for the spirit of the living being was in the wheels. Ezekiel. When they moved, and when they stood, they stood. This verse should be contemplated. When they moved, don't we know that when they moved, and when they stood, but when who moved? When the living beings moved, for when they move, the wheels move, as is said, when the living beings moved, the wheels moved beside them. So, when they moved, and when they stood, for all movements of those wheels are induced by movements of the living beings, and as for their standing, they stand in place only by being totally dependent on the living beings. Similarly it is written, and when the living beings rose off the ground, the wheels rose alongside them, for the living beings and the wheels move as one. 24 Lookout windows of the supernal watches are situated within one window on the east side. This opening is guarded by 24 watches, who are concealed in the intensity of flame encircling and revolving inside that window on the east side. Below them are 24 pedestals, and upon these pedestals stand 24 pillars. These stand perpetually, not flying through the air like those others. These are called standing ones, as is said, I will let you move about among these standing ones. Zechariah. These standing ones stand upon those pedestals, revolving, remaining in place. While these stand erect, all those rulers standing above them soar and fly through the whole world, eyes surveying. Those listening to voices raise words above, as is said, for a bird of heaven will carry the voice. So, those pedestals stand firm perpetually. When these moved, those moved, as we have said, and when these rose off the ground, the wheels rose alongside them, for as these living beings move or ascend, so do they. Why? Because the spirit of the living being was in the wheels. Ezekiel. The spirit of the living being, Holy Spirit, blowing and striking all those wheels to make them move. Thus, whoever is on a high rung carries whoever carries him. For the ark carried whoever carried it. Here too, the living beings carry the wheels. Now, you might say, it is written, for the spirit of the living being was in the wheels. Ezekiel. Well, this is the living being on the right side, on the left side, in front, and in back. This is a living being, while those are living beings. It is written, she is the living being that I saw beneath the God of Israel by the river Kivar. Ezekiel. This is the one who crouches in 4 directions of the world. This is the one who constitutes a throne for the image of Adam, a human, as is written, upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of Adam, a human being, upon it above all, for that supernal, holy, concealed rung called God of Israel. This is the living being below, standing beneath all those supernal holy living beings. For there are higher living beings, these above those. The throne beneath the God of Israel is the image of Jacob, while the throne below is the image of David, the one crouching in 4 directions of the world. Thus, a spirit issues from above and flows from rung to rung, until striking all of them below. That spirit conducts all, and harmonizes all of them perfectly. In exactly the same manner, it was arranged below. What is written above, for the spirit of the living being was in the wheels. Ezekiel. And it is written, wherever the spirit would go, they went. Below, what is written, Moses erected the dwelling. How? By becoming spirit of that rung below, in the image of that spirit above. She is the living being that I saw beneath the God of Israel. Ezekiel. From this living being issues a spirit to arrange all. So too, Moses, that is the living being who conveyed spirit below to arrange all, for it is written, he erected, he placed, he set up, infusing spirit in everything to perfect all. At first, in the dwelling that Moses made, he arranged it in mystery of the supernal rung on which he stood. In the temple that Solomon built, he arranged it in mystery of that river issuing from Eden, which is peace of the house and its tranquil gratification. So, in mystery of the dwelling there is closeness of love on the rung of the body, the rung on which Moses stood, closeness of love, not gratification. When Solomon came and established the temple, that temple was established in mystery of satisfied love. Thus of Solomon is written, he will be a man of calm. So, this was arranged by one rung, and that by another rung, the image of one in the other. This mystery is, these are the generations of Jacob Joseph. The beginning that Moses undertook, restoring this place that is side of holiness, he elevated the point standing in the middle, which was darkened and sunken in its location, invisible, not shining at all. First of all, he raised this point that was sunken in its place, and then all the rest, construction of this point. If this point is not established first, everything extending from it cannot be configured. Once this point is established and illumined, then every other arrangement can be composed, settling in place. Thus, Moses erected it, the dwelling, it is the point, which was darkened and sunken in its place. Then, he placed its sockets on this side and that. For there are sockets, and then there are sockets, and all of them amounted to 100, each distributed to its place, as is written 100 sockets for 100 talents, a talent for a socket. These sockets, as we have established, but it is not written that they were erected, rather written, he conveyed, giving placing upon them what was needed, for there are lower entities and higher entities, riding one upon the other. So of them, giving is written. When this point was erected, the other side sank, not totally obliterated, for that will not happen until the time to come, when it will be obliterated from the world, as has been said. One was erected, the other sank. He conveyed its sockets, then this side of holiness began to strengthen. When these sockets were conveyed, all those of the other side sank, entering the hollow of the great abyss, for this side of supernal holiness ascended, being the portion worthy to ascend, and so this other side sank, entering that chasm of the abyss. If the people of Israel had not sinned at first, he could not have prevailed in the world any longer. Afterward too they sinned, drawing him upon themselves as before. Ever since that day, the only advice was to give a portion of everything to that other side, in mystery of offerings, sacrifices, and ascent offerings. Therefore the ascent offering is completely consumed by fire, to subdue this side and elevate the side of holiness. Thus, when Moses erected this place, the other one sank. Moses erected this side of holiness, and the other side of impurity sank. He conveyed to this side of holiness, and the impure other side weakened. He set up this side of holiness, and this other side of impurity was subdued. Then he inserted its bars, and then he erected Y, so that beginning and end would be erection. He began with erecting and concluded with erecting, because beginning and end entirely demand erection. Beginning, so that the other side is weakened, thereby erecting the side of holiness, so that it may endure and rise above, becoming a single bond fittingly. For whenever holiness ascends, impurity sinks low. The head of the point standing beneath the rungs of the other side is head of the outside rung, head of the male, astride a certain camel, head of confusion of darkness, spreading. For when smoke issues from fierce wrath, that smoke spreads, wrath after wrath, one upon another, one riding and ruling the other, appearing as male and female, becoming all a furious wrath. As smoke begins to spread, it pushes from within the wrath through the pressure of one point, spreading. Then, the smoke of wrath spreads twistingly, like a serpent skilled in doing evil. The head emerging to spread is a dark rung, ascending and descending, roaming about, and resting in its place. The rung endures, settling, out of that smoke issuing from wrath. It is a shadow over another place called death, and when the two of them join as one, it is called shadow of death. As we have established, they are two rungs joining as one. This shadow is beginning of the lower point outside, dark, far removed from the holy point existing in the middle. This is a point that does not exist and is not distinguished by color from it, spreads an expansion outward, downward, and it sinks, unseen, unmarked. This spreads below, to the right and to the left, expanding in the middle within dense darkness, 1,100 thick cords engraved on this side and on that. The darkness spreads in a color black and not black, for it has no color in which to endure. Within that expansion exist darknesses, those that functioned in Egypt, as is written, no one saw his fellow, and it is written, a darkness one can feel. This expansion spreads in numerous different ways, one within the other. Within this expansion issues a radiance colored gold, a reddish gold. This radiance spreads and covers the darkness of the head. It is a gold in which darkness is included. This darkness spreads to the right and to the left, and from within these two sides emerges a color of silver that does not shine. This silver color spreads and covers the darkness, and they intermingle, descending. The darkness spreads, and two darknesses stand out, a black head of pillars, from which spreads and emerges a color of bronze, from which that darkness spreads below and stands firm, and a black color emerges, looking like iron, all in mystery of darkness. Between two pillars emerges one pillar, darkened in darkness, in which all these colors appear. This is foreskin, leading the male to the female, to couple together, becoming one. This is a pillar of 7 known rungs. First rung, a rung standing in the realm of this darkness. This darkness ascends into secrecy of smoke of the fire, comprised of the color of smoke, the color of fire, the color of black. These 3 colors separate in various directions, twisting in perversities of the world. Color of smoke, this descends into the world, entering various aspects. This spreads through the world, misleading human spirits with anger, to pervert their ways and be strengthened by their anger. Of this is written, there shall be no foreign god in you, nor shall you bow down to an alien god. There shall be no foreign god in you, the male. Nor shall you bow down to an alien god, the female. This is anger ruling and gathering strength in the world, entering human beings and emboldening them to do evil. Color of fire, this color descends into the world, entering various aspects to do evil, kill, and shed blood, and to overpower people. Of this is written, if they say, come with us, let us lie in wait for blood, let us lurk for the innocent, without cause. For there are those who shed blood and kill without cause, and there are those who shed blood and kill in war, one from the male side, the other from the female side. The male side sheds blood without cause, as we have said, the female side, to wage war, killing one another. All wars and mutual killing derive from that female side. Color of black, this color descends into the world, descending to be appointed over all wounds and blows, capturing bodies, crucifying, and strangling, harming people constantly. These 3 colors separate in the various directions of the world, spreading among the world's inhabitants. The color of smoke descends into the world, and this is the first rung emerging from the sunken point, from that shadow we have mentioned, which is Samael, who is riding a camel, as has been said. And this color of smoke is called Prince Catspiel, and this is the anger of human beings, who harden their hearts with anger. Below this are appointed 1,600 ravaging bands, who are anger of human bodies. For there is an anger ruling in the world to execute judgment, but this is an anger that rules and enters human bodies, and they become enraged by this anger. This anger forms the foundation of all other types, by which a malevolent structure is erected, for this smoke issues from the anger of supernal flaming fire, and it is the first of that fire. 4 angers branch out from this anger. The first is called anger, and this is what angers human hearts, descending and misleading people, who become enraged. This is what draws the destroyer upon the world. Of this is written, in anger may you remember compassion, Habakkuk. The second anger, this one descends into the world, roams, and spreads in all directions, and it is called hatred. This descends and enters human beings, and once it has entered it is called silent destroyer. This is anger that remains silent, and that collaborates with the place of the female. This is silent anger, contorted. This is severest of all, for it resembles a serpent, who is always silent and then kills. The third anger, this is an anger opposite to the preceding, becoming stronger, not silent. Rather, this anger reveals itself, and the more it reveals and is not silent, the more it is broken, and this is called broken anger. The fourth anger in the beginning, strong at the end, broken. So this is an anger opposite to the preceding, this is the most broken aspect of all. Thus, all is on the first rung. Second rung, a rung emerging from darkness, and this is a dark color arising out of darkness, for all arises out of darkness and stands on known rungs. This extends below in known colors. On this rung stand 300 aspects, distinct from one another, yet all absorbed within each other. Although different from one another and scattering from one another, all are absorbed within each other. Thus, all known rungs on this side are malevolent. From here emerge all these destroyers who roam the world, executing judgment openly for concealed deeds done in darkness. Secretly they roam the world and carry out judgment for them openly. Thus, all these roaming the world and openly executing judgment confront human beings, always readying themselves for those concealed sins that we have mentioned. And those who are called wrath and fury join them, executing judgment upon humans. This is done in the world by these masters of judgment, as we have said. This rung stands in darkness and fire, which form a single mystery, and from this rung diverge various fierce mighty ones, standing beneath an aspect of one firmament called the black firmament. This is the firmament spreading over all those rungs that are red as a rose, and these are called arms of this side. Beneath these, rungs extend downward until reaching the third rung, for those on the second rung emerge from that black firmament and roam through the world, some on the right and some on the left. Those of the right diverge in 3 directions, which are 3 joints, and those of the left diverge in 3 directions, which are 3 other joints. The first joint stands above, and dark smoke in anger is joined to it. This joint includes 3 dark colors, different from each other yet intermingling. This joint is bent, though not subdued except at certain times. This is called unabated rage, since it does not abate except when Israel brings an offering below, for at that time this anger abates subdued below, its power weakened, and it cannot rule or overwhelm. When this is weakened, the second joint, in the middle, cannot move or conduct. This joint is called ire. This is the second joint, a joint moving from place to place, conducting all other joints, which are all controlled by it and all empowered by that joint. This is the one who conveys all suffering into the world, for when it joins another rung, embracing the female, all sufferings, distress, and anguish descend upon the world, for one cannot rule without the other. All those rungs have been given to the female to rule and mislead the world, yet if one does not ride upon the other, joining one another, they cannot rule. When Adam was in the Garden of Eden, engaged in the service of his master, Samael descended with all his rungs, and he was riding on that evil serpent to mislead them. For that serpent beneath him is tortuous so as to mislead human beings and seduce them, as is written, for the lips of an alien woman drip honey, and her palate is smoother than oil. So one provides power, and the other performs its craft in the world, and without one another they cannot prevail. Thus, when that middle joint joins the female, judgments and every distress descend upon the world. And when this separates, not moving, all is broken and subdued, unable to dominate. So all is broken and subdued by mystery of the offerings below, and the one who ascends to be crowned above and to be blessed from the supernal depth illumining all faces. The third joint, this one is extremely strong, and it is called trouble, for from this one emerges the power to shower distress and bring trouble upon human beings. The mystery of these 3 joints is as written: rage, ire, and trouble, 3 joints of the right. As for 3 joints of the left, when they gather strength as one, that left is called cohort of evil messengers, for from this left all those evil angels are sent below, drawing power those emerging from the side below, as we have said. All this, from the second rung and the third rung. Fourth rung, this rung arises from contortion of anger, and it is called middle one, for it is the torso between 2 arms. Here is a flame blazing with redness like a rose. From here emerges potency, descending below to be empowered to shed blood, for this is the one who grants authority and dominion below to be empowered and shed blood. This flows to the female, one needing the other, as the body needs the soul, and the soul cannot perform its craft except through the body. Thus, all force and all potency issue from here, becoming empowered to perform their craft in the world malevolently, as a female receiving from the male continually. On every single rung and in every single joint are many princes and many ravaging bands of stingers, all controlled by them. All those controlled by them are below, among the forces of the female, and each has a specific rung controlling it. Just as the holy supernal side has certain palaces facing the supernal rungs, comprised within one another, so too below, conversely, on the other side are rungs facing those palaces of the female, comprised within one another. On this fourth rung stand evil judgments, poised to descend and be transmitted to those who execute evil, fierce judgment. From here they absorb their potency, to be empowered and to complete the judgment that they execute. Therefore all these rungs include all those lower palaces on the female side below. Happy is the share of the righteous, who veer away from this path and follow the awe of the blessed Holy One, sanctifying themselves with the holiness of their Lord. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming. Fifth rung. This rung is divided into two rungs, right and left, and these are called thighs, joining forces to inflict evil and pursue, for here lies potent pursuit of all illnesses and evils pursuing the wicked. And when this rung approaches, the runners went out in haste. Esther, those runners are below, running to inflict evil, and they are all called pursuers, of whom is written, our pursuers were swifter than eagles in the sky. This rung is divided into two sides, right and left. There are 3 joints on the right and 3 joints on the left. These joints, and the joints that we have mentioned, all look backward, for those supernal holy joints all look inward toward the body, as is said, all their hinder parts inward, kings, whereas these all look backward. What is the difference between them? Well, the supernal joints are all in mystery of Adam, human, and since all is in mystery of Adam, it is written all their hinder parts inward. As for these other joints that we have mentioned, those joints in the middle all look backward. These are in mystery of beast, and so all their hinder parts are backward. This mystery is as we have established, for it is written, human and beast you deliver, O Jehovah, one on the side of human, and one on the side of animal, and thus the offering ascends human and beast. The first joint in it exists a color of darkness within, demonic dazzle of dense fog, growing under a curse beneath a stone lying upon it, not growing. This looms over the worthy who have merits but lack ancestral merit by which to be fortified and defended. The other joints pursue the wicked who have previously perverted their way, pursuing them and all those who can be recognized by a visible mark. For an angel, a holy messenger from the side of Gevurah, descends and puts a mark on all those deserving punishment. That mark is recognized above by all those masters of judgment, and since it is, whoever deserves disease is struck by disease, whoever deserves pain or other punishments, they see everything in that mark. Therefore, all those joints face backward, and they kick those who kick their master and all those who deserve to be kicked. Except for the righteous and the pious who are pursued by disease, for these do not dominate them, and diseases do not come upon them from this side. Now, you might ask, from where do diseases come upon them? It is written, Jehovah delights in crushing him by disease. Jehovah delights, he delights in striking him and afflicting him with disease, and not striking anyone else, and not from the other side. These are called chastenings of love, and all attains holy equilibrium. Sixth rung. This is called foreskin. This and all those lower rungs below are all called foreskin, for they suck from this side. This is within mystery of the elusive snake, and this suckles the writhing snake. And all those rungs linked to this side are called unripe fruit of foreskin. All proceeds in a single mystery. Consequently, a spirit from the side of this foreskin settles upon all those trees planted in the earth, until they are well rooted. Thus it is written, you shall treat its foreskin with its fruit as foreskin. 3 years it shall be foreskin to you, it shall not be eaten, for the blessed Holy One feels love constantly for Israel, and keeps them far away from all evil paths and evil, impure sights, so that they may cleave to the side of holiness. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming.